means 5 to 4. 5 to 4, we have to say goodbye. We are having. Yes, you have. You can reach. The bathroom is the only thing you can reach without. But yeah, because I am. Are you stressed? I don't know why I'm stressed. I shouldn't be stressing. I'm not the one.
I guess
I'm
first
not
2
the
minutes
one.
after
I'm not the one to be stressed. It's not my broadcast. I'm just the host, right? It's like it's guys who are doing the thing. Stressed. Yeah, I'm stressed. Like. Picks, say, top 6 players and
because I was also automatic update. Somebody has to do
that's a
something.
good. I'll ask.
Yes, this is important.
We don't have much.
И охрана считает, что бродкаст туда нельзя. И приходится говорить, а вы хотите без трансляции остаться? Ой, идите. И так с каждым надо проговорить.
Нормально.
Второй момент, я его задушу, что если оно упадет, оно упадет.
Окей, ага, окей. Давайте, где она там? Ага. А, сверху вот так вы? Окей. Интересно. Интересно, я его могу даже закрыть волосом. А, вставить в уши. So unusual to have that thing in your ear. Hold. Нормально. Okay. See, I don't know, something happens. This is my maximum, I'm on a leash. Да? То есть я не буду двигаться тогда вперед. Как это правильно поставить? Здесь правильно ставить? Ну, немножко... Его здесь еще тянет. Ну ничего, я постараюсь. Да, оно уже почти из уха вылазит. Вот здесь оно из уха вылазит, когда я вот так делаю. Ну ладно.
Так,
This is correct. Magnus is cool or
in pairings, he's
Oh yeah, look at that. Board pairings, round one.
Magnus is not playing, of
Oh,
course,
he's
he's
not
not
playing.
playing, yes. So that's why we need to update, yeah, we have to update something.
we have to somehow update.
Yes. We need to update.
Now I'm confused.
Yeah, this isn't updated here.
Ага.
Нормально?
Норма, я могу двигаться, да? Я не фиксирован или я фиксирован?
Все.
Ага. Так что могу так, да? Чуть-чуть.
Если случайно слетит,
Хорошо, да? Ага. Здесь тоже можно посмотреть, да, что it will come automatically. So I better after it's already in action. Yeah.
Waves are off. His clock is ticking. How will he respond to equal?
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the second edition of an exciting new event, the 2024 FIDE World Team Rapid and Blitz Chess Championships, which will be held here in Astana, Kazakhstan over the next several days. My name is Irina Krush, and I'm very happy to be joined by two exceptional commentators, the World Championship Challenger from 2004, Grandmaster Peter Leko, and the two-time Ukrainian champion, Grandmaster Evgenij Miroshnichenko. Welcome to the show, guys.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Irina. I'm super excited to be here. And also joined by Miro, Irina. What an action!
Yeah. So, Peter, what makes the World Team Championship a special event in your eyes?
Wow, well, I think the mix, of having superstars like Magnus Carlsen in the team at the same time on board 6, there's a joker board. And I think let me ask Miro, please tell us, you have some experience.
Yeah. So that's exactly what we were discussing, that it doesn't matter how many the top players you are getting, you're still dependent on this board. Yeah, and I've witnessed once in Turkish League when, the match which had featured Ivanchuk and stars like that was decided on the last board where two under-8 girls were playing. Yeah, so we might see something like that when, the top players, the world champions, looking at the game of the joker board.
Yeah, so let's explain the format for this unique event. It is a 6-player match with 4 open boards, a women's board and an amateur board where the requirement is that the player has never crossed 2,000 FIDE rating. And so we have a collection of superstars at this event, 5 players from the world's top 10, including the reigning world champion Ding Liren and the world's #1 Magnus Carlsen.
Right, so there's a lot of high-rated guys, and let's not forget both Nepo and Ding Liren are present in Astana, which means something. Yeah, so that's where Ding Liren got his title. This is where Nepo made the opportunity of his life, I would say.
Yeah, and there's a possibility for a match between those two players as they're both playing board 1. And the Chinese team is a very strong team. They're actually a new addition to this event. We have a lot of new teams, some teams from last year, but also many new teams and a lot of changes with players switching to the new teams. Peter, which teams are you excited about seeing here?
Well, of course, we have some super teams. First of all, let's go one by one over the top favorites. I think the VR team is clearly the main favorite with Magnus Carlsen, Vinyan Nepomniachtchi, but also Abdusatorov, Duda, Pragnananda, Vincent Keimer on the top boards. Then they also have the incredible female players, Hui Fan and Kostenyuk. And then the sponsor of the team, Vadim Rosenstein, playing on the 6th board.
And Duda was a star performer for WR Chess in last year's event. He scored 7 out of 8 and an over 2,900 performance. Let's see if he can repeat that this year. We also have a new team from China, which is expected to be very competitive, led by the reigning world champion Ding Liren, but also featuring their superstar top 10 player Wei Yi and the reigning women's world champion Zhu Wenjun.
Yes, and I think one of the games that I have on my system is actually by Ding Liren, and he has played the move e4. Yeah, it's kind of also a big speculation that Ding has been in a difficult shape in the last couple of months, ever since becoming world champion, basically, and now he has this incredible match coming up with Gukesh. Will he try to change something, go for e4, also in the match, just to change something dramatically? Or is it just like, let me practice against a little weaker player, Asian Aidbayev, his opponent?
Yeah, they have a French defense on the board, an advanced French variation. We also see Nepo on the screen, and he's got the black pieces. What opening does that look like, Peter?
Yeah, let me
I may give you a bit of an idea what it was. Yes, indeed, Magnus skips round 1. And instead, it's Nepo on board 1 with the black pieces against Semetey Tologon-Tegen from Kyrgyzstan. And I know the guy, I work with the guy, not on chess, but like on some specific topics, which is on anti-cheating algorithms. So, well, he is a very, very interesting chess player. And we have the Naidov, and after Black's move a7, a6, every single possible move was tried already. So he went a2, a3 against the Naidov, which is a funny move, and Peter might know something about it, right?
Well, it's not the most critical move. I don't really believe that I ever analyzed it, because you kind of feel that if your opponent against the Naidov plays a3, it's like some fair play. Yeah, you played a6, I'm gonna play a3. Of course, a6 is much more useful. a6 is the whole spirit of the Naidov. Black is preparing the move b5. Black has all kinds of setups with e6 or e5. As far as I see, and we are now looking at the live feed, Jan opted for the e5 setup, so the real Naidov, and also he moved the knight to d7. One of the things why I feel like the Naidov is way superior to the Rouser, because the Rouser commits that knight from b8 on c6 right at the start, while playing the Naidov, it gives you the flexibility to put that knight on d7.
Right, and to advocate for this move a3, it's not like I'm a big fan of a2, a3 against the Naidov, but I think the perception in the opening changed so much recent years. I don't know if you'd agree, but back in the day, we would think, okay, there is Naidov, and there are two viable lines, which is bishop g5 or English attack, and white is fighting for advantage in two of those. And then we were proven first, there is no advantage in Naidov, and there is no advantage in chess against anything reasonable if black plays precisely. And then people keep looking for new moves just to get the playable position, because, well, it's so excessively analyzed.
Maybe we can take a look at the game between Ding and Aidbayev, because I see a very far advanced h-pawn on h6 and a knight that is very unusually placed on h8. That's not something we see every day, Peter.
Not at all, but do we have the game on? Because I have it on my screen, but I'm not sure that we are able to show it yet. There we have it. Ding Liren in action, and he has just captured the pawn on c5. D takes c5, a rather strange decision, I would say. It's not the first move that comes to mind.
Well, he must want to play the bishop to g5, right? If black recaptures, he probably wants to get that square.
But do we really want that? Or does he want to go some b4, b5 and try to... It's still...
Get both knights to the side of the board?
Yes, exactly. Because bishop takes e5, bishop g5, bishop e7, for example, bishop takes e7, queen takes e7, and then black goes f7, f6, and that knight from h8 might jump to f7. The pawn on h6 might, in the long term, become a target. I do believe that Ding wants to go b4.
Okay, that's going to be an interesting prediction, because b4 creates the backwards pawn on c3, but you want to follow it up with b5 attacking the knight? Or what do you plan to do after the bishop goes to e7?
Yes, I wanted to kick that knight away from c6 so that there is less pressure on the e5 pawn, and the knight probably goes to a5. That would be kind of logical, and then maybe I will just follow it up with some bishop f4. In any case, I want to fight for the e5 square. But we should not be getting too deeply into the analysis, because for the moment we have the camera from the playing hall, we see and we should treasure this moment and talk about the players Dingley, then Vei, Yuanji, and on board for it's Lichao. I think it's Lichao also in action. Very nice to see him back.
By the way, Nepo has played the move Rook C8. Do you think he's preparing a sacrifice on C3, the very famous exchange sacrifice in the Sicilian, Peter?
Well, if he gets a chance, then yes. But White is playing for the D5 square, and I'm expecting him to go knight F3 to D2. Oops, I'm using the wrong board. Yeah, knight F3 to D2, protecting the E4 pawn. Yeah, so we were talking about a potential exchange sacrifice, rook takes C3. I like knight D2, protecting that pawn, then getting ready to play short castle, eventually play that rook from F1 to D1, stabilize the things. But whenever that knight from D2, which would love to be rerouted to F1 and then to E3, might run into some exchange sacrifice with rook takes C3. Very interesting.
Do you ever go knight G5 in these positions? And my intention is to kind of put the knight on G5 and never leave. Knight G5, I presume Black goes castle and say, I don't know if castle long might be too much, but let's, for an argument's sake, go castle long. And my point is, whenever you go H6, I want to go H4.
Yes.
Yeah, I'll probably blunder knight G4 at some point, but...
Okay, let me even put it on the board because it's such a extravagant idea. I don't believe that I have ever seen it in this construction. But, and then some F3, G4 kind of stuff. Wow. Okay, who knows? Yeah, because AG, knight G4, and then some bishop take G5, knight. But G6, let me highlight that bishop on A2, which creates some pressure against the G8 king. All right, that's a different approach.
Well, we also have an interesting position on the amateur board in this match between Vadim Rosenstein and Tinebekov. We have a pretty big imbalance created early, so maybe we can just see what's going on there. What do you make of those doubled G-pawns for black, Peter?
Well, it looks very nice for white. And I think we should mention that, yeah, Vadim Rosenstein is the sponsor of the team, basically the man behind the event. I think he was the one who started this idea, and it also brought him tremendous success. His team won last year. He became World Team champion, and he is in action, got a very nice advantage with the white pieces. Two bishops, isolated pawn on D5, different ideas, bishop F3 or bishop E5, bishop D4, just to transfer that bishop to D4, all kinds of positional ideas.
Yeah, it definitely looks very nice for white. Not really a lot of compensation for the deformities in black structure in this position. So let's take a look at Noterbeck versus Arman Erzhanov. It's also a Sicilian defense, and he has managed to open up the F-file and create a battery of the queen and bishop versus the H6 pawn.
Yeah, wow, that pawn got to H6. Clearly, Noterbeck is thinking about potential sacrifice on H6. At the same time, black has the very nice knights. The knight on E5 and on F6 shouldn't be underestimated. They are very good defensive pieces.
Miro, what looks interesting to you?
Well, same match. I was looking at Prague's game because, well, his opponent played something very, very original, or at least to my eyes, C4, E5, A3. And, of course, English opening is very popular nowadays, right? But this is more of a, I'm saying, I play the Sicilian. So, no, no trickery. I'm not trying to. Yeah, it's just I'm playing the Sicilian. I'm intending to play the Sicilian defense with an extra tempo. And in the game, knight F6, knight C3, D5, black accepted the challenge. So it is a Sicilian where white has already played A2, A3, E4, and yeah, very logical. So now you would go knight B4, but there is a little problem. The pawn is already on A3. So knight to E7, knight F3, knight B to C6. Bishop C4, well, looks not bad for white at all, I must say. Knight G6, D3, maybe D3, yeah, D3 is fine. Bishop E7, H4. And anything in modern practice has to involve H4 in this or that shape or form. So H4, Bishop G4 was the answer, so I'm wondering what happens after H5. Perhaps Knight H4 is what he's intending. Anyway, very fresh, very original position on a move 9. Yeah, h5, by the way, was just played.
Well, we also have a fascinating position and one of the only Grandmaster matchups of this round, which is taking place between Daniil Dubov and Boris Grachov. And Dubov has a piece for 3 pawns. Black has a lot of strong center pawns, so let's take a look at that board.
Yeah, I'm trying to find this game.
You got to scroll down a little bit because I think it is our 4th board.
Yeah, but here. Okay, excellent.
Yeah.
Because this is some Catalan clash. That's what I'm guessing from looking at the position. And we know Daniil Dubov, an incredible theoretician with crazy amount of ideas. Well, it's the first game that I also feel that we should go back and see how did we reach here, because this is really 2 super players playing against each other. So there we go. Oh wow, it was a6, but okay, anyway, finally transposed to the a6, d takes c4 Catalan, knight c6 castles, rook b8, white sacrifices the pawn but gets the initiative in the center, e4, knight f6, queen e2, a very typical double pawn sacrifice, sacrificing d4 pawn. Please take it, you are not yet castled. So something like knight takes d4, knight takes d4, queen d4, rook d1, followed by some e4, e5 and very quick development. Grachov said no thank you. After queen e2, bishop e7, rook d1. Now the rook is placed perfectly. On d1 castles, knight c3, d5, and here things are heating up. Things are getting out of control. d5, ed5, e5, d4. This is a typical piece sacrifice. E takes f6, bishop takes f6, 3 pawns and the massive pawn center for black. But white also has active pieces, knight on e4. And bishop e7, bishop g5 played, d3, that's the current position.
Yeah, d3 is black's way of protecting that pawn because white was already threatening to take on e7 and pull away some defenders from it. So that's a very natural move. And of course, at first glance, it looks like black has great compensation for the piece. He already has those 2 far advanced center pawns. All his pieces look pretty good. The only thing is that Dubov has twice as much time on the clock.
Well, which means that this is clearly preparation. This is just standard Dubov kind of stuff. And he moved the queen. Did he move already? I felt he definitely did.
Yes, he made a move and he just got up from the board.
Queen d2.
Queen d2, wow. Wow, queen d2. Automatically, I would have placed the queen on e3. But it just shows that probably some knight b4 somewhere, knight b4, knight c2 ideas should be taken care of.
So maybe bishop f5 here is a move worth thinking about.
Yeah. And can it be knight c5 as an answer to bishop f5? Because I'm not sure there will be some f6 moves and stuff like that. Because what I was thinking, one of the things to approach this position as white, to try to sacrifice the piece back and somehow end up with a lot of activity, maybe knight on c6 is vulnerable at some point. Because I cannot stand this pawn on d3. If you ask me, I'm trying to bail out. This pawn on d3 is too strong.
Well, I also believe that rook from d1 will move to e1 quite quickly. Of course, one has to watch out.
Next moves, rook e8, rook e1.
Yes, because the real action should really happen on the e file. That's the only open file. So we have those moves. But this is the most annoying thing, that you are not only facing a very strong Daniil Dubov, but he also puts tremendous pressure on the clock. Yeah, he is blitzing out his moves. You don't know exactly, is this still his preparation or is he already kind of just going with the flow? Always your clock is ticking. You have to make decisions. Super tough spot for Boris Grachov.
Yeah, I guess an important point here is that even if black plays f6 and kicks away the bishop and tries to go for bishop b4, there's always knight c3 blocking the skewer.
Yes, exactly. Let me just show this or even I can make those moves. Let me remove the arrows. Bishop f4, bishop b4 would be kind of devastating because of this pressure, but we can just jump back with the knight from e4 to c3, and then we see that white is actually also welcoming these d4, d3 ideas because he's getting squares.
Well, what do you intuitively feel about this position, Peter? Do you think black should be trading the dark squared bishops or going for a move like f6?
I believe that the most difficult point of this position is that you cannot play naturally. Yeah, you have to really calculate, and it's 15 plus 10 seconds game. You don't have the luxury to think. Finally, black goes for the most natural move. We spoke about this, that bishop should be developed to f5. It was in fact your idea. Irina, what is your feeling?
Yeah, well, my feeling is that black is doing fine, but it might come down to the clock, right? Because having that 12 minutes versus less than 6 advantage is a pretty big deal at this point. And I think now white has to make a decision about where they'll be putting their knight. I mean, it could go to c5 even on this turn, trying to hit the a6 pawn. You probably don't want it to go to c3 because it's going to get hit with b4 at some point.
Well, but also Miro already mentioned this knight c5. You mentioned this, Irina.
Yeah.
Somehow I feel that this is not Daniel's direction. Yeah, because he does not want to go pawn hunting. He's the type of player who wants to get the initiative, and I'm wondering that how is he planning to do that? Yeah, because he would love to, I believe, also open that diagonal bishop, the g2 bishop, the Catalan bishop, but how do we do that?
Yeah, you got 2 knights in the way.
Yes, so maybe trade something on e7 and then try to go knight h4, at some point hitting the bishop, opening up, but black might also trade on e4 and then centralize the knight to d4. It's a very double-edged position.
Okay, let's take a look at the game between Prague and Markov, because that one went in an interesting direction. After white played the move 9h4, bishop g4, h5, knight h4, and then Markov plays this move king f1, defending g2 but losing the right to castle, queen d7 and knight d5. So what do we make of this very unusual position, Peter? It does look like black has a nasty pin on the f3 knight.
Yes, on the other hand, the good news is that white has advanced the pawn to h5, so the rook on h1 is in fact already in the game. Yeah, this is a very important difference, because if we would just imagine that pawn instead of being on h5 on h2, we would be talking white being completely lost. Yeah, but with this pawn on h5 and the open rook on h1, one doesn't have the feeling that the king on f1 is misplaced. In fact, it feels like it's quite secure. White has also these active pieces on with the knight on d5, bishop on c4, the structure. It looks like just completely unclear to me.
Black is a pretty critical move here, right? Knight d4. What if black is really insistent on attacking that knight on f3 and forcing us to calculate some variations?
Exactly, yeah, because the very first question, can we play knight takes e5, but the boom, boom, boom seems to be, no, boom, boom, boom is working out for white. So Prague actually goes bishop takes f3. He eliminates that that knight first.
Because there was going to be a capture on e7 and bishop d5 somewhere.
Let's just very quickly show that if things are happening the way we calculate, like boom, boom, boom is working, then finally the boom, boom, boom ends with bishop g5 check or rook takes h4 immediately, thanks to the rook. We talked about this. So yeah, Prague is professional. He eliminates this tactical option. He grabs on f3, and after g takes f3, jumps with the knight to d4. But I also feel like this is some reverse kind of Sveshnikov. This brings me back some childhood memories. This kind of pawn structure, this d3, e4, f3, f2, I want to go f4. I want to trade the f pawn versus the e pawn. Okay. Wow, this is the first game where I see that maybe some upset is possible. On the other hand, we know Prague is brilliant. Prague is incredible. So he might get out of trouble, but right now I would prefer white.
Well, you know, Nepo is trying to end the game very quickly on his board. So let's take a look. He just made a capture in the center with his knight, temporarily giving up a piece.
Yeah.
That I think, I mean, it's very, very temporary because, of course, white's king is stuck in the center. And you just looking at that king position, you know, bad things are about to happen to white. If the queen takes the knight, I suppose... well, I suppose just a simple move, rook e8, and pick up the knight on e3, and that's kind of it for white.
Yeah, this is such a pleasure to be making a move like knight takes e4. Yeah, it just kills white completely.
I think bishop c5 coming next and the e3 knight might be gone very soon.
Yeah, well, actually, white bailed out with castle, but it's not really a bailout. It's just losing material on the spot. So let me update what happened here after knight e4. White simply castled and white resigned. Yeah, that's it. Castles, knight c3, b takes c3, rook takes c3, wins material, the queen is attacked, and the knight on e3 is falling thanks to the pin. Wow, that was a miniature. Jan in his element, giving no chances to his opponent.
All right, let's take a look at his teammate, Vincent Keimer. He has a nicely placed bishop on d6 on an outpost. And this is a student of yours, Peter.
Yes, well, Vincent is more than a student. He's like family member, yeah. So, of course, I'm very closely keeping an eye on his game if we get a chance. But we have a professional broadcast going on, so of course I will be watching his games afterwards once the broadcast finishes. Well, for the moment, I see a very nice bishop on d6. And also a lovely knight on g5, putting pressure on the f7 pawn. I think the Ever bar people should just ignore it because somehow it got stuck from the previous game, from the Jan's game where white resigned. Black is in a lot of trouble. Queen f3 is coming up. How do we protect that pawn on f7?
Okay, it looks like Miro has something interesting for us.
Yes, same match, and the game of two Alexandras. Alexandra Samagarova versus Alexandra Kostyniuk on women's board. Well, I'll skip the opening and just pay attention to last few moves. So black went bishop b5, just moving the bishop out of the way, and after bishop e6, you would expect a recapture, but Kostyniuk comes up with rook d3, which happens to trap the queen, I'm thinking, because queen e2, black has rook takes g3 check. And I was wondering if white is dead lost or has to kind of try to bail out, and I was thinking bishop d5. I don't know if it helps though, because if you take on e3 immediately, I was thinking, okay, rook e3, maybe I have rook f3, but the thing is that after bishop d5, I think c6.
Oof.
It's very cynical. I mean, you just attack this bishop again and you win the queen eventually. So I think it was a blunder, and it looks like Kostyniuk after rook d3, her position is, well, close to be winning, if not winning outright.
All right, let's take a look at the game of Dingley Ren. He is currently up a pawn, but at least his opponent is not doing so badly on the clock. You know, definitely the lower rated players are struggling on the clock in this first round match, but his opponent is only a few minutes down and did manage to get this knight out from h8, Peter.
Yeah, he moved the knight to f7. Yes, exactly. Yeah, he moved, but on the other hand, white's knight is getting this anti-square on d5, but how do you get there? Yeah, because knight d5, black can capture on d6 with the bishop. Or maybe even with the, but I would prefer just take with the bishop.
Now, it looks like after bishop h3, black can win a pawn back with queen d6. Can he just...
I was wondering if you're looking to the future, because now it's equal pawns, no?
Oh, I'm looking into the future, Miro. And in the future, I see that there's a bishop on h3 and a rook on e1. And there's a bishop on d5 as well. You can make that move, actually.
So b7 is
I already played, yeah?
Oh, yeah.
b7 is gone, so that's the trick.
Rook e1. And can black just capture the pawn on d6? But he didn't. He played bishop d4.
Okay, it's a very professional move. Yeah, bishop
no, we have bishop h3, rook e1 included.
Already included.
Yes,
okay.
and he chose not to take the pawn right away. Bishop d4.
This is bad news because it means that my board is not updating. The evaluation bar already froze. So then I'm leaving it to you. Yeah,
Are we helpless, Peter, now?
You know it much better than I.
Yeah, so bishop d4. Well, I mean, if black can manage to win the pawn back on d6, I would say it's would be quite a big success, and he has a chance to actually have a decent game. So what can white do right now? I mean, there is a move like knight e4.
Yes, knight e4 makes perfect sense.
Yeah, we really have to try to hold on to this pawn. It's a very important pawn for white.
Yeah, and also the knight on e4 hits the only weak spot in black's position right now, the pawn on f6. And eventually, somewhere we might hoping for some g4, queen f3, trapping that bishop on h3. But of course, black will have f6, f5.
What do you feel, though, about the position, Peter? I mean, it doesn't look so bad for the amateur player.
Well, no, he's not amateur at
He's
all.
an international master. I
Yes,
think, right?
with over 2,300 and all these players in this region with 2,300, probably they are much stronger than that. And I also believe that they have a lot of confidence. Yeah, so if they get the chance, they are not shy away just because the opponent's name is Dingliren or whoever in the world. They believe in themselves.
And after, so he played bishop e3 instead of knight e4, ding. He's trying to get that bishop out and indirectly protect the d6 pawn, because now if black would take the bishop, then he won't be able to take on d6 anymore. So it's quite a clever move by Ding. Bishop e3, I think maybe white kind of black maybe underestimated that one.
Well, black also needs king h8 at some point, to unpin, because this bishop on d5 is such a monster bishop. Let me highlight this pin, that one believes that finally the knight from h8 moved to f7, and we are so relieved because we were worried for that knight, but there is still this problem of the pin. Bishop e3, a very professional move, by the way. Also after bishop takes e3, rook takes e3, suddenly the idea of g3, g4 is very much in the air, trapping that bishop right away on h3.
We also have some action in the game between Markov and Prague. Also a game where the lower rated player is managing to keep it pretty close on the clock. And we have this imbalance where Markov has two bishops, but Prague has very nicely placed knights. And white's king, could be a problem in the long run, since black is going to be able to castle queenside. So what we have on the board is after h6, black played c6. Knight takes e7, queen takes e7, f4, and g takes h6 is the current position.
Wow, g8 takes h6. Okay, makes perfect sense, because otherwise white will take hg7 if he wants. But for the moment, this looks very shaky, no? It seems like white has some queen g4 moves.
g4, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
You got to stop black from castling queenside.
Yes, but I'm believing that Prague is counting on queen g4, maybe even going back to g6, provoking f4, f5, then jumping with the knight to f4, and sacrificing that pawn, and eventually relying on that powerful knight on d4. Let me just play these moves, because it's kind of such a transformation of structure that we have to talk about this. And white takes on f4, and then maybe black goes long castle. But white is a pawn up, white has f6, the rook on h1 is fantastic at the moment. If it's all correct what I'm seeing, by the way, I do see that Vincent is already setting up the pieces. Probably he has won that game. So Jan already won, Vincent probably has won. That's good news for the WVR team.
The queen h5 was actually played by Markov. So he attacked the knight through that square, and the knight pulled back to g6.
So,
is there a trick like going f5, capturing on f4, and wait, I wanted to do something, f6? No, it doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, right now, the black knights are looking really strong. Can you really leave them there, or should you give up one of the bishops? But then black also gets like the e5 square potentially for the queen. It's kind of a big decision right here for whites, right?
Well, he captured on h6, so he's planning to, say, if black castles long, he's planning to capture on f4 twice, which might not be such a bad idea. Anyway.
I captured queen takes h6.
Yeah, I think white is doing a good job in this game. He actually has more time than Prague right now.
Well, because the pressure is on black, it's and getting this first round, when you are not yet in the game, that everybody expects you to win. It's not so easy, and suddenly...
Yeah, we could be seeing an upset in this game. Prague castled queenside, and now white can win the pawn by taking bishop takes f4.
Yeah,
white's going to be up a pawn here.
My board is not updating, unfortunately.
But bishop f4 was played, ef. And after queen f4, White has a pretty stable position, but the king on F1 is still a problem. The rooks are not connected. The knight on D4 is very powerful. Black played H5, but Prague is definitely, it's such a sharp position that even though he's down a pawn, he still has, I think, good chances to outwit his opponent. What do you think, Miro?
Well, they're both getting lower on a clock, which on one hand decreases the value of pawns, but at the same time decreases the gap in rating. Like, the least you want to have, again, the worst situation against your much lower rated opponent is when you're both making moves on seconds, because it's pretty random, right? And speaking of the position, I do like White's position a lot. Rook C1's good, I assume, because the bishop is very stable on C4. And despite black castling short, I was looking for black to play b5. And then, having the rook on c1, of course, helps fighting against b5.
Well, we also have a spectacular rook takes c3 sacrificed by Wei Yi. So let's take a look there and see, is he outright winning or is it just great compensation? So the rook was captured and he played queen c5, offering up the bishop on f5 as well, but I think that's probably too much for White to be taking, isn't it, Peter?
Yes, because queen takes a3 check, followed by bishop takes c3, or vice versa with bishop takes c3, followed by queen takes a3 check. White seems to be getting checkmated, and I don't really see, that's the dragon bishop in action. That bishop on g7 is a monster. Black can also follow up against king b2 with rook c8, increasing the pressure with bishop takes c3. I don't see White making any defenses here.
He can survive. Okay, some funny line, which is probably not needed, but if you go queen d5 and it's a check on a3 and king b1 and bishop c3, so queen a2 stops the checkmate for one move or something, and then bishop c2 wins, or, well, anything wins. When the position is winning, anything wins, right?
Okay, let's go to a very interesting game. Back to Dubov versus Grachov, because Grachov, he's under 2 minutes, but Dubov, he's only over 3 minutes right now. And it does look like Black has done a pretty good job with his pieces. White just played the move f4, which looks pretty ugly for his structure, but maybe that's just a superficial glance. He does get to kick this knight back, but he's also in a pretty unpleasant pin on the a5, e1 diagonal, Peter.
Yeah, now it's obvious that the answer which we did not know before, whom we prefer, probably it's Black. On the other hand, if the knight moves from e5, White takes b takes c4, and Black captures back with b takes c4, then the rook on b1 is already perfectly placed on the diagonal. I mean, on the open file. So
wait a second, he captured on c3 and went d2. So now rook d3 is on the agenda.
Wow,
rook d3 is trying to enter the game, yeah. Or do you think it's rook d3? Yeah, probably rook d3 because the g3 pawn is very...
like if bishop takes, it's rook d3. I don't know if it's winning, but it looks very serious.
Yeah, Black had to have a really good reason to give up the bishop that was making the pin, and the d3 square is certainly a very good reason. So now, how is White getting out of this?
Well, has to take on d2, I guess.
But okay, so rook d3, and then what next?
And cry in the corner, maybe?
That king is going to be in big trouble.
I can't really understand. Yeah, we're probably dropping too many pieces. Yeah, I thought bishop e4 would achieve the queen's exchange for me.
Yes, it was also the line I was trying to figure out, but it goes on all the time. Yeah, rook takes g3, check, king f2, then eventually after bishop takes f5, also the rook on b1 hanging, but White is also collecting quite a lot of pieces. A fascinating line, very hard to judge.
And by the way, his teammate Andreikin doesn't seem to have much of an edge actually at all against the lower rated Timur Magomedov. At least that team is putting up a good fight against one of the top seeds, because Andreikin's opponent, right now Andreikin is making the attack on the c7 pawn, so that's about the only good thing about, I guess, White's position, because the bishop is pretty terrible on e2.
Yes, but also the knight on b8 is not great, and that knight eventually via c7. Of course, if White can even collect the pawn on his c7, but I was trying to make an argument that knight c7, knight e6 check.
Yeah, and he played rook c8, and it was met with g5.
Wow.
G5 is a clever way of making this terrible bishop not so terrible after all. So G5, you probably have to take on G5. Bishop G4, knight captures the pawn, goes to E6. That's very,
Yeah,
very...
White's position is improving quickly. By the way, Grechov played his knight to D3 instead of the rook.
What?
Wow.
Both players under 2 minutes, and Dubov lower on the clock for the first time in this game. So what is he thinking about here? Oh, is the queen C5 is a potentially very unpleasant check.
Exactly. Yeah, that's...
Unpleasant as in checkmate in few moves.
Yeah,
Right?
for me, I just think unpleasant. You know, I'm not that good at finding the actual check.
So you're an optimist then. Yeah.
Yes, yes. So,
So that's much... it's a very clever move then.
yeah, not allowing this liquidation transformation to endgame with bishop e4, which probably is slightly better for black, but white was very much in the game.
Oh, and he's also attacking the rook on E1, right? So, I
Yes,
mean, and the rook E8 exchange doesn't really help. Okay, so he goes knight F1, which makes sense. He's like trying to use the E3 square to defend, doesn't really care about giving back a little bit of material, and he is at 34 seconds, according to...
Now that means we can capture E1 and then eventually land the rook on D3.
Yes. Looking very good for black.
You think so? Yeah, because, I mean, I guess he's not going to mate white.
Yeah,
He
there's
does have those
no
two
longer
pawns.
about checkmate, yeah, but more about having enough material and also all the pieces very active.
Oh, and he might win the B3 pawn because rook takes E1 now is forced.
The knight takes the rook on B1 hanging.
Oh, rook D3 and rook takes B3. And then, yeah, white is in very bad shape with the weak king and going to be missing like 3 pawns on the queen side.
Yeah, and completely paralyzed. This bishop on g4 also, let's just highlight this construction with h5 pawn protecting the bishop, and white's pawns are horrible. This h4, g3, pawn, f4 pawn formation gives black perfect safety also that king can always go to h7.
Right, and depending on where the queen goes, you might as well take with the pawn on b3. Like say, white goes queen a5, maybe just take with the pawn, and b2 and b1, you have the queen controlling b1. So Dubov's idea perhaps was very clever opening-wise, but it could be that he misplayed it later. So queen b4 is c5 a move.
B3, I guess, is going to be played here because if you take with the pawn, there's
But there is c5.
Bishop e4.
Don't we love intermediate moves?
c5.
C5 still there. Oh, C5. You want to throw that in.
Why
Yeah,
not?
I kind of like that.
Exactly.
Make sure the queen can't come to E7.
Yeah, just kick that queen away. Okay, white will play a move like queen a5 and then try to fish with queen d8 check, but where does it go? Okay, rook b3 played.
He captured with the rook. You know what? One thing I was thinking, like to clarify matters, can we, as black, play bishop f3? Well, there is knight d2. All I was thinking, like, if we exchange the bishops, we can safely say black is better forever, and yes, and no worries at all.
You know, Miro, we can still work with your idea. Bishop f3, knight d2, bishop h1, knight b3, and
Queen
actually
queen
queen
d5
d4,
or
yeah,
queen
and
e4,
we're
yes,
good.
it might work.
Okay, so it looks like we might be going, there might be a little upset on this board.
Yeah, okay, black played the move rook b1. I also feel like Grachov is playing very professionally. He just wants to make sure that he makes healthy, good moves. Doesn't want to rely on move per move calculation. The rook on b1 pinning the pieces.
Yeah, what can go wrong? Yeah,
Exactly. Yeah, the queen on a5 is not tied to the defense of the bishop. Yeah, and then white is locking any counterplay.
Yeah, queen d3 is coming,
Everything is coming.
right? So here, okay.
Queen d3, knight g4, you can take the pawn with a check, right?
Oh, that's unpleasant.
So everything falls apart. You take...
He just has to not blunder queen e6 here. I just noticed the one move that doesn't work for black. Okay, queen d3 was played. Yeah, unfortunately, white's king is too weak and everything is pinned up.
There's no...
Yeah, queen
Well,
d3.
knight g2.
Wow, but yeah, knight g2. Yeah, I understand why you couldn't continue the sentence. Yeah?
Playing for the stalemate.
On the board.
Seriously, playing for the stalemate, like self-stalemate.
Yes.
I probably would have played
Queen
c3 as
g3.
black.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know if I would have taken that
But
pawn.
like queen g3.
Oof. Yeah, this really even hurts to look at. Poor Dubov.
Yes, but let's see. It looks like his teammate Andreykin won. Oh, wow. Do you know that Morzin lost?
Yes,
Wow.
he did.
So there is something
he did.
unclear in that match. How is Zhu Jiner doing? Well, Zhu Jiner is completely winning. She's got a few extra pawns, so they will get a point on the women's board.
And then Maksudlu, what is Parham doing? Look at this. White has a lot of pawns, but okay, black should be able to.
Stop them and win with the F-pawn?
But you never know. Maybe it will come at the cost of losing the F5 pawn, and then okay, Rook versus
Yeah, maybe
Rook Knight.
Wait a second. B5 in the current position.
Knight
Isn't it
C7, I
before?
think.
B5.
Knight C7.
Ah, Knight C7. I can't push
Knight C7,
it
yeah.
past
Yeah.
B6.
Seems like black still has those pawns under control.
Yeah, so kings are starting to march towards the center. So,
Yeah, good chances.
but that's
for
a
black.
tense match then. It's a very tense match.
It's a very tense match. Yeah. So actually, if we consider Dubov losing,
Yeah.
then this is okay chances. Andrekin equalized then the match, but Mursin is
Lost.
losing.
Zhu Jiner is winning.
Jujine is
They
winning.
also won on their amateur board.
Okay, then it's all fine.
Sofia, who is the former Emirati women's champion, she won on that board. So they're going to win, but, by sort of a minimal score. Okay, Markov. Oh, let's go to that for a second. Markov versus Prague is an unusual balance where Markov has a queen, but black has 2 rooks and a knight. Should be winning, well,
For black. Yes.
right?
Yes, I think so.
Yeah, as long as that B pawn is under control, which it is.
Well, now the knight moved back to e5. White gives queen c5 check. Yeah, but okay, black plays king e6. Nothing really changed. I would love to cement this knight with f6. Yeah, just to make sure that everything is protected. And the 2 rooks are just way too. By the way, probably black can go for a direct mating idea with rook b2 check. King e3 runs into rook d3 check. And then finally, king f4, rook f3 check. Yeah, and that's resignation. So Prague wins this roller coaster game.
Okay, let's go back to Suleiman Maksudlu because White is trying to win black's remaining pawn. Is he going to manage? I guess not, because black can play f4 and it does look like he should be able to win, although he won't be able to win the b4 pawn so quickly. Well, right now he's threatening to do it. Yeah, it does look winning for black, doesn't it, Peter?
Yeah, this looks completely winning now because, okay, the most dangerous pawn, the c6 pawn, has fallen. Black has perfect coordination.
And we see Maksudlu getting up from the board. So he has won an important game for his team, but that was really close for the first round.
Yes, it was a little bit more dramatic than I believe the captain would have preferred from the beginning. We are talking about the Elaine team, which is a super team. It's one of the teams that we really believe that can challenge the super team of Magnus.
Well, they went 2-2 on the open boards, and they were actually just helped by the women's board and the amateur board, actually, who's also a woman. So the women came to the rescue in that match.
Yeah, that's always nice. Yeah, it's always nice because
I hope they appreciate that.
I also believe that Dubov will be winning plenty of games in the event. So yes, it's not a disaster that he lost, but certainly not a happy start.
Look, guys, but what at the beginning we were discussing the format, right? What's good about this format? Not a lot of draws. So this match went 4-2, not a single draw. WR team, which is dominating, they are leading 5-0, and Vadim himself is winning. So they are, they'll have a clear 6-0 win.
Yeah, he's taking his time winning this position, right? He's been better for a long time. He's still up in exchange.
But there is little doubt that he will eventually convert, right? So
Yeah, the white king will simply march into black's position.
Right?
Yes.
King c4. I don't know if I moved king c4 or he moved. It's not the hardest move to find here. So it looks like eventually king will reach f7, let's say.
Oh, it looks like the game between Husnudinov and Van Foreest is going to finish in a draw. It's one of our final remaining games. Also one of our Grandmaster matchups. Of course, Jordan is much higher rated, but it looks like he's going to be defending this king and pawn endgame down a pawn.
Yes, but with the opposition on the board, which is crucial in pawn endgames. And after king b3, black can again keep the opposition with king b5, and that's why it is a dead draw.
Most of the games seem to have finished. at least on the top boards. In the
Dingley also won that game probably quite convincingly. At least the game ended on move 33.
Let's take a look at this one. This is Ulhana versus Adiban. We have a rook endgame with like some crazy far advanced pawns. Hard to make sense of this position, Peter.
Let me find
You got to scroll down quite a while.
And while Peter's looking, let me update you on decisiveness, because people like to bring these stats, decisiveness of chess event, tournament round. So on top 30 boards, I was able to identify, let me double check, 2 draws so far, with like maybe 4 or 5 games going. 2 draws. Okay, this is how chess has to be played.
And so what do you make of this rook endgame? Black is trying to promote a pawn. White also has a far advanced e-pawn. Adiban is the grandmaster with the black pieces.
Yes, he's winning because after e7 he can play rook e1. And the rook stops the e-pawn. The rook can also be sacrificed for the e-pawn because the g and h pawns are already deciding the game. White is unfortunately too far behind with the f-pawn. Yeah, the pawn really would have to be already on f5, f6 to get chances.
So the black h3 and g2 pawns are just more dangerous.
Yes.
All right. Oh, we got Harika Dronavali, my friend from India, one of the top female players in the world. She's up a pawn, but not necessarily winning in this endgame against Dmitry Gain.
Yeah, it looks quite drawish because the a-pawn is kind of harmless. Okay, but rook e1, white can probably give a rook b6 check. King g5, yeah, is played. e4 now, white will play the move rook b7 check, forcing the black king all the way back to the back rank. This is maybe a draw, but a bit scary. I mean, whenever that black king is forced to the back rank, there are always some winning chances.
And it looks on the board next to that, Momin versus Shah. It looks like the white king is going to get mated momentarily. King on g4 is not feeling too safe. So checkmate in like a couple of moves.
Yeah, this is certainly because the black queen will come with queen f3 check, no matter if white has played king h5 or king f5. And then checkmate to follow. Well, actually, one of the key things will be, while we are covering the event, to understand the joker player strengths in all the teams. Of course, from the first round, it will be very difficult to draw any conclusions. But once they start to face each other, and the top teams will start to face each other, and all the superstars playing against each other, we will be seeing much more draws. And then things will maybe be decided on the 6th board. Yeah, so it will be very interesting to understand who is the strongest player there.
All right, let's go back to the rook endgame. I think that's one of our last competitive games still left between Harika and Dmitry Gain. She's trying to win a second pawn. Peter, do you think she will be able to do that?
So she wants to go king f3, rook e2, collect that pawn. Well, if it's already 2 pawns, that's good news. But sometimes even 2 pawns are not necessarily winning if there is an a pawn involved. But I do believe that if this formation with the black king not being active enough, it should be winning. Yeah, king f3 on the board.
Could black play e2 instead? Because it seems after king f7, king f3, white gets what he wanted to get.
Yes. And there was this moment, okay, once the round is over, we will have also time.
A lot of time to analyze. Yeah, but this one seems to be
winning for whites, right? Because
plain and simple, I want to say. Yeah.
Just move your king to the a pawn. And the rook on g2 is actually extremely well placed. The king can't move from g5. And yeah, Harika works some magic to win a very drawish looking endgame.
Wow, suddenly from an endgame, the computer decided to jump into some sharp middle game. Yeah, we are back to the endgame. Yeah, the white king is marching towards the a-pawn. It should be an elemental win for Harika.
By the way, it looks like Hans Niemann lost his game against Anar Berdiev. Not a player I'm familiar with. Maybe we can take a quick look at that, Peter.
Wow, that's a big upset. Hans Niemann playing for Hans.com team.
No. It's
No?
gmhans.com.
GM.
Don't miss that part, Peter.
Okay, yes. Okay, then. But certainly, I believe already the name itself puts a lot of pressure on Hans. That's actually what I wanted to highlight. I don't think that it's so easy to play in a team which has your name. Yeah, there is certainly extra pressure on you.
His opponent played well. Look at it. He kind of built up a beautiful position, then landed a rook sacrifice. Wow, that was kind of impressive.
Wow, so first of all, this is a Rosso Limo kind of Sicilian. Knight d4, rook e1, a6, bishop f1. Well, all these players from the region, yeah, they are normally underrated. They are super dangerous. Very tricky kind of pairing for the first round. And yeah, this is a very typical, I do recall this was like my game against Kasparov from Linares 2003. I very much feel like it. Probably Gary put the bishop on b3 via c4. Now we see that bishop on f1. So what happened later? Black goes g6, c4. It's all typical. Black usually breaks with e5, exactly that backward pawn advances to e5. Now if white takes d takes e6 en passant, black can decide. Most probably the pawn on c4 already, black will capture with the pawn. So what happened? Yes, exactly, d6, fe6. And all right, this is a very, very solid kind of position here. Oops. I still have got to get some experience with the system because it's very sensitive. So, okay, we are back to this position. Yeah, queen d2, e5. Black's play is also very easy. The evil bar is back in action. b6, b4, okay. Kind of equalish, f3. Probably Hans also over-pushed bishop f8, preparing bishop e7 or just stopping c4, c5, because white would love to get this break in, but the bishop already on f8 is getting ready. What is your feeling, how do you feel about this position?
I guess intuitively I like it for black, right? Because the bishop on f1 looks really passive. Black has space in the center with the d4 and e5 pawns. So yeah, I kind of like what black has set up here.
Yes, and then the only real break for white is c4, c5. That's why black has played the move bishop f8. Super professional. Let me remove now the arrows. Rook b1, bishop e7. Also trading the dark square bishops. What you mentioned, yeah, the difference between the power of the bishops. And direct attack. Bishop e2, rook h5. Then the rook is joining, the other rook is joining the party, the action as well with rook f8, rook f4, rook fh4 already. All kinds of ideas like this hanging in the air. Wow, Hans actually got outplayed.
I know, right? It wasn't like this was not an accidental win for his opponent. His opponent built up a nice position strategically, and look at what's about to happen to his king.
Wow, so black enters with queen e3 check, queen f2, white is fighting for survival. Queen h6.
Doesn't want to draw.
No, definitely not. Going for the h2 pawn, h3, queen g5. Now already white is unable to play queen g3 because the pawn was provoked to h3. King h1, bishop e6, setting up the sacrifice with bishop takes h3. All right, wow.
And here it comes.
Oof. Brutal. Rook takes h3. What a pleasure to finish the game in style like this. G takes h3, rook f3.
Quite beautiful.
Look at that bishop on d5, eyeing the king on h1. This is a devastating pin. The discover check is about to happen. And yeah, bishop g2, rook f2.
It looks a little scary for the black king at first glance, right? But he just calculated that he can go to h8 and then come out from g7 and h6.
Yes. And then the rest was a matter of technique.
Yeah.
And queen a5. Wow. Okay, it shows that this tournament is super tough. You shouldn't, you simply can't underestimate anyone.
We had one game, I think, that was still going on. It was between Timur Gareev, American player, and I think his was the last game to go, but it was, I'm not even sure if we're going to be able to find it at this point. Looks like Should we take a look at one more of the upsets, Peter?
Well, actually, I finally
found it.
found the
Okay,
game.
good job.
Yes, so it should be winning for white, yeah, because the rook on e4 is taking care of the a pawn, also dominating black's bishop. Sometimes these pawn races, the bishop is as powerful as the rook, but this is not the case. White simply wins with the h pawn. That's good news for Timur Gareev.
So the other upset came between Alan Petuhov and Volodar Murzin. Oh, and that ended in a really pretty move. So we got to take a look at that one.
Wow, but I'm such a Murzin fan, so this is not nice. But where is the game? Let me find the game.
It's in the match from board 4. That was his teammate.
Yes, he lost. Yeah, with queen takes f6. Exactly. Yeah, there was this tactic. Okay, anyway, white was winning because look at this. The knight on d6, queen on e7, already hitting, setting up queen takes f7 check. So black tried a desperate h5, h4, getting to white's king, but white was already not even picking up the f7 pawn, but instead played the stylish queen sacrifice, queen takes f6. And after king takes f6, the knight retreats.
So tricky
e4.
though, right? By white, just playing knight c4 and knight d6. Yeah, I guess it was a double threat of queen f7 and queen f6. It was hard for black to meet that one.
Wow, okay. But on the other hand, yes, there were some upsets on single boards, but the top teams, I believe, were all convincingly winning after all, and that's what matters, yeah, in a team event. Yeah. And it also helps the stronger player who suffered the shocking defeat to get over with, yeah, because if you lose a game and because of this loss your team loses, that's a completely different feeling compared to that when, yes, okay, I lost, but actually the team went on to win.
Well, WR team won with a very convincing 6-0 score. Other top teams like the China team, they did give up half a point. And also, let's maybe take a look at the game between Alexei Sorana, recently increasing his rating with a series of good tournaments. He's now over 2,700. And what happened against his opponent, Talgat Gubay Dalin?
Wow, but I'm a little confused by his opponent's name. I wasn't exactly sure on which board he was placed. Yeah, but Sarana is up there. It means that yes, he's one of the top players in the team. And how did it ended with a perpetual check? Okay, it ended with a perpetual check. It just showed that already Sarana was not convinced about his position at all. That's the usual scenario when you feel like, okay, you have absolutely nothing. That bishop on d4 is such a monster bishop. White's king on g1 not feeling secure. The bishop on g3, knight f2 construction is very shaky. Black eventually threatening some f5, f4 to win the game. That's why there was nothing else than to give the perpetual. I'm wondering that was black maybe able to play on with a move like king g7, then yes, he has to watch out for the d-pawn. Then d6 happens, but it could have been a fascinating kind of position. Yeah, king g7, d6, f4, d7, f take g3, d8 queen. How do I queen this pawn? It does not automatically promote. Okay, in any case, it could have been a crazy position, but understandably, if you play the game, you are not an analyst, then you are just saying no to such adventures. It's not clear who is getting mated first. So the draw was agreed after the repetition.
And we are going to be welcoming a new guest into the studio, one of the female players of this event, that's one of the top female players from Kazakhstan, Bibisara Asobayeva. Welcome, Bibisara.
Thank you. Welcome. Thank you. Hi.
Yes.
So you won your first game. How do you feel about it?
I feel good. Lately I play only classical games, so I need a little bit time to play more faster. The game was tough, but I'm happy that I won.
So you're playing on a team of legends: Peter Svidler, Shakhriyar Mambyarov, Alexander Grishuk. How do you feel about playing with such well-known names?
I'm happy about this. We have a strong team, and I hope that we have a chances to have a medal. And also, I just enjoy to play in this team.
Of course, I think playing in this team it's wonderful, but you are also known to be a specialist in Blitz chess, in fast play, and now you mentioned that you are playing a lot of classical chess, but if it comes to speed chess, I know that you are very, very dangerous and super strong.
Thank you. I hope to. But okay, we will play Blitz only in the last day. And now I should focus to the rapid, and it's more special because sometimes you have time to think, but not a lot. Because in this game I thinking a lot, and at some moment I have 1 minute against 7 maybe, and it wasn't pleasant.
Is this your first time playing in the World Team Championship?
Yes. Last year I didn't participate.
Got it. All right. Well, thank you for joining us, and best of luck to you and your team.
Thank you.
It's good luck.
So, Peter, well, I think we had a very exciting first round. I mean, we had a big disparity in the team strength in round one. It's going to be much closer in round two, but I think given from what we've seen already in the first round, it's going to be a very exciting day.
Yes, absolutely. We see that also in the first round. Yes, the teams are winning smoothly, but some games were everything else than smooth. Big upsets and also dramatic games. The Pragnananda game stood out as well, that it could have gone either way.
Let's actually take a look at how he managed to turn that one around. I mean, we thought that his opponent was doing pretty well. And at some point, his opponent, Mikhail Markov, was up a pawn. But it was always a double-edged position. So we last left it off where Prague played this move h5 after having lost the f4 pawn.
Yes, however, I believe when he already played h5, he was doing good. I felt like White has lost the momentum because suddenly, as you highlighted, I believe, during the live analysis already, the knight on d4, that's a long-term asset. The bishop suddenly on c4 is feeling like doing absolutely nothing because Black's king was able to evacuate itself to the queen side. And then Black is setting up the counterplay with rook dg8. I believe this is also what happened. Yeah, rook c1, rook dg8. The last move we saw. White plays b4, very natural. White is trying to get to Black's king, but it's Black to move. And Prague plays the move a6, first blocks that advance. Very nice little move. Queen e3, rook d8 back. Okay. Bishop d5. Clever little move because now the queen is targeting the d4 pawn, but Prague plays exactly the tactic with knight takes f5. I believe that White probably has blundered this or underestimated this move because now the tactic works in Black's favor. After, okay, he goes for queen a, or did he?
He was trying a lot of tactics to get to that c6 pawn, Peter.
Yes.
You're going to look what happens next after rook h6. Rook takes h5 was played by White.
Wow. Okay. Okay, rook h5 and
Is
probably...
that just completely desperate, or does that have a chance of working?
Well, and all of this is happening with very few seconds on the clock, yes? So now it's kind of easy for us to analyze, but imagine the player. But the good news is also that the knight on f5 is protecting the queen on e7. So after b takes c6, it's all about giving checkmate with queen a8 check. So that's why Prague let me, however, show this line, yeah, that if Black prematurely captures on c6, thinking that the queen is protected, yes, but White goes queen a8 check, and after king d7, there is queen takes c6 checkmate on the board. Of course, Black could have played first king c7 instead, but okay, this is in any way not advisable for Black. So Black runs with the king immediately, king d7. Queen takes b7 check, king e8, rook c7, and knight e3 check. Wow, what a beautiful move, knight e3 check. F takes e3 is met by queen f6 check, and suddenly it's White's king. Let me just put it on the board. Yeah, f takes e3, queen f6 check, and it will be white's king that gets checkmated first. King e2, rook h2 check. That's it. So
Done.
he had to go for knight e3 check, king e2, knight takes d5, and that's how we got this technical position. That okay, but this doesn't look clear at all because 5 pawns versus 1 pawn and 2 rooks and knight. But probably it's easier to play with black. Well, I don't know how easy it is to play with black, but in any case, Prague was able to coordinate forces, going immediately for the counterattack against white's king with knight f4 check.
Very exciting game.
Super excellent. I mean, probably this is the game of the round. That's my feeling, because this was extremely interesting and dramatic.
Well, all the games of the round are done, so we're going to give a word to our reporter on site, Charlize, who's going to walk us through the moments of the round one.
I'm a strong swimmer who's gonna swim across the Why did you wonder? You say a lighthouse. Am I right, boy? Am I right? Why did you wonder? Why did you wonder?
Make your move. The 45th FIDE Chess Olympiad, Budapest 2024, where the story becomes history.
Hey guys, we're back with our coverage of the second round of the 2024 FIDE World Team Rapid and Blitz Championships. My name is Irina Krush, and I'm joined by Grandmasters Peter Leko and Evgenij Miroshnichenko. So we had a very exciting round one, and we have very competitive matchups for round two, with the WR chess team ranked #1 facing off against the FIDE management board.
Yeah, a very interesting pairing. There are also other interesting pairings. For example, Chessy, the rapport team is playing against the rookies, the youngsters team. And what else caught your attention?
Well, what caught my attention is that our on-site reporter Charlize is ready for her take from the playing hall. Let's hear her now.
The World Rapid and Blitz Team Chess Championships. As you can see, it's a massive hall for a massive event and massive teams, such as next to me, where WR Chess will be playing, headlined by none other than Magnus Carlsen. In the first round, we actually had some teams arriving late, which is not unusual for chess players, but in an event where time control is everything, every second counts. So let's see what's going to happen in the second round. We have 3 more rounds left today, so stay tuned to the broadcast to not miss any of the action. Back to the studio.
What I should miss this and that chance. It just shows how much emotions the players are having, no matter what is their rating. Yeah, this is when they play chess. This is their life. They want the best out of their games. It was so lovely to really experience this moment.
Yeah, too bad I couldn't follow you in there, Peter, to hear that. But anyway, what I thought that was interesting was that the teams are taking it very seriously. I saw the MGD1 team, the Indian players, actually sitting on their laptops preparing for the next rounds, right? So in their few minutes in between, they were definitely busy with preparation. What about you, Miro?
That's something very professional. What I've seen is Hans's team making a little fun of Hans himself because he lost apparently. So that was the kind of the discussion, and it was so funny seeing them wearing GM Hans t-shirts while mocking Hans for not winning his game 1.
Yeah, well, it's good to have that kind of friendly camaraderie in the team. So we have this clash between the FIDE management board with some of the world's top players of the 1990s, I would say. Victor Bologan and Nigel Short, who are going to be facing off against, Bologan will be playing Norbek Abdusatorov, and Nigel will be playing Jan Nepomniachtchi. So, of course, this is a clash of generations. But I do expect these two older players to give it a good fight. I mean, these were top pros in their time.
Of course, okay. Nigel played the World Championship match, super experienced. And I think that he's a very unpleasant opponent because you just feel like his openings are probably not up to date, but on the other hand, his chess understanding, his fighting spirit is still fantastic. So that will be a very special game on board one between Jan Nepomniachtchi and Nigel Short.
Yeah, there actually might be some changes to the pairings. We just got word of that maybe these are not fixed pairings. We'll see.
Yeah, so, well, reportedly the round will be somewhat delayed because, yeah, it's either some changes to the board pairings, I would assume, not the match pairings, because the system is such that after the teams are paired, team captains have a very limited time window. I'm actually not sure how much, but it's up to 15 minutes, not more than that, to submit the board composition of the team for this particular round. So you can have...
I mean, in terms of the pairings that we do see, the ones between one of the top teams, Chelsea, and a team composed of very young players, rookies, I think is also going to present some interest because on board one, it would be Richard Rapport versus Ediz Gurel from Turkey. So Turkey has a number of young prodigies these days. Ediz is 15 years old, and his compatriot Erdogmus, if I'm pronouncing it right, he's 13 years old, and he is playing on the Chelsea team. On the other team, they're not going to be playing against each other, but their teams are playing against each other.
Wow. Okay. Well, first of all, about Gurel, I have been in Prague, in the Prague Chess Festival this year, and he sensationally won the very strong B group. So by the challengers, he qualified for the Masters event next year. Richard Rapport has rested in the first round. Now he's making his appearance in the tournament, and I want to ask Miro that what is your kind of experience that we see the WR team is kind of keeping the same lineup? Yeah, they are not changing yet. Emil Sutovsky, the captain of the Chelsea team, is changing now with it, and also Rapport are in the team who were not playing the first round. Do you have a feeling like what is the right strategy?
What's going on? Well, it depends. I think with Magnus, you kind of have to let him be. So if he doesn't feel like he wants to play round two, so be it. But normally, imagining myself being a player on top boards, still, I would not want to start with someone very strong. I would still need a round to kind of warm up, right? So it makes sense that both Rapport and Vidit are playing. They're still heavy favorites against the youngsters, respectively. Well, rating-wise, at least. I don't know how, let's say, how they match up nowadays, but rating-wise, of course, they are favorites, to play a game before, say, facing Magnus Carlsen or whoever's going to be in round 3.
And we also have Haik Martirosyan making his entry for the team Chelsea, and he's going to be challenged by the young player from Russia, Ivan Zemlyansky. And actually, I don't know that much about this player, Ivan, but I was doing a little bit of research, and on Erdogmus, actually, who played, I think it was in maybe the Sharjah Masters earlier this year, and I read that Zemlyansky had an amazing performance there, like over 2,700, and he's also like a very young man.
Wow, that's amazing. Like nowadays, this talent. So normally back in the day, you would hear about someone being talented at 10, and you would give him 5 years to become a grandmaster and to prove his talent and so on and so on. So nowadays, next half year, he might be among 26 plus rated, right? So that's so dramatically faster.
Yes, I think the young players also have tremendous chances on the internet. Yeah, they are playing hundreds of thousands of Blitz games already against very strong opposition. So they're also used to playing against top guys. Yeah, it's not like they are only playing at home or with their club members and then suddenly entering an international stage and facing some very strong players, and then you just froze. Yeah, you don't know how to play. They might have already beaten some of these players online.
Yeah, we also actually have a fascinating matchup between two young players in that match between Chelsea and rookies. But we have Erdogmus. He's going to be playing Roman Shakjiev. You know, the boy who became famous after the World Rapid and Blitz Championships in Samarkand a few months ago when he beat a bunch of grandmasters. I mean, he must be like 10 years old.
Yeah, maybe not even 10. I remember something like he was 8. Yeah, I was like completely shocked that it's impossible. What? He was not only making an upset in one single game, he was upsetting almost everyone in every single round.
Yeah, it seems like he's 8 years old.
Wow.
Yeah.
maybe 8 or 9 years old.
Wow.
Right now.
So basically Erdogmus, the veteran versus, wow, okay, fantastic.
Yeah, he was born in 2015, and he is a world under-8 European youth champion from a couple of years ago. He defeated 5 grandmasters at the age of 8 in Samarkand.
Yes.
So yeah, he would definitely acquired a lot of attention during that tournament. So their matchup is actually pretty fascinating.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Basically, also, when you are like a prodigy like Erdogmus, I'm not sure that it's comfortable to play against someone who is still so much younger because you are not used to this scenario. Yeah, you are.
Yeah.
I remember this. I recall when I was like the youngest grandmaster, I was like 13, 14 years old at that time, and then suddenly facing later some younger opponents were like very uncomfortable. Yeah, because it's just not the usual scenario.
Yeah, I was doing a little bit of reading up on Erdogmus, and one of his coaches, Romanov, Evgenij, was saying that he played a Blitz match against him when he was like 10 years old, and he lost 6-2. You know, getting a lot of winning positions, but not being able to convert them because he says this guy sees tactics very quickly. And actually, he is the 4th youngest grandmaster in the world. He became a grandmaster this year at the age of 13. So he's definitely one of the brightest young stars to watch and a potential 2,800 player, according to his coach, Shahryar Mamedyarov.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Well, times changed, right? Well, what can you say? We have a 17-year-old challenger to the world champion.
Right.
Yeah, who finally now turned 18 in May, yeah, but when he won the
He's legal to
candidates...
play the match, you know.
Exactly, yeah, but when he won the candidate, he was just still 17. Incredible, yeah, Gukesh is such an incredible player. His maturity, his chess, already one of the last tournaments that I have played, it was the Grand Swiss in 2019 in Isle of Man, and in the very first round I was paired with Gukesh. So we played a game, it was a very interesting game, it ended in a draw, then we had a post-mortem analysis together, we had a lot of fun, and already during the analysis, the way he asked me questions, I knew that, okay, this is a future superstar. Yeah.
How old was he then?
13, I believe. Yeah.
Yeah, well, we also got Elaine playing Astana 1. Going to be, I think, a pretty challenging matchup for Elaine, but they're putting in Artemyev, who was missing in the first round, back into the lineup. And the 2 players who lost in the first round, Morzin and Dubov, are also playing. So they're being given a chance to improve upon their round 1 results.
Yeah, I think this is also a very good psychological decision by the captain, yeah, because sometimes when the player loses and then the captain says, no, now you pause, it's some psychological feeling that you might feel that, I'm not needed anymore. Right. But Emil Sutovsky, of course, super experienced. He knows exactly that, okay, let me throw them in again.
Yeah, and... well, we also have Kazchess is represented by Mamedyarov, Svidler, and Grishuk. You know, not necessarily having too much in common, well, too close of an affinity with the country of Kazakhstan, but they are representing Kazakhstan here, and they are joined by, like as we had Bibisar as a guest in our studio, and Alisher Suleimanov, who made a name for himself last year when he defeated Magnus Carlsen in the second round of the Qatar Open. And they are facing off against a team called the Theme International Trading with a bunch of players in the 23-2400s.
Well, actually, I would even correct you because these are the rapid ratings. But I think the Singaporean top player, Tin Yin Zhao, he's like 2600. He was the one who knocked out Mamedyarov from the World Cup
last year.
Yes,
yeah.
and Jumabayev is a super strong player. He has just won also the Bill Open. Siddharth is also a strong grandmaster already. Don't underestimate this, and also special eye because Singapore will host the World Championship match, yeah?
Right, and I think Irina has also had his moment of knocking out a strong player from the World Cup, right? I think he beat Caruana a few years ago.
Yes, exactly. And then
2021
he was like 2650 player. And in my view, you know, whoever had 2650 at some point, he belongs to that rating. Yeah, he's a very strong grandmaster.
We also have a matchup between Timur Gareev, representing the Kings of Chess Krakow, a Polish team. And he will be playing against Wei Yi, I mean, I think that's going to be a pretty fascinating matchup because Timur is capable of beating anyone on a good day.
Well, but if he's playing Wei, does it mean, is it board 1 for their match?
No, it's still board 2 because Ding is their board 1. So he is board 2 and he will be playing black.
I am. And Ding is
playing Teklov, Pavel.
Yeah, the local, probably he's the local player, yeah, because I think he's a very solid player. Maybe that's why he's also more suitable for board 1, yeah, to try to keep the guard against the super guys, and then maybe Timur can make an upset on the second board.
Yeah, one of the very strong teams in this competition, which is actually coming here from last year's competition and pretty much the same lineup, is the Ashdod Chess Club. So the one difference is that they're now joined by Nihal Sorin. But their players, Eliana, Volikitin, they were also playing for the team last year.
Wow, so it's a very experienced team, and getting Nihal as a reinforcement for board 1 sounds very clever.
We also have a team with some of the best players from Uzbekistan other than Abdusatorov, Royal Chess, Sindorov, Yakuboyev, Vohidov and Vahidov are going to be playing a team called Hunu Air, which does have actually 1 GM and 2 IMs.
Yeah, it just shows that, yeah, second round, the tournament is heating up. We also see players already sitting at the board. Somebody is doing some stretching there. Okay, very interesting. Yeah, you have to stay in shape. Everybody in this marathon event, because we are talking about 4 rapid games that might not sound as too much. But with all these breaks, this can really be like a 6.5, 7 hours event. So staying fit should matter.
I think for me, the 2 most interesting matchups are between WR Chess and FIDE Management Board and Chessy and rookies. I really want to see the very young kids play, and I think they've got a chance against, it's a very strong team. Chessy, they're ranked, I think, like second or maybe third in this tournament after WR and the China Decade team. So they've obviously got an uphill battle. But these might be the names of the future that are going to be playing now.
Yeah, for sure. I was also thinking about what does this name mean, Decade of Chess Team. And then I understood that, of course, Tromsø Chess Olympiad 2014, China's men team for the very first time won the event, and Hungary was second. It's a very special. I remember the
Chinese. You think that's what it's about, Peter?
I think the Decade, yeah, definitely. And the Chinese players were really crying from all this happiness and everything. And we have been witnessing. We were one of the players who first congratulated them. Clearly very happy with our own result as well, with the silver medal. That's what it means, I believe.
Interesting, because I was thinking, it might have something to do with like a 5-year plan or 10-year plan, right? Because it's like kind of well-known in communist countries to have like plans that, look quite a few years ahead. So I thought it might have had something to do with that. But we can always ask them if we have a guest from China visiting
that'd
the
be
studio.
lovely, because now that you've spoken, you've reminded me of this Olympiad win for the Team China. One of the key questions they've touched in an interview, so what's next for chess in China? And they said, we want classical world champion. And back then, it didn't look very probable. But there we have it. Both world champions currently are from China.
Yes, I remember that Wang Yue was the first board. He was rock solid, and Ding Liren was already board 2 and was winning his games. Yeah, just crushing everyone. The very young Ding Liren was super energetic, and we hope that we will see this refreshed Ding Liren then in the World Championship match, because he's such a fantastic player. So everything that happened in the last half year or something should be just erased. And we have seen also in this event, he started fresh with 1e4, just some new emotions.
Yeah, Wang Yue is actually back in the lineup for Team China. He's playing on board 4 against a Polish GM, Szymon Gumulars. Do you know who that is, Peter?
Yes, Simon Gumulars is a young player.
Okay.
I think he's a young player. He should be like 25, 60 or something like this. He is moving up, maybe even already much stronger than his rating. I believe that he is probably 2600 strength player. I'm loving this event. Yeah, the big question also that, for example, China, we haven't talked about this. Fantastic players, and then suddenly the Joker board with 1400, but we know China 1400. Who knows what does it mean?
Anything.
Exactly.
Yeah, I think it's going to matter a lot who is coming here with a stronger amateur board. And what I noticed is there are a lot of young Kazakh players, even on like the more international teams, right? But those teams like found their amateur boards as local players here from Kazakhstan, like some teenagers. So, which I think is a pretty good decision, right? Because like they're maybe not as improving as quickly as like the 10-year-old kids, but they've got more maturity, more stability, and they're still capable of improvement in their late teens.
Yeah, right. And also, once again, not crossing the 2000 requirement, right? Like, I mean, maybe the older player, it never was his objective. He was a club player. He maybe never seriously taken the rating and so on. He can be like all-rounded, educated, and like you force him to play a couple of classical tournaments and you have 2400 international master, right? So you never know.
Yeah, the same applies with the young Indian players. Yeah, I believe that any young Indian player with 1800, okay, I would just take him to my team immediately. I'm closing my eyes. I just believe in him because we have seen. The only problem why they are 1800 because many of these kids, they have to play in India and they are playing against each other and nobody has rating. How do you gain rating? Then suddenly they come to Hungary, they play some international master event or grandmaster event and they are winning 200 points per one single event, showing their strengths.
Well, we also got one of the top players in the world here, very hot player, Arjun Erigaisi. You know, he's playing for Team MGD1, joining them this year. I think MGD actually placed third in last year's competition. And I think overall, maybe they were a bit of a stronger team last year. They had Hari Krishna. But, you know, this time they've got Arjun joining and as well as Narayanan, Ranuk Sadwani, very strong young player, Adiban Bhaskaran, and Harika. So this is also a team to watch.
Exactly, a very, very dangerous team. And again, what is the rating of Joker board?
The Joker board is rated 1954. Okay. So that's an experienced player. I don't know how much it means, you know, at that rating, but you know, he seems to be quite close to the maximum allowed rating.
Yeah, I actually also met this team because they are just very close to our room, and they looked very nicely organized. Yeah, they were together, super atmosphere. Miro already mentioned that they are also with laptops ready to prepare, maybe already doing some preparation. I don't believe that in the first two runs they really have to rely on preparation. This might come handy in later runs, but probably also checking their own games already from the first round. Super professional attitude.
Yeah, and they're captained by Srinath Narayanan, who was actually... He's a well-known chess coach in India, and I think he was the captain of the 2022 Indian, the silver medal winning team. I think they got in the Olympiad in Chennai.
Yeah, well, Ramesh was also captain. I'm confused. I don't know, but he was one of the captains.
Yes. Yeah. Yes, and so here he is again, and it looks like he's in the lineup for this round. It seems like he's going to be playing Edgar Mamedov from Kazakhstan.
No, this is Sunil Narayanan. Yes, this is Sunil. Yes, Sunil Narayanan had 2700 last year.
Okay.
He now dropped a lot of rating in just one event. Was very unlucky, but he is between this 2670, 2700 rating age.
So we got two Narayanans as part of that India team. Okay, there's the captain and the player. Yes. Got it. Yeah, so we're still waiting for the round to start. It's a bit of a delay. How sad, because I really want to start watching the games.
Yeah, and we also see, I think, Shagan Shah in the tournament hall. He is famous for making incredible broadcast from all the tournaments. Yeah, Chess Base India, such a lovely person. So nice to see him in action. in action because he is reporting for the tournament.
If I had to guess, he's talking to maybe Maria Emelianova, chess photographer. It's hard to tell from the back. We can just see her jacket, but I mean, I don't know who else could be wearing that colorful jacket.
Judging from the picture, it does seem to be quite a bit of a delay because players are not
even
getting
seated.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it'd be lovely to know what caused the delay, because the pairing is out. The board pairing is out for like 20 minutes at the very
But
least.
is it, or we just assume that it's out? We don't know. We are in the dark because in our system, the games are not yet loaded. So I'm also keeping an eye on the playing hall, and if the players would be already seated and we don't have the games, I'd be very nervous.
We're worried then.
Yes.
Well, if the delay continues much longer, we might get to see another night tango later on in the day. What do you think? What do you think about that, Peter? You know, the famous night dance?
Yeah, well, okay, but hang on. We are getting some message here.
We're getting the results of round one. Yes, 6-0 for WR Chess. Decade China won 5.5 to half. Only Li Chao gave up a draw. Chessy gave up 2 draws on the first 2 boards and won 5-1. Elaine pulled out a win 4-2 against GM's Kazakhstan. That was a bit of a tough match, and we did enjoy a couple of those games, watching them live. Kaz Chess, led by very experienced top world players, won 5-1. Indian team, 4.5, 1.5. Okay, so they gave up a little bit there. Narayanan lost a game. Ashdod won 5-1. GM Hans won 4-2. Yes, they were led by a loss on Hans' board. And the results are coming fast. We got 39 teams here. We got American player, by the way, leading a team from Kazakhstan. That was Justice Williams. You read that right. Okay, future GMs lost to FIDE Management Board, and that's why FIDE Management Board will be playing pretty high up. And all right, here's the Theme International Trading winning 5-1.
Well, it seems 4-2 was the closest score so far. So we can really say Elaine struggled in round one.
Well, it's good that it wasn't all like 6-0 scores in the first round. I mean, the matchups were there's a pretty wide gap between the teams in the first round.
Yeah. So Egypt won 6-0 as well.
We have our YouTube chat telling us, I wish the teams were more balanced out. Well, indeed, it's not like the Global Chess League, where the teams really are meant to be very balanced. Here, it's more like create the strongest team you can if you have the most money.
Nonetheless, right?
Yeah, there are some constraints, right? That's the big difference. But I think there's at least 5 teams here that are going to be competitive, Peter. And, you know, speaking of last year, well, the WR team, they did kind of run away with the event without losing a single match. But towards the end of the event, I think in rounds maybe 10 and 12, they actually gave up draws.
Yes, of course. But we also spoke about some teams like Elaine, the Chessy team. I mean, in one match, they are very much capable of pulling up an upset, no matter who their opponent is, even against WR Masters teams. So with Magnus Carlsen, clearly with Magnus, any team with Magnus. But on the other hand, so Magnus in a team where he might feel that actually I'm not needed. Yeah, because the team is already strong enough. So he's not playing the first 2 rounds. I don't
know. Do you think he'll feel that way, Peter? I mean, he probably won't even think about that. He'll be like, I'm Magnus and I'm here to play.
Well, you guys are not needed.
Yes.
Yes, but I mean, in a sense that he does it. And we talked about this, yeah, that basically Vadim's result is maybe more important for the team than Magnus's result. Yeah, because we know that Magnus is reliable, but also he will be facing superstars on the first board, and you never know which game will be deciding the match.
Well, actually, Vadim is their only amateur player, so he doesn't have a replacement on the WR team. And last year he went 6 out of 12. Very respectable score, but obviously a lot of the other teams might be hoping to surpass that and have an edge on the amateur board.
Yeah, but okay, as much as WR can be a favorite against, let's say, some middle team, still you have the Joker board, and then let's imagine that on board 1, WR has black, right? So you have 5 boards with, like, say, 3 blacks and possibly some grandmasters on the other team. It's rapid chess, and you have the Joker board, which, well, technically anything can happen. So even at 6 boards, the match is not guaranteed. It's pretty much never guaranteed. Right?
But there is also one more Joker in the Vadim's team, in the WR team, is Hui Fan. Yeah, I mean, Hui Fan on the women board, okay, she's already not the world champion because she does not play, but her strength is like 2650 plus. Yeah, and this can also be quite decisive. On the other hand, we see that all the strong teams have also very strong female boards. So it's going to be very interesting.
Yeah, I mean, I think the edge of WR on... Okay, we do have pairings. So WR is playing FIDE management board as we thought. There's no change there. We got Royal Chess playing Hunu Air. That's the Uzbek young players. Ashdod is playing Greco. I think that's what we had seen before. And Q4 Rail Krakow is playing Decade China. Right, that's the matchup between Garev and Wei He that we talked about. Chessie's playing Rookies, the young kids. That's going to be a really fascinating one to watch. So I think we had these pairings didn't really change. I don't know what was causing the delay. MGD is playing the team from Kazakhstan. Yep. So I don't see what the any big difference between these pairings and what we discussed, guys.
Yeah, nothing. One thing I'm a little bit unhappy with, that this Chessie Rookies team is not on the second or third board, and because it would be so nice to get perfect camera angle of all these youngsters. No, I mean, just to get a feeling how they react playing against the superstars. We might be able to get some. It would be so nice to see.
Yeah, so this could be the match we kind of dedicate most of our attention, right?
Yeah.
Well, we will have.
I think we still can. I mean, most importantly is that we get the chess positions, right? I think this match is going to provide a lot of interest for us. So, again, why we're so interested in the match between Chessie and Rookies? Well, we got Richard Rapport, who's going to be playing the 15-year-old prodigy Grandmaster Ediz Gurel. Peter told us that he recently won the Prague B group this year. We have the young Russian player playing 24-year-old Haik Martirosyan, who is fresh from his tournament in Biel that ended just a few days ago. We got Vidit Gujarati. I think everyone knows who that is. Played in the Candidates tournament this year, one of the top Indian GMs. He's actually playing an IM Red Samadov. I don't know who he is. I don't know. Have you ever heard of him, Miro?
No, not really.
No.
Yeah, there are just too many youngs, but certainly he's extremely strong also. And one thing I would like to say, one of the problems with this event is that whom do you root for? All the teams seem to be so sympathetic. I'm struggling because I have so many friends playing there. I want to root for them. The lineups are fantastic. Everywhere I'm looking, I'm really hoping for them to do their best.
Well, Red Samadov, he's an IM from Azerbaijan, and he's 17 years old. So yeah, that's a great age to be improving at chess.
Yeah, and so that means he's by far the oldest on their list. Yeah, at 17.
So far, yeah, from their top 4 players, he is their oldest. They also have a woman player, Alina Bival. So she would be probably the oldest on that team.
But anyway, yeah.
I think she was also mentioned as the captain of the team. If I'm not mistaken, I read it somewhere. That would be also very special.
Oh, yes, she is indeed the captain
Yes.
of their team. Okay.
Yeah, I was studying the list because simply I understood that I'm loving this event. I'm loving all these teams.
So you're saying, Peter, it's hard to have a favorite team.
Yeah.
But do you have one?
Well, okay, Vincent is playing in the WR team, but also it's not just Vincent. If you look at Abdusatov, Pragnanda, two other superstars, prodigies, there is Magnus Carlsen, Jan Nepomniachtchi is there.
Yeah.
I mean, how you are not rooting for this team? Yeah, it's just sensational. Hui Fan is there. On the other hand, they are the absolute top favorites.
Right.
And there is also...
How can you root for the top favorites, Peter?
Exactly. This is also the other element, yeah, that we are also hoping for some surprise, some upsets, everything. But the team, of course, the WR team is a monster team.
Absolutely. With you on this one, because if you'd ask me, Mira, whom do you want to win? I'd say my old friends, Peter Swidler, Alex Grishuk, but who will win? And it's one of the two, right? Or maybe, yes, WR, of course, that's a huge favorite, right?
So you like the team from Kazchas, Mamedyarov, Svidler, Grishuk.
Yeah, who doesn't? I actually have to ask like this, who doesn't? Because like you said, yeah, Mamedyarov, Svidler, Grishuk, I think everybody are big favorites of these players. And I believe Alireza Firuza has just beaten Alexander Grishuk in the speeches match. And then with what incredible respect he was talking about Grishuk, yeah, that I was studying his games, I was growing up with his games, I know he's such a fantastic player. And it's also so nice to hear this kind of between the generations. There's tremendous respect for their achievements.
Well, the second round is having a bit of a delay, and we're actually going to go on a break for a few minutes, guys, as we wait for the beginning of round two. So stay tuned. We'll be back soon.
Waves are off. His clock is ticking. How will he respond to Eco's first move already complete?
Who's gonna swing across the channel? I'm a strong swimmer. Who's gonna swim across the channel? Why did you wonder? You say like house. Am I right, boy? Am I right? Why did you wonder? Why did you wonder?
Make your move. The 45th FIDE Chess Olympiad, Budapest 2024, where the story becomes history.
Hey guys, we're back and hopefully we're about to start the coverage of the second round of the FIDE World Team Rapid Championship, which got a little bit delayed. The pairings have been changed, so everything that we talked about prior to our break is unfortunately not going to be relevant for this round.
Yeah, but I still feel happy that we managed to talk about the rookies team, yeah, because this is such an interesting team. It's now not facing... Who do they play?
They're playing the Astana Chess Club, so it's still actually going to be a matchup that we're going to want to watch on board number 7. And we do have some interesting matchups. We thought that FIDE Management Board, led by Nigel Short and Victor Bologan, would be facing off against the top-ranked WR chess team, but they're actually going to be playing the number 3 ranked team called Chessy. So it's still going to be a super competitive match. Royal Chess, the young players from Uzbekistan, who are members of the Uzbek national team, everyone except Abdusatorov, are actually going to be playing WR chess team.
So that's a serious test for WR because, you know, with young Uzbek players, you never know. Yeah, you never know. These ratings of theirs can be quite misleading.
Then we got Astana 1. We thought they were going to be playing Elaine. They're playing Decade China team, so there are going to be some Grandmaster matchups in that match. And Tennis Kazakhstan. I'm not sure who is playing for Tennis Kazakhstan. They are actually playing Elaine. Yeah. Tennis Kazakhstan is has some a GM, an IM, an FM. Also one of the members of their women's Olympiad team, Ksenia Balabayeva. So I have to say that that Elaine should be pretty big favorite over Tennis Kazakhstan.
Well, yeah, but once again, like this perhaps is the last round where on the top boards we can relatively easy go with, okay, this team is the big favorite. So starting from round 3, I believe there'll be quite a clashes.
Yeah, well, we actually have this very big clash between WR and the Royal team. I do remember the Olympiad in Chennai 2022. I was doing the commentary there and I was thinking like, yes, okay, it's a very dangerous team. It's a young team. You just don't know what they will do, but it's impossible that they will hang on forever to this incredible result. And what did they do? They won the
event.
They won the event, yes. So the Uzbek team they have shown their incredible fighting spirit. Yes, Abdusatorov is missing, but Sindarov and Yakuboyev and Vahidov are all part of this team as well. Not going to be easy. And the second, I feel like the unpleasantness for the WR team is that they suddenly got a very strong team. And it's not like slowly they are getting used to. It's a very dangerous situation.
Yeah, we don't actually know the board pairings yet. And we see that the players for WR chess have not arrived.
Could it be that they're calling Magnus and trying to wake him up because they didn't expect such a tougher position in round 2?
We do see Shahriar Mamedyarov from the Kaz chess team. He's going to be playing Theme International Trading. Okay, there's Nepo. We can recognize him from the...
There's Nepo on board 1, so
okay.
no Magnus.
There are no Magnus.
Okay, so he's showing up to play, I guess that should be Sindarov.
Yes, it is Sindarov. This could be also a big theoretical clash. Because Sindarov is playing the Arhangelsky variation, I believe, in the Spanish, which is a super sharp opening.
And yeah, like if one side prepares a novelty and you have 15 minutes on the clock to figure it out, it's...
Wow, look at this, Abdusatorov and everybody smiling against his fellow Uzbek young players.
Yeah, could have been a good team with him playing on board 1, right? But as it is, he's playing against his teammates. So he is sitting, I guess, against Noterbek Yakuboyev. It's a clash of 2 Noterbeks. And then we have Vohidov and Vahidov should be the next couple of players. Their female board is Alua Norman.
Wow, okay. This is going to be a hell of a match.
Yeah, well, so the change in the pairing that caused the lack of, or rather delay of round 2 apparently messed up with the PGN files. So, well, hopefully we get them restored because otherwise it'd be a shame to miss this action. Well, on this board in particular.
Yeah, well, we can see how well we commentate without seeing the positions, Miro.
Well, that was my experience back in the day. So, I'm quite seasoned as the commentator, not as much as Yasa, for instance, but so my first event was 2012. Well, technically it was 2001, so it was a TV show for Ponomarev Ivanchuk where I made the appearance, but let's forget that. And I think we were doing European Club Cup in Ashdod, in Israel, and at some point at round 1, all the PGNs stopped updating. We had real kind of from flesh and bone cameraman going from board to board and zooming in, and it'd be hilarious because I would go, yeah, it looks like Mickey Adams' position is slightly better. Oh wait, he's a rook up because
And this is the chassis team.
Oh, what happens?
Richard on the first board. They don't have opponents yet.
FIDE management board is not at the board yet. Maybe they're having their
management board meeting.
Yes.
Yes, they are protesting. We don't want to play against these superstars. No.
Just think of it like, so FIDE management board is not that weak of a team, and they're missing Sadowski as well.
Yes.
Who is
Right.
captain. Yeah.
Actually,
And there you have it. Nigel Short against Richard Rapport just shook hands. Wow, okay. Nigel, first board, trying to lead, and Emil Sutovsky is coming as a captain of the chassis team.
Did Nigel
Very
just make like the sign of victory or something?
This is sensational. How nice that we have this camera.
Yeah, so Nigel celebrating arriving at the board, I'm guessing.
As the only player who made it. I don't know. Yeah, well, I think we're going to be celebrating the beginning of the second round.
Yeah, that's something to celebrate.
To see some moves on the board.
Oh, yeah, well, at the very least, one thing I know is we do have the games. We do have the games.
We are not going to have to commentate blindfold.
I'm not sure if I have all the games. I do not see the WR match for now, but yeah, I do see Rapport Short, for instance.
Yes, I also see Rapport Short. Well, I have to say that Marty Rosyan did not play the first round, and then jumping into play against Viktor Bologan with the black pieces is not an easy pairing at all, because, okay, I recall, of course, Bologan from 15, 20 years ago, but he was such an incredibly powerful player, especially with the white pieces going e4, then also later d4, and he's an extremely strong player. Also, he wrote this sensational book with his best games. Very interesting. And we have already live action. There is c4, e6, in any case a Karlsbad on Jan Nepomniachtchi game against Sindarov. Big question for me, if I would have been the captain of WR and I have so many players, I might have given a pause to Abdusattorov. I'm not sure how comfortable he is with the situation. Now the big question is, maybe they already kind of decided before that this lineup plays the first two runs and then they will change whatever. We don't know the reason, but playing with the black pieces against Nodirbek Yakuboev, I think it shouldn't be so pleasant for Abdusattorov.
Well, Nepo played bishop g5 against the Queen's Gambit. Queen's Gambit has become so popular for the black pieces these days, Peter.
Yes, because it can be used against one c4 as a weapon. You can avoid the Nimzo Indian with also d5, e6 kind of move order. So there is quite a lot of logic behind it. On the other hand, usually white was happy getting the Karlsbad structure. But okay, all eyes. Well, all eyes. I would really love to have all eyes on the team of WR against the Royal Chess, but do we have the games?
Can we take a look maybe at Kastenyuk versus Alua Nurman? Kastenyuk plays a slightly unusual Sicilian with the queen capturing on d4 early. We haven't seen too many of the ladies' games so far.
I do have it on my board, so we might as well look at this one on their board. So started with d4, cd4, queen takes d4, when I say usual queen d4 line, which is not so usual, it's not that popular. So nowadays, bishop b5 is your to-go side line when you play against the Sicilian. Knight f6, and knight to c3, knight c6. And I think with and without inclusion of knight f3, knight c6, the main move, of course, would be to go bishop b5, to trade on c6, and just to play for development and everything. But queen d3, and there is something with this move, queen d3, because Abdusatorov plays it against the Najdorf, right? And I've seen people doing this as well. And it looks really strange, right? And it almost like you're breaking the rules of the opening play. But look what happens after castles. The fact that the queen is on d3 allows you to play knight d5 quite fast. So e4 pawn is protected with the queen on d1, and at some point the knight on d4 would be targeted, so you'll have to move the knight second time. So what interestingly achieves quite a reasonable setup particular against the dragon, right? So knight d5, bishop g4, c3, bishop f3. Okay, this happens, queen e5, queen e4, a6. Peter, what would be your take on this one? Because this looks, well, very pleasant for white if he has the time. And I don't see white not having the time, because also the knight on e5 is...
Well, my instinct is the question, does black get time to place the knight on c4? So some quick rook c8, b5, knight c4, or queen c7. Yeah. This is the question. A4.
Yeah,
there is the answer.
A6 played and a4. Right, so the only hope is indeed like to play rook c8, queen c7, knight c4 quickly. If this happens, maybe black is... Otherwise, we agree on black being in problem, right?
Yeah, now white probably wants to get the pawn to a5, then rook a4, you cover the c4 square forever. Yeah. Yeah, it's lovely.
Yes.
Only question, some rook c5 maybe can target the pawn.
Yeah. This could be, yeah, so maybe a5, I have to be careful with a5 then. All right, yeah, so white moves the a-pawn and the h-pawn very often in this setup, right? The h-pawn usually goes. If you stop it with h5, then bishop g5, and you do not know what to do with your a7 pawn, well...
Should be slightly better for white in any case.
So what happened was rook c8, bishop to g5, h6, bishop e3. So h6, well, potentially a weakness. No, not clearly. Well, clearly you cannot undo h6. So
yes,
makes sense to provoke something like that. So back to you guys for now. I'll check if we have anything else that is...
Well, Denis Makhnev has sacrificed a piece against Ding Liren. So let's take a look at that game. It's from the, what is called the anti-Moscow variation of the Botvinnik system. And...
Well, I think this is the famous Topalov sacrifice against Kramnik, yeah, knight takes f7.
Yeah.
And also it was Grishchuk against Ding Liren in Candidates Berlin 2018.
Was it Berlin or Moscow? It was Berlin. Yeah, in Moscow,
yes.
Ding Liren did not play.
Yes, exactly. When Grishchuk actually had a very promising position, but then things got out of control. And look at this. This is what we really love when player like Denis Makhnev, when facing the world champion, is not thinking about safety, that how do I use the white pieces to shut the game down. No, he's challenging him to the maximum.
Yeah. 16 minutes on the clock as well. So that means he's not hiding his intentions. He shows everything's prepared, so you better be ready to play this crazy position.
Yeah, and I'm not sure that basically, because if it's a super event, you recheck all these sharp lines as a player. But coming to this event for the first day, you might have been thinking from Ding Liren's perspective, okay, let me play from my class. Yeah, but this is a big challenge. Yeah, if you don't remember your stuff, it's gonna be very dangerous.
Okay, we also have Kamaladinova Merort playing black against Wang Yue. And she has also put a pretty aggressive move on the board in the style of her teammates. So this team from Kazakhstan is playing very aggressively against the China team. She has just played G5. Is that theory in this position, Peter?
Well, exactly this position I don't know, but I do recall that it was Topalov who played some G7, G5 in maybe Stavanger against Magnus or something. This is what I'm recalling. The whole idea, let me just show very quickly the point that after knight takes G5, black is trying to go rook G8, and there is the pin on the G file. So if the white knight retreats to F3, then bishop takes H3 comes. It gets to a very double-edged position. I would say that even this is fine for white because it's a solid construction, but we see that the game can completely get a crazy character.
Well, another game that already has a crazy character is their final board, the amateur board. We don't know much about the Chinese player on the 6th board, Pang Bo, because he doesn't have a rating in either classical, Blitz, or Rapid. But right now we have a chance to learn a little bit more about him. He's playing with the white pieces, and well, it looks, I don't know, what does this position look like? It's already very unbalanced, Peter.
Yeah, this is some kind of Vienna gambit.
This game or
yes, this maybe Miro, you can show it there with move F4.
Yeah. So let me first come up with confession that I was playing D2, D3 in this position even when I was like 2300 and so on. It does not lose, by the way. It does not lose. It's not a great move. Queen F3 is stronger. So I did have some experience with that. Oh, and what I wanted to say that, like, if you play this, that means you're not just 1400 who was told that you're playing for a team. You clearly have the idea, right? So if I was forced to take someone 1400 on my team, I would say, okay, go knight f3, g3, bishop g2, castle, and then think. Yeah? Like, so if you play an opening like this, very sharp opening, you understand you're taking risk. And also, I think by that point already, one may say it worked to an extent, right? So white potentially... White might be better, in fact, now that I'm thinking.
Yeah, the pawn got to F5. How did this pawn really get to F5?
So bishop b5, and black voluntarily went f7, f5. And I'm thinking, well, this could be okay, but then after d3, after d3 you cannot move the knight. So the whole thing was like moving the black knight from c5 to e6, sometimes not capturing on c3, right? So d3, knight takes, pawn takes. Now it does look... well, very pleasant for white.
Yes, the knight is heading to F4. Yeah, knight H3, knight F4, knight G5, depending on the situation. Looks very promising.
Yeah, black has to figure out how he's going to be guarding that D5 pawn. Maybe he'll be going like bishop E6, queen D7.
Yeah, well, bishop E6, and then, say, allowing white the capture on E6, right? But then the question is if black is in time to do that. So bishop E6, then, I don't know, well, should it be... Okay, let's go with knight h3.
Yeah, stopping any g5 that wasn't working anyway. Yeah.
Queen d7,
Queen to d7, say knight f4.
And probably you have to touch this bishop with a6 quickly, because I'm afraid that knight e6, d4, and then the bishop comes back to d3 if I can keep the two bishops.
Yeah, so that you go a6, let's say, bishop takes, or, queen takes...
Fine.
It looks okay for black, no?
Yeah, well, it does, especially if I'll manage to capture this bishop, which I'm
by
not
tomorrow.
Apparently. Yes, so queen takes. Well, the thing is, can I take... Yeah, well, I can take e6 for sure, right?
But yeah, this is solid for black, yeah.
Castles...
G6.
G6, yeah. Bishop G5, last attempt to pretend I have something. No, bishop G7, you'll castle short and it's okay.
Yeah, it should be fine. In any case, already the black player is thinking for like 3 minutes because it's not a standard position, not easy. There are many dangers looming, but besides after a6, white could have maybe just played bishop a4, keeping the bishop, yeah? It was not a given.
It was an option, yeah, as well.
But then, okay, b5, all right, we talked enough of this game.
We also have a very interesting move chosen by Bologan against Martirosyan in the match between FIDE Management Board and Chessy. He just played a move G4, certainly not forced. It definitely feels like a more ambitious option, trying to clamp down an F5. And of course, we know he's going to try to get a knight there. I guess we also assume that white will be castling queenside in this game, Peter.
Yes, this is somewhat different, but at the same time has very much the same spirit, like one of these very sharp lines that were debated some 10 years ago, or like 2016. I recall this candidates 2016 in Moscow, when this whole stuff appeared, and it's considered to be quite dangerous for black. Yeah, if white's knight gets to f5, white then plays also some rook g1, goes g4, g5, h4, h5, and then just tries to checkmate black. You very correctly highlighted that usually also queen e2, bishop d2 is the setup so that white is able to castle long, but for the moment also the king is quite safe in the center. In any case, a typical Bologan position that he's going for it. He wants to have a big fight, and he knows if they want to do something from this match, then actually he needs to score, because otherwise they will clearly be outclassed in this encounter.
Shall we take a look at the very interesting position between Yakuboyev and Abdusatorov on board 1? We have a big imbalance in the pawn structure. Yakuboyev has an isolated pawn on d4. He has a bishop versus a knight. I have to say, intuitively, looking at this position, I'm very comfortable with black's position, and I feel like he could try to take over and play for a win already.
Well, it's again a matter of time, yeah? This is the wrong position. Well,
we need to refresh it. I refreshed it, so that helps me move further along, because I was like, why are our games all stuck in the beginning? And thankfully that refresh button helped out a lot.
Wow, okay. Yes, so I managed as well. It was a dangerous move that I made, but I managed to press the right button. And yeah, the knight is on f5. My question basically was answered. Yeah, black was in time to stabilize, and in this case, really black can play for a win.
Yeah, because this imbalance definitely gives black good chances. You can play the queen on e7, the rook on d8, and just attack that d-pawn. And I can see why he has already built up a nice time advantage over Yakuboyev. He's got like 14 and a half minutes to 8 minutes, and Yakuboyev is struggling to find a plan here. Okay, let's also go to Nepo versus Sindarov. They are now on move 19. Nepo is also playing against an isolated pawn, although I'm less clear on the evaluation here, Peter, because I don't think black has such a bad version of the isolated pawn. What do you think?
Yeah, my feeling is also that black is perfectly fine. One trick I see that white somewhere could have potentially is knight d4, b5 idea. And then knight c7 fork is coming, and okay, you can still defend it with knight e6, but it's not the direction you want to move that knight from c5. Black is also trying to keep that knight on c5 because the knight heads towards the d3 square. Also, white's a4 pawn is kind of weak. I do feel, I perfectly agree with what you are saying. Black has solved his opening problems, but against Jan, this is just the beginning of the game. Jan is like 3 minutes up on the clock, or maybe 4 minutes already up on the clock. Has a stable position, but black is fine.
Okay, how about we take a look at Zhal Mahanov versus Yu Yangyi on the next board. The China team playing the team from Kazakhstan, and it does look like black is going to be doing pretty comfortably in this Sicilian. I mean, he's got the bishop pair, although white's got the queen posted on g3 and has some bishop h6 ideas. And now Ramazan played knight bd4, an enterprising pawn sacrifice.
Yes, he's relying on some tactical trick, yeah, that if, for example, black captures on e4, f takes e4, then knight c6 hits the queen. And then the knight trades on a7, and the white rook can capture on f6 because of the pin. So be careful. There's a devilish trick here, but I'm assuming that Yuanji should have some way to deal with this.
I mean, I guess he could consider taking on d4 and trying to take on e4. It's a bit risky. I mean, that strategy.
Then bishop g5 comes. Yeah, let me just pull it up. So, for example, David Bar says that black is doing extremely well. In a practical game, I'm not sure. Look at this: f takes e4, bishop g5 pin.
Maybe
okay.
knight h5,
knight h5 and f6 works. Or something.
Yes, but okay, knight
h5 and queen b6. Maybe queen b6.
Okay, wow. All right, but you
even
need,
then, yeah.
You need good nerves and good calculation. Yeah, that's.
But even then, bishop e3, the line is not is not over. If you have to play g6, then in a practical game, how can you be relaxed? Yes. Like
no. This basically also explains that Here it was after castles. White has played the move f4, f5, which the computer probably criticizes. E takes f5, followed by knight bd4. It was the strategy. So it's not like White has made a mistake. White is simply believing that he can go for this attack. Now it's the question, is Yuan-Ji a computer? Is he able to calculate, navigate all these complications to perfection in a rapid game? It's not easy.
Okay, there's also some action between Hasanov and Rosenstein on the final board of the WR Royal Chess match. Let's take a look. There's like a big imbalance already. I have no idea what's going on. White has 2 pieces for the rook, but black has a bunch of center pawns. And right now, white has sacrificed a pawn with b4 that black decided not to take. So what do we make of this position, Peter? Are the 2 pieces better or the center pawns?
Well, it will still we have to wait for the next couple of moves. I do believe, my gut feeling says that maybe b3, b4 was missed by Vadim. It could easily be because this b4 is a game changer. If black takes queen takes b4, then white plays rook b1. And then things are heating up on the b7 bishop. And if black is unable to capture this pawn and had to retreat with the queen to d8, I'm feeling like some b4, b5 breaking the construction. Okay, white plays a4. I was thinking like b5, c takes b5, knight c3 could have been very dangerous for black.
Well, isn't a4 like a bit too soft or too white feels too comfy in a way?
Yeah, but on the other hand, black played the move e5. White will be able to jump with the knight to d6. This is also like...
No, e5 is probably just not good because bishop h6 is available as well. Like knight d6 in some order, right? Like knight d6.
We have one decisive result already. Richard Rapport has beaten Nigel Short with a pretty nice attack on the king.
Wow.
Maybe you can show us that game, Miro.
Yeah. Well, from certain points, it started in a relatively innocent way. It was not the exchange Spanish, but something very similar. Right, so it was delayed exchange Spanish, let's call it. Castles, knight to d1, bishop d2. And okay, I'm just fast forwarding. And normally what you would expect, so black castled long, white knows where the target is, so he starts moving the pawns. Black starts moving the pawns, but white did not castle yet. So it was b4, knight to d7, so black kind of has to take some action on the queen side, and this is the moment where white castles. Fast forward, b5, the breakthrough, ab5, knight to d5. And I don't know how dangerous that was, but certainly the next move Nigel has played is not a great move. Bishop c5, and then I believe our most experienced viewers already figured it out. Rook a8, followed by knight takes c7, and white wins the queen and the game in 10 more moves. Yeah, so it was a blunder. However, it looks like after knight d5, white has serious chances of developing a strong attack. Yeah.
But in that same match, Nigel's teammate Zhu Chen has just made a very aggressive move against a young player from Turkey, Yegiz Erdogmuz. She just pushed her pawn to f5. Peter, is that the beginning of a serious attack, or does it look more like a bluff?
Well, let me get the game.
She's down to a little bit under 6 minutes, but she's definitely making Erdogmuz think with this last move. I don't know that he has... I mean, I guess he's thinking, should he take... the bishop or the pawn?
Again, it's a move that the evil bar is criticizing. On the other hand, it's the principal move, because if we just go back 2 moves after castles, knight bd7, if white plays the move f4, which kind of aims to cement the knight on e5, then after g6, black is strategically threatening to play bishop f5, and black will have a very comfortable position. So clearly, Zhu Chen with her class knows exactly that she has to sacrifice something, and with f5, she is now preparing this exchange sacrifice. Bishop takes f5, rook takes f5, g takes f5, queen takes f5 is actually looking quite promising for white, isn't it?
Yes, it does. Well, I'd be scared with black. I mean, in this position, there is something magical about this f5 square. So whenever your opponent's piece is on f5 and you possibly don't have a piece to get rid of it, right? There is no pawn, there is no light square bishop. It is very irritating, the queen on f5 in this line.
I'm very interested how the young player, the young prodigy will handle this, because we often talk about this, that the young generation, the computer generation, yeah, they are fearless, they are working with the engine, and they don't have these human emotions that we used to have, that no, this is absolutely no-go because you're going to be checkmated. They are capable of keeping the emotions and calculating like a machine.
All right, well, let's go back to board one match between Vahidov and Keimer. I think you're going to be happy to take a look at that board, Peter. And it's a very fascinating, unbalanced position between these two players. So white has an extra pawn, but it's a doubled pawn. White center pawns are not really mobilized. Black has a very solid structure and just went with a knight into the center to attack the rook. But the rook is very interestingly placed on the 4th rank. However, the knight has some ideas sometimes to go to d3, perhaps. So you have to be a little careful about rook f4, because there could be a knight d3 idea, but then there could be, I don't know, rook takes f6, pawn takes.
Well, but look at this. Is this clock correct? I cannot believe that Vincent is already done to 2.5 minutes. It cannot be. I don't think it's possible, because the run did not start so...
Some players don't have a lot of time, Peter. I did notice there are some, like, for example, in the game between Yakuboyev and Abdusatorov, Yakuboyev-Noterbek, he has 1 minute and 15 against like 12:42. So there are some players that just don't have a lot of time at this point. And maybe that's what's happening in this game between Vahidov and Keimer.
Yeah, but I'm also confused, because if I look at this position, it looks like it's very dangerous for black. The evaluation bar is completely frozen, or it's irrelevant, because it simply cannot be that black is better here. Actually, black is fighting for survival. This knight on g6 is a monster. It's ready to jump to f5. The bishop on b2 is a monster piece that is threatening to checkmate black's king. So maybe actually Vincent ran into some very unpleasant preparation, and he's facing a lot of problems.
Yeah, so rook d4 happened, queen e6 and rook f1. White is bringing his pieces in, so he's got the extra pawn and he's got the initiative on the king side. His rooks are really impressive looking on the D and F files. So is Vincent going to be able to neutralize this initiative? He just played rook d8, trying to trade one of these rooks. And let's see, I think Vahidov really doesn't want to trade the rooks.
And look at this, I refreshed, and now it's plus 2.8. The computer test evolution.
Yeah.
This is much closer to reality, because black seems to be in a lot of trouble, and Vincent will have to fight very hard to survive this.
And you know what? It's not the only problem WR has, because they will be starting this match in a minus. If you check the Joker board, which I did, and Vadim Rosenstein, he made, I think, the first major mistake was to accept the challenge and capture on e4. I don't know if he overlooked or overestimated bishop e3, underestimated bishop e3, queen takes a1. And then there was a sequence of moves, or rather here. So the positions look like this. White, well, let's agree white is better. And then what happens, like, it's such an energetic place. c5, move with the tempo, or rather posing a problem. The d5, bishop f4, move with the tempo. You cannot go e5 because there is knight f6 tactic. You go to a5, another move with the tempo. That's what we call initiative, right? So this, after queen d8, well, a4 is something that we were criticizing a bit, but then after e5, then again, bishop h6, and b5 undermining the d5 pawn. After rook d7, bishop h3. It's a perfect play. I'm sorry, but that's f5, bishop g5. Now knight gets to f6, white winning.
Yeah, we already got an answer. Yeah, that the Uzbek Joker is a very strong player.
Yeah,
certainly. Yeah,
well, that's clear.
And this Abdusatorov, who is basically the best chance for the WR team to bounce back. But Vincent in trouble, Rosenstein is kind of losing.
And I'm not sure that Nepo is doing that amazing either. Right now, he is down a pawn in the end game, and he's down on the clock a bit. And it seems to me like he's just trying to hold the balance. I mean, he just played the move bishop g5. He wants to, he wants to double up black's pawns. And I assume just try to make a draw because the black b pawn looks pretty good. On the other hand, the white knights is certainly powerful. They're kind of dominating the rook. He can always go rook b1. So it's not that simple for Javo here. And he needs to figure out, can he make the move knight e4 work here? Or is like something like bishop e7 too much of a problem? What do you think, Peter?
Yeah, it's kind of difficult to say. Clearly, black is doing well. Yeah, he actually opted for knight c4, allowing bishop takes f6, gf6. But trying to use the fact that the knight on c6 is kind of eternally protected by the knight on d4, that's true. But if black gets time to push b3, because white cannot capture on b3 due to the hanging knight on c6, this is a tactical element. But clearly, Jan plays rook b1, stops that b4 pawn, super important. It seems that black should be fine, but white has enough. I mean that white should be fine. Black has the pawn up, and he opted for knight e4. What a tricky move. Knight takes b4 runs into rook b8. Pin. What a nasty trick. And there is no good way. Okay, knight dc2 and then knight c6. Wins material. So be careful.
Let's also take a quick look at the game between Denis Makhnev and Ding Liren. Makhnev sacrificed a piece in the opening in a well-known line. And does he still have compensation, or has the attack been misplayed? I mean, I kind of have the feeling that black is okay here, but it's hard to say for sure. He's been trying to pin that knight on b5 to keep it from moving to d6 in the last couple of moves.
Yeah, basically it seems like white has made quite a big progress on the queen side. Yeah, he opened the A file, he tripled on the A file. However, black is holding the defensive line with the knight on b8 protecting the bishop on a6. The rook on f7 is kind of covering the 7th rank. White clearly wants to jump with the knight to d6. That would be lovely, but for the moment this queen is kind of pinned.
Can he do it anyway?
Because knight takes f7 is a check, yeah?
f7 was a check, so...
Yeah, razor sharp position. But actually, before we get into this match, I just want to take a look. What about Prague and what about Kostenjuk? Because this match is now so dramatic.
Yeah, we haven't yet taken a look at Prague's game, and it looks very unclear against Vohidov. Vohidov has some nice knights on the king side. He has some play on the f file, but he is being blocked by the knight on f5 as well. So it's a little difficult. It feels like balanced is my first take on this position. But at the same time, it's like, it's kind of unbalanced. Well, balanced, but unbalanced as well.
Very tense, I'd say.
It's tense, right? I prefer white because this bishop on c2 is very powerful. The knight on f5 is beautifully protected. And Prague also has the time advantage. I think this is a very good chance for the WR team to win a game. And what about Kostenjuk? Because actually they really need Vadim in trouble, Vincent in trouble, Nepo is not doing that great as well.
I think her opponent has actually played pretty decently, Alua Norman, and I'm not so sure if Kostenjuk has an advantage here, but I guess she wants to go rook a1 to protect the pawn and try to go rook b4 and win the pawn on b5. If she manages that, things will be good, but there
is this knight d3 idea, yes. Knight d3 not only hitting the pawn on b2, but knight c5 might be also hanging in the air. Very double-edged now.
Yeah, and also rook a1. I guess sometimes there's ideas of b6, but then white always has a6.
Yeah, but you go knight d3 first, and then maybe you're threatening b6, a6, knight c5, you know,
right.
Some forks. Yeah, there is a feeling like black gets this jumping, which feels, you know, temporarily, but sometimes in these structures, there is always a jump for black.
Yeah, certainly. No, it's not the stable advantage that we talked about before, out of control. So what does it mean? That the match is very level, with very good chances for the Uzbek team to get the lead, but
Well, they're going to lose on. I mean, Rosenstein is going to lose, but I think they're going to win on the board between the two Noterbecks, right? So Abdusatorov does have an extra pawn, tons more time. So I think that basically means the score is going to be equal. And then the question is, what's going on in Vahida versus Keimer? Actually, Keimer has 27 seconds, but he's still alive, and his kingside position has not been destroyed. Actually, doesn't look that bad at first glance for Black, as we thought it might be, Peter.
Well, the computer says plus 4.8.
Well, but not to my eyes.
Yes, but the problem is h4. Yeah, White just plays in the most cynical way. h4, h5, kicking that knight on g6, and then the g7 pawn is falling. It's going to be checkmate, so Black had to play the move h5. You had to stop this pawn from advancing, and now I wonder that queen d1, knight takes b2, queen takes h5. Isn't this checkmate? But then Black still goes queen e6. All right, it's not over yet.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't feel completely over as long as like your knight is on d3, kind of bothering the bishop. I mean, we could try to make this very ugly move, bishop a1, just to like actually even threaten the b7 pawn. Maybe it's not so bad. Threaten b7 and also be free to go queen d1.
And maybe also at some point you might be just trapping the knight with rook d1 as well. Yeah, the knight on d3 is kind of trapped. But with white, I'm so much more tempted to try to checkmate my opponent outright, because when do I get all this? I'm pawn up and I have the attack and I have all the possibilities.
But there is also one more idea. I don't know how good it is, but let's actually allow to exchange the bishop. Let's go e4, I thought.
But d5 on the board, same idea.
d5 on the board, yeah. Like e4, knight b2, queen b2, or d5, knight b2, queen b2. Well, I don't think knight b2 is possible at all, because then g7's hanging and the knight on g6 hanging. Yeah, so
he has a hard time holding g7 here, right? It looks like he just has to give up that pawn.
Yeah, basically it's game over. I don't see... Somehow I felt like...
Rook takes, maybe? Rook takes, and...
Then bishop takes, there's rook f5, right?
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, rook takes has to be played. Vincent down to 15 seconds. Yeah, he took rook takes d5.
So
knight
knight
e7 check.
Knight
Oh,
E7.
wow. Oh, wow. Oh, wow.
He's getting the rook to
g7, rook f7.
Nice.
Oh.
No, it's a massacre.
Nice tactic.
Yeah, king h7 had to be played, and now anyway rook takes f7 is coming.
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't need to take the rook, yeah. So in fact, that it's rook d5 interposes, so the queen would protect f7 otherwise.
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah.
I mean, this is turning out to be a really tough match for WR Chess, because now by losing this game, they might be 2-1 behind in the match.
But still, they are actually having chances. Yeah, Vincent played the stylish rook d4, the only move not to design, but it does not change anything, because actually white is just collecting the knight on g6. Yeah, bishop takes d4, queen f7, knight takes g6, queen f2 check, king h2 is game over.
So Prague, let's take a look at his game. This is going to have enormous significance. He's 2 minutes up on the clock. They haven't made too many new moves. Rook d2, bishop b8, queen f3, queen g5. Vohidov stepped into a pin. But I guess the move g3
Well, he's
doesn't
also
really bother him.
Yeah, well, the point was that he's also setting up rook takes f5 sacrifice, and then e takes f5 e4. That was hanging there, so that's why Pragna repeats with queen g3, not because he actually wants to repeat. The match situation also doesn't allow him, but much more he understood the power of the move queen g5.
So you think Black is just going to be, he went queen f6. And so Prague has to figure out something else to do. He definitely needs to bring a win to his team. How's Nepo doing? Nepo is still down a pawn. And actually, is he going to be able to hold on here?
He's fine. I think the worst has passed, because he gets this blockade on the b3 square. The pawn doesn't mean that much. Black's pawn structure is completely isolated. The knight on d4 is stopping everything. In fact, I believe that if Black is playing for a win carelessly, then maybe even it can turn into White's favor. Imagine that if Black trades on c1, of course Black shouldn't trade and he did not trade, but then Rook takes c1, Rook c8, you create that pin, Rook goes behind from b8 and then you all jump with Knight f5. But yeah, Knight c5 on the board.
Yeah, Black doesn't want to trade the knights because it'd be very hard for him to improve his position after that. Maybe he wants to try to get that knight to c3.
Yeah, but hang on, now Knight c2, he picks up the pawn on b4.
Ah.
And Jan will start the
Knight
massage.
C2. Oh, yeah, he was only expecting Rook b4, which wasn't working for White. So Knight c2.
And then look at the body language. Jan knows exactly that I have a chance, I have the time advantage, you have all the weaknesses.
That was a big blunder by Sindarov. Up a pawn. He gave up a very important pawn. And now he's got the worst pawn structure and has to defend.
If I may, I have an update on the match on the second table, where we have 2-0 for Chinese team. So first of all, the Joker won in 20 moves. We were doubting his, his Vienna game. He won in 20 moves quite convincingly, but maybe has something to do with his opponents making a mistake. And Ding Liren has won against Makhnev. And remember, we had one position on the board which was very, very sharp and everything, right? The knight d6, the possibility of knight d6 was discussed, and it was played indeed. Knight d6, queen takes a4, knight takes f7. Okay, it doesn't work. We simplified there. And we simplified again. So this was the position. White is a pawn up, but b2, of course, is very, very weak. However, he did not have to lose it. This one might be problematic already, but the game finished in 2 moves. Check, careless king f4, and bishop c1. It's a checkmate. Yeah. Somewhat unexpected. So if anybody's kings would be suspected to be in checkmate, it would be Black king. No, it's Black who checkmates in this line. Now we know.
Yeah, this is chess. This is chess. Yeah.
It looks like Kostyuk is also better in her endgame against Alua Nurman. She has a strong outside pawn on a5, which is really pretty difficult to stop. It just kind of has a clear path up to a7. Peter, what do you think? Can that pawn be stopped?
Very difficult, yeah, very unlikely. I also like very much that actually this pawn on f3 takes away all the nice squares. For example, if knight e4, knight c5 would be possible for Black, then we would be saying that this dangerous good knight is jumping back. Also, White's king is super safe because even if you go for some desperate counterattack, White can very nicely just ignore it with king f2 and the a-pawn runs. I don't see the counterplay. And Black is also done under a minute on the clock.
It looks like Prague might be taking over a bit in his game with Vohidov. They don't have a lot of time. They're both under a minute, with Vohidov just having 17 seconds. Now they're in the end game. I do like White's control over the light squares structurally. He appears better, so I would have to give the edge to Prague at this point.
Yeah, certainly. This bishop on e4 is such a monster bishop. Also, this construction with Black's pawn on e5 and bishop on c7. Yeah, bishop c5, a typical way of hitting the rook. Also going away with the bishop from the Black's knight's
Maybe a move like g3 here, Peter.
Yeah.
G3, king g2.
We all agree.
Yes, and checkmate on the h file somewhere.
But he went for the more direct c4, which, it looks okay. I'm not sure what was the advantage of that immediately. I mean, he's not winning anything on the d file. He was trying to probably infiltrate
knight
to d7.
d6. No, he probably did calculate something, because knight d6 and the knight on g6 is hanging, and if you take the knight b6, and then like the rook and the knight and the pin, Black's position is falling apart. Yeah, knight d6 happened. Now bishop takes d6, bishop g6 wins on the spot. Things are running out. Incredible, yeah, that the Uzbek team doing some incredible magic, winning 2 fantastic games. But this is the WR team. They have the potential to bounce back no matter what happens to them.
Yeah, that was a real miracle, though, I think, for Nepo to be going from like worse to just, better. Now he's going to be torturing his opponent. Although, I mean, I have to say, okay, yeah, still better looking for Nepo. But
Well, but the situation is such, that Prague has already won, so they are only -1 at the moment. If Kostyanyuk wins, she equalizes. And then there is also Abdusatulov. Last time we checked, he had a very superior position, and it did not change. He's pawn up, and it should be winning. Yeah, it's somehow the knight on d6 is also a monster piece. I don't see Yakubev surviving this with 15 seconds on the clock.
okay, and Zhu Wenjun, she's trying to checkmate her opponent, and I think she probably will succeed in that. Yeah, she's opening up her opponent's king right now. I don't think it's going to be long before she gets a checkmate.
Okay, I don't have that game, but okay, right now. Anyway, Kostyanyuk is winning. Yeah, I mean, okay, this pawn on a7 has advanced. Black is completely pegged because the problem is knight takes c6, d takes c6, rook takes c6, rook b8 check is game over, and otherwise you simply cannot put up any resistance. That will officially equalize the match, and then suddenly the WR team has the better chances.
Okay, let's take a look at Nepo versus Sindarov. Actually, Sindarov is back to being up a pawn. So I think he's not in any trouble anymore in terms of making a draw, right? Things are going fine for him.
Yes, now, okay, Jan is building this blockade on d3. That's what I assume. But also he's looking at the match. All right, let's take a look. We have the camera. No, he's actually not looking anywhere, just on his own board. I'm assuming that by now probably he knows that the team is doing fine. Wow, knight g4, knight h6 check. That's kind of very tricky in time trouble. What happened here?
Okay, so knight g4 is the idea.
Well, it's already happened. It's on the board. I just don't know the move from black after knight f2. Yeah, there we have it. Rook e6, knight, bishop c5, knight g4, rook e6.
So is he planning g4 here to try to weave a mating net for that king? Because
if the rook ever enters, yeah? Some danger.
I think something moved on the king side, so it must have been the pawn.
Rook c1 and rook to a5.
Okay, so he's trying to keep the white rook out. But that black king
d3,
is...
I think. I wanted to suggest, it would be nice just to play h5 and then hg, but hg, rook h1, rook h6, checkmate is another angle. Yeah, if black suddenly prematurely opens up the h file, trying to create luft for the king, it could potentially backfire because of some...
So everything in this match is going to be decided on the first two boards. Right now, they're even in score. And if Yakuboyev can hold, which...
Yeah, and now the players are looking. Take a look. Yeah, both of the players stood up. They are looking at the situation. Was the situation Abdusatulov's board?
Yakuboyev, in fact, I mean, he's asked a big question, right?
I mean, white kind of has to capture...
But then knight f3 check, knight x2 is also there, right?
Yeah.
Right, and then...
Maybe you can run with the king to the queen side.
King d4 and hope for it to work.
Yeah, maybe you can do it because you've got a bishop. It's going to be pretty effective at guarding the h-pawn.
So it's not over, but the results, so...
He did take the pawn on c2. And
the results are the thing, knight c2, king f5, maybe?
Yes, we're in a king and pawn
because you cannot allow king e4 or king g4. You probably have to go f3, g4, and then...
Yeah, f3, g4
then,
looks
I don't
bad.
know what.
Yeah, but we cannot run towards the a-pawn, you are sure, yeah?
I'm not sure. It's just that...
Yeah, it's on the board.
He might have to run towards the a-pawn, right? King c3, king e4, king c4, king f3, king b5.
Takes, king a6, f5, king a7, f4, they takes, a5, king moves.
Yeah.
Looks like a draw, huh? Same.
Okay, but he played
I don't know,
f3.
my very clumsy calculation. Maybe there is something... he can do.
Okay, body language says that Sindarov feels like he's doing fine.
Yes.
And he doesn't feel like he's in any danger at all.
Yeah, all eyes on Nodiabek.
Look what he's done.
So it all depends on Noterbek.
What he's done. I'm getting this game updated. So you know what happened? He went f3 after king f5, g4,
so he ran into
king
this.
d3, pawn takes, king e3,
King g4.
king g4, king f2.
But why isn't this
losing here?
lost?
Why is he so happy then?
He's not happy. I think Sindarov is very unhappy that actually then the match is lost despite all these heroic efforts. I just don't see how he's...
Okay, so I think this one ended in a draw.
This one ended in a draw. Yeah, now...
It all comes down to this one game in the king and pawn endgame, but it does look like white has lost a pawn, and I don't think there's going to be a miraculous...
Yeah, a5, exactly. a5 on the board. I was wondering that, okay, why not just a5 to make sure that it can't hurt the position?
Yeah. I mean, you can go just king h3 here, right?
Yeah, but first also now white is in a Zugzwang. Yeah, king e3. Can also go f5, f4. Okay, everything wins.
Yeah, Noterbek, he had that advantage from the very beginning in this game, huge time advantage, and this one board turns out to be so critical in their match, but...
And I was speculating about this, that is it the right strategy to put Abdusatov against the Uzbek team? And then here's the answer, that it was the right strategy, because seemingly Abdusatov will win the match to the WR team.
They're going to win with a minimal score. So having such a tough challenge as early as the second round.
Yeah, an Uzbek team. And also the Joker played like a perfect game. Yeah, king h3, king takes f3, king takes h2 will be played, I'm assuming.
Do you think they're going to put in Magnus for game number 3?
Yeah, I think so, yeah. But okay, probably it's already decided before. Yeah, there is a certain strategy for them. Yeah, h5 first. Okay, I was thinking like maybe he wants to be even more precise. So king h3, king takes f3. And h5 on the board. The pawn on h2 is not running away. Just in case, black limits white's options. And there we have it. White designed. Wow, what a scary match. But this also shows the incredible potential of the WR team.
We got one game still left in the match between El Ain and I'm not sure which team they're playing, but let's take a look at that game between Isanjulov and Dubov.
Dubov is struggling to win.
Yeah, well, he's down a pawn. I mean, he's struggling to survive, right?
So, yeah.
Yeah, he's in trouble, but what is the match situation? Match situation is...
They're winning the match.
Yes.
Okay. Not a lot of pressure on him. All his teammates have won. But knight d5, I mean, the position itself is pretty interesting, right? Because, well, the question is, can black hold this position? The white a-pawn is quite strong. The king is going to be safe, and the knight on d5 is going to be well entrenched.
Yeah,
so,
I feel that it's interesting only from white side, yeah, because it's really so sad to be black.
But how about we go f4 here and...
Well, first the queen has to move.
Oh yes, that's right. Let's move the queen.
Yeah, and you give queen e2 check, for example. I can also just play queen c2. Also king a3 looks promising, and then a5, king a4, king b5. Just hide behind enemy lines.
Yeah, because if we get to take on f5, then white's completely out of danger, and then it's going to be hard for him to trick his opponent.
Yes, and which... This is the game. Yeah, this is the game. Okay.
Yep. Okay. Yeah, he is...
So the queens got traded?
Playing the team Tennis Kazakhstan, and international master Isanjulov. All right.
It just shows how dangerous and strong these local players are.
Okay, so he just tried to get rid of the kingside pawns. Okay, there was a trade on e5 and knight f7. So black is hurrying to try to stop this pawn, but it's
Wait a second. Isn't white like simply winning?
The pawn is,
We push to a6, and then after knight c6, we go knight e3, and we say we have defended fast pawn. Because you can never capture e3, the g-pawn will promote, right?
Yeah, that
looks like
that's also
a very
true.
convincing win.
Okay, he's got like 10 seconds though.
But then even more natural, push the pawn, you have the pawn to promote.
Okay, he didn't. He played it.
Yeah.
Oh, he did play a5. Okay, a5, knight d6.
Knight d6, so Daniel will end up with his knight on what? On a8 or? Because knight c4, I don't think he stops if he, a6, knight c4 check.
And now knight e3 and the game over, yeah? That was your kind of idea.
Yeah, so a6, knight c8, knight e3, yes, and then...
Yeah, but he gave up the g4 pawn. He gave up the g4 pawn with king b3. Still, okay. Still, probably just king a4, king b5. Okay, but the king moves all the way to b... Yeah, it should be.
Faster, right.
But he played knight f6 check, giving tempo for black's king to retreat. To king f5, king e6, king d6.
So he wants to win the c-pawn.
Yeah, but I don't care about it. I'm giving it. Just let my king get to c6.
Right.
What is he doing? Daniel Dubov will survive this. There is a chance. King f5 on the board. Knight d7. King e6 will be played. Or maybe will he push even the e-pawn? Yeah, e4. He pushes the e-pawn. It's more than enough counterplay. What a missed opportunity for white. King c3 played. It does not really matter at all. Does actually Daniel can even give up both? No, giving up both pawns, it's too dangerous.
It's still annoying though, right?
Yeah.
Even this one is still quite annoying.
Yeah, actually, what does black play here?
Yeah, not so simple. Yeah, maybe because he already e3 played. I mean, if he pushed e4, then okay, let's just push e3 as well.
e3, e2, king e4. Maybe that's what he wants.
Yeah, that's a stylish way.
But
maybe he just plays king f4 and plays for a win. Okay, of course I'm kidding.
He does go e2, where you have to take.
He plays e2. Okay, classy, beautiful. Yeah,
then
this is
e4, d4.
Yeah, white missed a big chance in this game. Now he let the black king get too active.
And now from this moment on, we're going to see the real Daniel Dubov. Yes, sometimes when things are not going well, you need to survive a scare like this. Be careful, knight d6 check. A devilish trap by his opponent. Wow. Knight takes c5, king d4, knight b7 played. But actually...
You can't take the pawn,
You can't take the pawn. Yeah, king takes c4, knight d6 check.
You go knight a7.
Yeah, then c5 and then slowly you come. Yeah, king c4, king b5.
Was still tricky, right?
Tricky, yes.
Yeah, one more trap left in the position. So we can show it on the board, right, Peter?
Yeah.
King c4 actually loses. He took it, though.
Yeah, because there is also the idea that you just ignore it. But it shows that Daniel has good nerves, yeah? There was no need to...
And he's sure he's getting king c7.
Yeah, I was calculating this line, but it looked way too... It's study-like, no?
Yeah. It is sufficient, right? But it's...
But look at this, yeah, he's
nice.
relieved.
Nice.
Incredible construction. Yeah, the knight actually hinders black's king to get to the pawn, but black will slowly get king c7, kicking the knight away, and then eventually get access to the b6 square.
Yeah, it's a beautiful draw. Also a nice game to end the round on.
Yeah.
Must be one of our last games going.
Must be one of our last games.
Look at this. Yeah, white pushed the pawn to a7, but now black is always in kind of zugzwang. I mean, it's you just cannot, because it's stalemate. Whenever you come closer, you cannot win the position. Yeah, there is the handshake. What a save. What a fantastic save. Yeah, let me just very quickly show this, that what is the problem? That white played the move king d6. king a8, the white knight is tied to the pawn of defending the a7 pawn. And if the white king somehow gets closer to b6, it will be stalemate as well. Fantastic stuff. It just shows the beauty and also the defensive resources in chess.
Well, let's take a look at how our matches have ended. So, WR had a very close call against Royal Chess, but they did manage to win due to a win by Norbek Abdusatorov over Norbek Yakuboyev. Team China had a pretty easy time of it, winning pretty much
They won all of their games.
Yeah.
It looked somewhat shaky in the middle.
And Elaine, led by Danil Dubov, also managed to win handily against Tennis Kazakhstan. Chessy, how did they fare against the FIDE management board? Wow, we have an upset there.
Yes, Almodiahi beat Vidit.
And it's a beautiful finish. Okay, it's a lucky win, but I'm insisting on bringing this one on the board.
Please.
So Vidit, who plays white, apparently is winning here. So, well, an extra exchange and everything. So h6, queen to c8, going after the bishop, rook d3, check, king h7. Well, but there is some inconvenience still. And in order to solve this inconvenience, he goes g3. And apparently he's done it wrong because g3, queen h5. Perhaps it was still not too late to change his mind. So rook g2 allowed rook d1. And rook g1 allowed queen f3 check. And this is how you beat with it. I mean, that's a nice game by Modiaki at the end. Queen f3, queen sacrifice, checkmate on the board.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
But by the way, we have an absolutely sensational result in round 2. Do you guys want to know where that came from? Want to make a guess?
Is it 3-3 we're talking about?
Oh, no. It's a 4-2 in the wrong direction.
Okay, tell us more.
Wow.
Well, it's a team that we talked about a lot in our break between round 1 and 2.
So rookies.
The rookies,
Wow.
they scored their upset against the
they
Ashdod.
did win.
They won, and you should see what kind of results they won. They won Nihal Sarin losing to Gurel Ediz, Zemlyansky Ivan beating Elyanov Pavel,
So on top boards.
Red
right.
Samadov beat Valakitin. They beat all the elite GMs, all top 3. And only Moisenko beat the 9-year-old boy, Roman Shakjiev. Bival, Alina, the captain of the team, actually also defeated Hoten Ashvili. So they lost on their amateur board, but that's an amazing, amazing result from this young team.
That's incredible.
Wow.
Yeah, shows the tremendous potential what this youngster have.
Should we take a look at some of those games?
Yeah, absolutely. And
We
also
haven't had a chance. Yeah.
right. When you said Moisenko won against 9-year-old boy, I mean, in my days, it wouldn't be something you're proud about, but now you definitely should be.
Yes, yeah. So what about Nihal Sarin against Gurel? That's the top board.
Oh, yeah. That one was an interesting one. It seems like Gurel was doing pretty well for a while. At some point, he was just up in exchange. Did Nihal Sarin sacrifice the exchange voluntarily on e6?
Yeah, it was first a rather slow affair, but things are heating up. And clearly both players are quite ambitious in maneuvering their pieces. c5, okay, so the first break in the position. Now white has a big choice. Goes d takes c5, knight takes c5, queen a3, okay, hitting the knight on c5 from both sides. b6, nice defense. Knight d3, and okay, one has the feeling that black has probably equalized here, but maybe white is also still hoping for something. And then, wow, okay, so rook e6, very nice. I would say classy sacrifice, yeah, that you feel like this is a positional Tigran Petrosyan kind of...
How good is it, though? You have this bad bishop on f2.
Yes, but also a lovely bishop on g2, yeah, which can be brought to b5 with total blockade or maybe bishop h3. Let's take a look. How did it continue? Queen c4.
He's going to push through b5, or he'll try at least, right?
Yeah, actually my very first question was that could have white started with bishop f1, just to make sure that we cement everything on the queen side, but black has this break with g6, g5, so it's never easy. You would love to control everything, but you just don't have the time to do so. So let's continue with the game. b6, b5, yeah. Not wasting any time on defending the e6 pawn. Yeah, this is very good timing. b5, a, b, queen, b5, rook e2, protecting a for systematic. Okay, very nice. Black gets the feeling that I have to destroy the queen side as quickly as
It looks like the exchange tack just didn't work out,
Yeah.
right? It looks like we just gave up an exchange and it was the wrong kind of moment for that type of sacrifice.
Yeah, because in order to make it work, to make it valid, white would have had to control the queen side. Yeah, if black would have not had this break, then we could have talked about very nice strategical idea. But like this, things got out of control. And these young kids, yeah, when they have a chance, and they use it. And very effectively, very nicely.
Yeah, this looks like such a nice game from black.
Yeah, also tactics, move per move calculation.
He won the queen.
Yes, and then finally also queen b1 and queen h1 checkmate ideas coming. Yeah, on the board, white resigned. A very good game by Gurel. Yeah, first it was a strategic battle. It might have looked that Niha was maybe controlling things, but then wanted too much from the position, and there is the counter.
Let's see how Ivan Zemlyansky defeated Pavel Ulyanov in just 31 moves. He was up a piece, forcing the resignation.
Yeah, if Miro, you can pull it out, then I can pass it on to you.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out where to start. So this does look familiar. Well, at least, you know, the shape of the position looks familiar. Actually, I always have to double check if it was the Rui Lopez or the Joko Piano, because nowadays, like, they easily transpose one into the other. And I think I remember this line, knight e7, d4, knight c6. I think someone has played this thing. So d4 and knight back to c6. And now it turns out that white kind of played d4 too early, because the least you want to do in this position, in my understanding, is to go d5, you're closing your bishop, you're opening the opponent's bishop, right? And then d4 is somewhat hanging. So knight g3, they've exchanged, and then ups. I really could use the device, yeah. So there is d5, right? d5, ed5, knight d5. And this looks somewhat similar to Naka's game against Fabiano, I think, from the candidates. Was it something?
But I feel like white's knight on g3 is a dangerous piece.
Well, actually, you're right. Yes, so that's eventually this knight gets, well, it's first of all, like, it's not easy to develop the bishop from c8. If it goes to e6, it's constantly on the, on the way of the rook. Okay, so in 5 moves, I'll jump forward. So in 5 moves, we had this, and knight went back to g3, a4. Almost identical to what Naka was doing against Fabi in the candidates, and he also won. So maybe this position is not as, not as innocent as one would think. Bishop d7. Well, this does not look that convincing. And knight to f5. And yeah, once again, I'd say positionally, if black has an enormous amount of time, he has better structure, right? But look at the pieces. Knight on a5, bishop on b6, and the major events happening on the king's side. So, of course, after knight f5, you sense that black is in danger. And how did he end up losing a piece? I'm about to find out. So queen f3, knight f6, knight takes, pawn takes.
Okay.
And d5. Wait a second. And it was d5. d5. That does not work.
Yes, even the computer.
Even computer doesn't want to play this move. So it's c takes b5, d5. No. Yes. Impossible. Does this work? Yes. d5, knight's attacked. If you take the knight, queen takes the knight. That's all that happens.
In fact, it finally had a premature ending. Yeah, it was probably a nice strategic battle going back and forth, and then all of a sudden things escalated and black lost the piece.
Right, and the ability to play this kind of, to keep the tension against someone as experienced as Pavel Ulyanov, well, it has to be praised.
Yeah, absolutely. This is a tremendous upset. And then also Volokitin has lost to the other youngster. Okay. Wow.
Yeah, I'll check what are the results. And again, my favorite thing, no draws whatsoever.
Yeah,
again,
very few draws.
Very few. As someone who been involved in GCT Romania commentary where we had like 5 decisive games over 10 days, it's so relieving not to have that many draws.
Yeah, well, at some point, of course, we will see more when really the top teams will clash. However, we did see that this Royal Chess team from Uzbekistan fought against WR team and one draw on the top board. But actually, it was a very important draw there for the winning team. Jan finally held that game without any problems and won the match for the WR team. So what's in store for us? Any updates, any news what's about to happen? We are always having these very long breaks. So interesting how the players are using it. It's nice to have some refreshment and like this, but when it's too long, it breaks your rhythm. Yeah, this is kind of the biggest danger I feel as a player. Yeah, if I would be playing the event, a 10-15 minutes break is very nice, but when it gets too longish and you don't know what to do, at the same time you are tense and nervous that what's about to happen, not easy to handle this situation.
I think the threshold was, well, when I remember like playing the Blitz Swiss systems, right? So if the break is longer than the round, this is like, seriously, it's very hard to continue. You're in a sort of a rhythm and then you finish the game, you had the breather and let's go.
Yes.
Yeah, like when it's too long, it's a bit too much, yeah?
And also if you are, for example, not in a shape, yeah, you have a slow start, a wrong start, you would love to turn the tables,
exactly.
But if the break is longer, you have more time to kick yourself that, again, what did I do? Again, blunder something. Yeah, this is a nightmare, horror scenario.
Well, we have a guest in our studio, one of the best players in the world, Arjun Erigaisi, who has won a game with a very beautiful move, might be the move of the round. I just took a look at it, Peter. There is something very surprising in store for us on move 31. So we're going to be inviting him to actually maybe show us that moment with Miro. Maybe he can show us on the board.
Yeah, that would be lovely to have Arjun with us. And yeah, the Indian team is extremely dangerous, especially if Arjun plays well. He's leading the team with great wins.
The team won 5-1 in this round. Only one loss on board number 2. Narayanan lost to Kirill Shubin, but all the other games were won. And by the way, gmhans.com also managed to win with a minimal score, 3.5 to 2.5.
Against whom?
Against Who Knew Air. Like, I mean,
wow.
Who knew as in like, who knew about this team?
Yeah,
right?
exactly, yeah. We certainly didn't. Wow, and we have great news. Arjun Erigaisi is joining us.
Hey, Arjun. So how do you feel about this game? You played this move, Rook G5. Maybe we can show that moment, Peter, on move 31.
Yes.
It looks like a very cool move. Did you see that from far away, or how did that move come to your mind?
Sorry, which one?
Oh, wait. I don't know. This might be a mistake. Oh, it might be a mistake,
yeah,
right?
this is all wrong.
Oh, well, never mind. Yeah, now that I look at it, I'm like, you're already up a rook in this position. Why would that be so brilliant, right?
No,
Okay.
I think the critical moment was when I played h6.
This is move, kind of, more or less.
A bit before this, maybe like 5-6 moves.
Oh, move 27.
Uh-huh.
27.
Yes, h4.
Yes, you gave up the g6 pawn.
Yeah, and with this, okay, I don't think I'm winning after this. He should still be fine. But he had very little time and his king is a bit unsafe. So it became tough for him practically. Earlier his king was very safe and he had like a free hand. And suddenly this shift, I think he couldn't take it and he soon blundered.
So this H6 move, yeah, really unbalanced the game, right? Because you made your way towards his king.
Yeah.
So Arjun, this is your first time playing for MGD1. I think you played for another team last year.
No, actually, I played for the same team last year.
Same team. Okay. Oops. Well, I got confused. There's so many teams. So how do you feel playing in this event?
Oh, I feel great. I had a lot of fun last time. And now I'm happy that there's also a Blitz event. So yeah, I'm looking forward to Blitz as well.
Awesome.
Yeah, I was already praising your team, that it was so nice to see all of you together in the great atmosphere there. How do you feel playing in this team and in this team event for you personally? Does it give you energy, extra motivation? How do you feel about it?
Firstly, I'm a big fan of team events. And this one, like all the teammates I know pretty well in person as well. And also the MGD one, like the actual team owner, I'm also very connected to them, associated to them since a while. So yeah, I'm quite happy to be playing here.
Tell us a little bit about your amateur board, Mihir Shah.
Yeah, he's, I think, definitely someone to watch out for. He's a bit underrated and he once had a very close fight with Aravind, who is like 2700. He almost drew with him.
Wow.
So yeah, he's...
How old is he?
He's about my age. I think he's 19, 1 year younger than me.
Wow.
Nice.
I told you, yeah, that I have tremendous respect for all these Indian players with low rating, but they are so much more stronger.
Indeed, yeah.
So you can maybe make good use of this.
Yeah, for sure.
All right. Thank you, Arjun, for joining us. So best of luck to you and your team.
Thank you.
It's always so nice to have players come and visit us.
Absolutely. And we are rooting for this team, super nice team. And yeah, the atmosphere, we talked about this, yeah, that in a team event, if you feel comfortable, if you feel like you identify with your team, you understand that, yes, I want to give it all, I want to fight for this team, can tremendously help. And well, we will be keeping an eye. You mentioned that they took a medal last year, yeah?
They did, they got the third place.
Okay, so this also gives the feeling that they know that they can. Yeah, this is always very important in team events when the team itself believes, yeah, that we can do also big surprises or upsets, or maybe even it's just everyday business for them taking a medal here.
Yeah, but but the Decade China team is looking really good. I mean, winning 6-0, that must feel must be a big boost to their confidence, especially when their rivals WR Chess, barely scraping out a win. Although, you have to say that WR Chess did get a very tough test with Royal Chess. I mean, they're basically playing the Uzbek national team minus Abdusatorov. And they also got the win on the amateur board. So, yeah, but WR did manage to pull it out. And we will see if Magnus Carlsen makes an appearance for them today.
Yeah, we are kind of expecting, because after a scary scenario like this, Magnus might also insist himself that, okay, guys, so far what you have done without me was not that convincing. I want to join, I want to step in.
We just got the pairings for round 3, so let's start discussing that, Peter. Arjun's team, MGD1, is actually going to be facing the WR chess team. I'm glad we let him go so quickly.
Yes.
So he can focus on that match. Well, that's going to be another big test for WR. And Decade China is going to be facing gmhans.com.
Wow.
Okay. Then we got Chessy, who is playing the team from Krakow, Poland. Led by Pavel Teklov and Timur Gareev.
Okay, this is maybe a little bit easier pairing for Chessy compared to the other two top teams.
Definitely. But then we have Elaine playing the rookies. Okay,
wow.
I don't know, are like the 10-year-old kids going to win again? I think it's not going to be, because they have nothing to lose, right? And they're fearless at that age.
Absolutely. And you know what? I imagine, again, you've seen the stars, and that was, once again, it was our perception, I think. I'm playing Dubov, and they've played tons of games against these guys that they might have a very reasonable score on internet.
Yes.
They get the chance, and they're performing extremely well, these young kids.
Yeah, and there's not that many more teams on perfect scores. There is team from Egypt, and they're playing Kaz Chess. So I guess this will be a fairly easy match for Kaz Chess. I mean, that's the team with the very experienced stars of Grishuk, Mamedyarov, and Svidler. And I mean, the team from Egypt is ranked number 19 in the event. So,
yeah,
Sorry to interrupt.
Yes, exactly.
The very experienced team was struggling tremendously in the previous round. So Svidler lost, and so did Alisher Suleimanov, the younger Kazakhstan player. So I think it was decided on the very last board, the Joker board, because 5 top boards all were won with white pieces. And then, so on the board 6, Kaz Chess won with black, and that made it 4-2 in their favor.
but we're going to see in the final round of the day, like really a matchup of like the very top teams. I think that's
so
pretty
now it's
much
round
clear.
3, round 4 there'll be...
I mean, already MGD versus WR is one of those matchups, but for sure we're going to be seeing it in the 4th round of the day. So that's really cool. That's something to look forward to.
We have like a single lead, kind of sole leader after 4 rounds. It's not impossible.
Not impossible, yeah. And also we are expecting Magnus to join in.
Yeah.
And then it's Arjun Erigaisi against Magnus Carlsen on the top board. What a matchup.
Yeah, we have to wait a little bit to find out what board order the captain will select, who's going to be actually entering the round. But yeah, for now the pairings look really promising. Okay, we can go over the results of round number 2.
Also, we have the results.
We do have the results, yeah. Okay, we can see the playing hall is pretty empty of players right now. All right. What is that? Oh, that must be round 1.
Yeah,
those are round 1 results, which feel like they're from ages ago.
So that's still round 1 results.
Right? Yes,
yeah, this is completely
results.
wrong.
Maybe we can.
Anyway, we did. Oh, you read quite a few top board results.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we already kind of went over that.
On 2 out of 2.
Yeah, I think that the Egyptian team, we should mention that they don't have the top stars. Yeah, right. I mean, Amin Bassem and Adli are not here, I believe. But this is a young team, and I do think that I read something, and I also met the boy. I already congratulated the 10-year-old boy who sensationally won the Egyptian championship with 10.5 out of 11. Wow. There was this storyline 2 weeks ago or something. So also Egypt is getting a very strong prodigy. Very nice to hear. Yeah, it's always more mixed in the chess world, the better. And it will be nice to see him against some top player.
Yeah, FIDE management board didn't manage to put up too much resistance against Chessy. All right, so we are actually going to go on a short break, guys, before the beginning of round 3, and we have an interview with the owner of Freedom, who is one of the main sponsors of this event, Timur Turlov.
We're here with Timur Turlov, president of the Kazakhstan Chess Federation and CEO of Freedom Holding Corporation. Hi, Timur. How are you?
Yeah, good. Thank you. It's very nice to meet you in the capital of our country in this beautiful team tournament.
Of course, Kazakhstan is no stranger to hosting huge chess events. You had the World Championship match here, and now we've got the FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Team Championships here. What is the significance of holding such another huge event in your country?
That's a great chance for our top national players to have a more international practice at home. That's a chance for a lot of our local players to practice, to take inspiration out of that. That's a great experience for our federation in cooperation with FIDE to develop standards of organizing these kind of events. So I think it's a lot of contribution, and when we as a country, we love chess. So we have a lot of kids who now play chess, and I believe that so we even took a third place in this Guinness record, which we organized all together. So that's important country, and I'm very proud that our country did almost the same job like India, despite we have a little bit less population.
And speaking about this love for chess, yesterday at the torch relay and opening ceremony, we saw so many eager fans appreciating what was happening, you know, rooting for the chess players. Tell us a bit more about the culture and social initiatives that you're making here.
For us, it's very important to contribute to chess at school, because I think it's very important for federation to make sure that we do the right search for talents, that we help to develop and to inspire a lot of kids from all over the country to play chess. To start that at school, to continue at chess clubs, and finally to participate and use like a social lifts to visit like regional centers, to visit capital, to visit Almaty, our second capital, and we do a lot to promote that, because it's a very important sport. This sport helps our kids to get to better even study math, because that helps kids to keep concentration, and concentration I think is the biggest deal in our world, because actually all this smartphones consume a lot of dopamine, and it's more and more difficult to keep a concentration, and the chess is a great training for that.
Think you very much. And of course, last question, we're going to be having the World Rapid and Blitz in New York at the end of the year. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
I think it's one of the most popular kind of championship. It is one of the most inspiring for the world, and we were very surprised how popular chess is becoming in the United States. And this event should be very spectacular. It should be very unusual. It should be, I think, the most significant chess event in the United States in the last century. And I believe that it can be one of it can kickstart actually and accelerate the monetization of chess as a sport, because we learned that more than 20% of Americans play chess, and that's is definitely already that's already very inspiring, because we see that that's one of the most popular sport in the world, and even in the United States. And with our Freedom Capital Markets team, with our connections to Wall Street and Financial District, we see how deep is this support from Financial District and Manhattan as the right place for chess, and definitely will help us to collect support from the biggest global banks who will contribute to development and who will participate in some way.
Well, thank you so much, Turlev, and I look forward to having a really great event here in Astana. We just finished the first round, and we're here with Jan Nepomniachtchi. First of all, how did your game go?
The game was quite smooth. I think my opponent wasn't really familiar with the opening, and I was lucky to play all the typical breakthroughs and won quickly.
And of course, you're part of WR Chess. You guys won last year, the Blitz portion of the event. How are you feeling confident-wise this year?
Well, we have very modest lineup, so we'll fight.
You've added Magnus to your lineup this year. Did that change the team dynamic in any way?
Even more modest now.
And did you do any preparation, team building before this event started?
Yeah, I came, relatively late, but guys were here for a few days already, and had some camp.
Great, well, good luck for the rest of the tournament, and hope it goes well.
Thank you.
With
swimmer? Who's gonna swim across the Why did you wonder? You say like house. Am I right, boy? Am I right? Why did you wonder? Why did you wonder?
Make your move. The 45th FIDE Chess Olympiad, Budapest 2024, where the story becomes history.
We're back with round 3 of the FIDE World Team Rapid Championship, and we have a big matchup in this round between the third place winners from last year and the first place winners, the WR team. So we also have a big matchup on board 1 between Arjun Erigaisi and Magnus Carlsen. So let's jump into that game, Peter.
Yes, so Magnus is in the team. Yeah, we kind of expected it. I'm pretty sure that the Indian team has also expected it. No surprise there. And we do see a Magnus who tries to be as solid as possible. He opted for e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6, and after bishop b5, he went for the Berlin with knight f6. Arjun said, no, thank you for the invitation. Let me play the anti-system with 4d3, and here is a kind of surprise. The mainstream move is bishop to c5, but Magnus very much fancies the move d7, d6 in different Spanish history, so he opts for d6. Arjun goes castles, and after bishop e7, a very special situation in this move order. White has the opportunity to play d3, d4, using the fact that black has not yet castled. But now after d4, Magnus goes for short castle, d5 on the board, so white did gain space and should be kind of happy. On the other hand, Magnus often likes these kind of close positions. Miro, what is your take?
Yeah, so for this game, I thought, like when I first seen this d4 on the board, I thought, did Magnus play the Steinitz defense, which would be 3 d6 after bishop b5? And then I realized, no, white is tempo up, so this d pawn went to d4 in 2 moves. Yeah, I think both your statements are very much to the point. So white does seem to be better in those, like when he gets to play d5. But also Magnus has played a lot of these long strategic games with close center when he gets the chance to outmaneuver his opponents, right? So,
yeah, for example, now he included this slightly mysterious a6 move. Yeah, it's clear that white probably falls back with the bishop to e2. At least to me, it's kind of pretty obvious. And then to understand that why this was useful, you kind of invite your opponent to burn some more time.
Yeah. Do you ever go to a7 with that? Not in this one.
Probably not in this one, but you...
However, like knight a7, I have a crazy theory, like knight a7 in order to play, let's say, c5, and knight from a7 supports b5. If white goes a5, then knight b... Nah, that doesn't make sense.
Yeah, no. We
Forget
have to wait for Magnus. Yeah, he will show us what he has in store. For the moment, he's looking around, and he got already quite significant time advantage, 3 minutes up on the clock.
So do you think Arjun is deciding here between bishop d3 and bishop e2? Are those the 2 main lines that he has right now?
I think he's also kind of not really understanding what Magnus really is aiming for. Yeah, so he is kind of getting into these mind games because and knight went to a7, I believe, seeing the camera. We still haven't gotten those moves, but
no, it did go to b8.
It did go to b8.
So it was purely like tactical, win some time move, a6.
Yes.
And I guess the point here is that it's hard for white to get in both c4 and knight c3, right? So he has to figure out how he's defending e4, and he actually goes bishop d3. So he kind of agreed that loss of a tempo. I mean, it doesn't feel completely convincing.
So sorry, did he go back to e2? Because unfortunately, this a6 had such an impact on our system that suddenly it says, no, stop, too much intrigue in the position.
He went to e2.
Yes, okay.
And after knight b8, he went back to d3.
Okay, yeah, it makes perfect sense. Now, Magnus probably will also try to go some knight bd7, going for knight c5. Yeah, on the board.
So how does he deal with knight c5? Because he doesn't want to really allow the trade of pieces, right?
Yes.
And if he goes c4, then you're going to have to give up the light squared bishop.
Yeah, so c4, knight c5, hitting both the bishop.
And that's what happened.
And the pawn. Yeah, there was not much white.
He's on the board, and there was a trade on d3. And actually, normally when white loses the light squared bishop in these positions, doesn't it mean that black is always fine, Peter?
Well, we don't really see too many of this type of positions because this bishop is on e7. Yeah, usually it's some g6, bishop g7 kind of structure. So it's still kind of a mysterious setup that clearly black will at some point prepare the typical f7, f5 move. But in order to do that, the knight has to move, and then we see that, of course, g6, bishop on g7 construction would be much more beneficial for black.
So do we expect Magnus to just play knight e8? Yep, he just did.
Knight e8, g6, knight g7 is if needed, and then f5.
You can't even move your knight from f3 easily because of bishop g5 always. So I don't know, it looks like Magnus got a very comfortable like King's Indian type of position here.
Yeah, he's very happy. He's up on the clock. He managed to lure Arjun into some type of position which he's clearly not familiar with. Not only the type of, but also this finesse is how they got here. 3 minutes up on the clock. Knight e8, typical move. Yeah, black on one side is already getting ready for f5, but he can also play slightly teasing way with g6, knight g7 first, and then f7, f5 is in the air. Many options for black.
Yeah, the thing is that white is supposed to be able to get in c5 in these positions, and they're nowhere near being able to do that. So where is like white's typical play in this structure?
I don't know how Magnus does this. Yeah, he just, yeah, I believe white played the move c5. Anyway, but it doesn't, no, he played a4. Okay, white is expanding on the queen side, but it doesn't really do that much. How do you enter the field? Yeah, Magnus was pausing the first 2 runs, so he is not inside at all of the fights. Then he plays against Arjun with the black pieces. Seemingly he does something strange with d6 castles, and we talk about after move 10 that he is already doing extremely comfortably. It's just crazy, yeah? It's Magnus.
We also have a really interesting position between Nepo and Narayanan. Maybe we can take a quick look at that. That's their second board. Nepo has just played this move, queen f4, leaving the bishop on c3 under attack, but there is an attack on the f7 pawn, which I guess he's saying is more important than and black is not able to just easily take on c3. So how does Narayanan deal with this attack on f7?
Can he take, though?
Maybe he can try.
Yeah, like
just knight takes, yeah?
Knight takes, yes, f7 is gone, but if you take with the bishop, that means there is knight e2 fork. And if you take with the queen, king h8...
We can give it a try, yeah?
Yeah, it might not be that terrible.
Well, if you want to know the computer's evaluation, computer says that black is clearly better. Just to... Yeah, we don't know why, we don't have the engine running, but the evaluation bar gives us the indication that probably black should not fear some complications here.
So he should go ahead and take the bishop on c3.
Could easily be the case, because what other alternatives does black have? Bishop e6 would be very natural, but the knight on e4 is hanging, that's a big problem. And so bishop e6 is impossible due to queen takes e4. And just retreating with the knight to f6, then white gets what Jan wants. Yeah, he sacrificed this pawn for active play. Knight takes c3 would be quite, if it really works, this knight takes c3, it's very annoying because suddenly the game is heading in a completely different direction than what Jan wants from this.
Okay, well, let's take a quick look at Abdusattorov versus Pranav. Abdusattorov having an edge on the clock, as he normally does. And he has an advantage in the center. He just played e5. Does that translate to a better position? It certainly feels like white is better. It's like my first impression. Where is this knight from f6 going to go?
Yeah, well, normally it goes to d7, but it's a very special position. White seemingly achieved everything in the center. Yeah, he got this d4, e5 pawn structure. Also has very harmonious piece development. The queen on b1 is also a very special piece because it eyes the b7 pawn. But we also should talk about the black's chances, because black is clearly relying on a timely knight b4 move. And that would hit the bishop and then potentially setting up some c7, c5 break. The rook on a3 is very active, so black was using the A pawn to create counterplay. Yes, I'm very happy what I see in the center, but if black's counterplay happens on the queen side, then things can get out of control.
So maybe black goes knight d7, and then on queen takes b7, knight b4.
Knight b4, yes, definitely. But I'm also not sure that Abdusatov really grabbed this, but no, black opted for knight e4. That's a surprise. I haven't seen that coming. Of course, it's possible because knight takes e4, d takes e4, bishop takes e4, then probably wants to take on f3 and take on d4. Let me just show this line, what I'm calculating. So takes, takes, takes. Black probably intends to capture on f3 with the idea if white captures with the bishop, then black takes on d4 and we neutralize the position. We try to liquidate and black has certainly activity. Maybe white should do something else. So this was the very thematic way of reacting to knight e4. There is also the other way, just take with the bishop on e4 and then just take one more time with the queen, winning a pawn. Let's just highlight this because it's a pawn. On the other hand, probably black wants to play bishop e6 and set up a blockade on the light squares. Very interesting.
Okay, by the way, Narayanan has taken on c3. He's gone in for the critical line against Nepo.
Wow. Okay, that's pure entertainment for us.
And right now he played rook f8 attacking the queen. The queen pulled back to h5. And I guess he has a lot of moves here, right? Like what can black look at? Well, queen f6 is one of the obvious ones. I was going to say bishop f5 was interesting.
Yes, yeah, bishop f5 and queen f6. Yeah, those two moves.
Yes.
He opted for queen f6.
And very important, I guess, is that on knight h4, there's always knight e5.
Well, also queen f4 check and queen takes c4. There is also this kind of trick. Wow, okay, so then queen f6 is more flexible. Besides, if knight h4 is impossible, then we are also hitting the c3 pawn with the tempo.
Well, this could be, I mean, quite a troublesome position for Nepo. I mean, bad structure around the king. Black has a beautiful pawn structure, nice pieces. Yeah, I don't know, Peter.
My take is that Jan just got careless. He was trying to put pressure on the clock on his opponent and probably just completely missed that this knight takes c3 was possible. When Miro highlighted that maybe knight takes c3 is possible, I immediately had this feeling that this is a game changer. Yeah, if it's really possible, then white is in a lot of trouble.
So is black just going to go bishop f5 here?
Yeah, and hide it on h7 if needed. H7, yeah, like knight h4 or whatever, g4, you can always have. Yeah,
Ooh, you know what? At some points, what I think black's going to do is b5. How about b5? Bishop f5 is on the board, rook e1. b5, I don't know, it's a fancy move. I guess there's bishop d5, so maybe not yet. But at some point...
it's in the air.
Go b4.
Yeah, b4, right?
Even then, you have to continue, right?
Yeah,
like b4 and you...
It's not even crazy to do it.
It's clear whose king is in danger, right?
Maybe he'll play rook b8 or something first. But yeah, I mean, I think black should be trying to get that attack on the white king going.
Yeah, rook h1 played. Yeah, the only critical moment is a little bit the clock, yeah? And against Jan, you never know that should you now speed up already with black because you feel that you have the advantage, but then if you speed up, you might misplay your advantage, or should you invest 3-4 minutes to try to find the absolute best continuation, but then you're running too low on the clock and Jan will anyway create some complications somehow.
Well, if you had to make a decision in 5 seconds, Peter, what would you do for black?
I don't know. Okay, there is also this move like rook a b8, just indicating that, okay, I might go b5. There's also some arguments for bishop g6 just to kick that queen away from h5.
Yeah, this is the kind of mistake I would make in a game. I'd want to play b5. I'd start calculating it, wasting time, and maybe rook a b8 is just a practical decision. Let's see how Narayanan handles this position.
Yeah, so this is interesting, but also let's get an update on Magnus Carlsen against Arjun Agassi. He got, okay, I have the feeling like Magnus just wants to play systematic chess. He knows that what he is doing is super solid, super sound. On the other hand, white has also cemented the e4 knight. I believe that it's dynamic equality.
Yeah, it's not something to be feared. To be feared for Arjun right now, right? When you have a knight on e4, you're going to try to play c5. It's pretty comfortable for white.
Yeah, well, in fact, I was thinking, like, what's the way you make progress as Magnus in terms of pawn pushes? And it's not easy to do.
He made one, Miro. Look behind you.
H5, H4.
Yeah, well, but it's not getting too far, right? Like, you can go to H4, so I presume white goes, say, king H1, and if you go H4, I go H3, and still, like, it's
go just
no way black kind of makes progress via light squares. So that's my worry, that the knight on E4 stays, and I can't really do much.
So do you think white should just go ahead and push C5 here, or is there another
maybe
plan?
go king H1 to
King
be able
H1
to go H3. Yeah,
go
so H4, H3, and for the pawn not to be hanging.
Yeah, but okay, if then let me be Magnus, I'm gonna play Rook F7, Rook E8. What is my problem? I'm not playing for advantage. It's a team event. I'm having a normal game. I'm playing, but I'm not burning any bridges.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah, more or less equal. So let's look at the other games.
Yeah,
just
by the
to
way,
have
Narayanan did play B5, and Nepo quickly pulled the bishop back to B3. He didn't even bother with bishop D5.
Yes.
So now...
okay, I just want to make a quick run, because already we know that, yes, Sunildut is doing good against Jan. But so Sadvani Duda is a rather equalish position. Okay, nothing dramatic happens there. Abdusatulov against Pranav, it got heated up. I feel like white having the chance of pressuring the f7 pawn. I feel really worried for black here. I don't know exactly where the queen goes to c4 or somewhere on the f file, but it feels shaky. So this is certainly a game where the Magnus team has chances. What about Harika against Hui Fan? Well, if someone chess-wise can do damage to Hui Fan, I think it's Harika, because she's a very ambitious player. She has very good openings. I don't think that anyone can match Hui Fan's chess strengths, but having very strong repertoire, because Hui Fan is not very active, that's where I feel her weak spot could be. Yeah, and Harika is making good.
Yeah, this game is heating up. I mean, she sacrificed the f4 pawn, but right now she can take on b6 and win the exchange on the Sicilian, and it's going to be super crazy position with white having an extra exchange, but kind of a weakened king, and e4 pawn could be a little bit of a problem, but kind of you feel like it should be good for white.
Yeah, should be good for white, certainly. And I also want to see the last board, the Joker board, between Vadim Rosenstein and Mihir Shah, because this could be a very important clash.
It looks comfortable for black.
Yes.
I mean, black has a space advantage. Whether he can capitalize on it, hard to say for now. It hasn't really become a big clash yet, but black is comfortable in that position.
Yes, exactly. So basically, very critical game is Harika against Hui Fan. And this game is completely out of control in a sense that seemingly white has all the chances. Now, why is Harika taking her time? It's quite obvious. We mentioned already that knight takes b6 is a possibility, but also there is the other direction of going knight takes f6, just damaging the pawn structure, create a triple pawn structure for black, or just not to do anything with the knight on d5, just keep it there, enjoy this monster knight on d5. Black's last move was bishop e7 to f8.
Well, you know, the most exciting game of their match is definitely between Nepo and Narayana. So I have to ask us again, Peter, to go back there, because, you know, white was trying to get a queen trade. Black pushed the pawn in front of the king, saying no, g5. Then, I mean, black is doing everything to get to the white king by pushing the pawns on the queen side. Knight d4. Can Nepo survive this, or is Narayanan going to get an upset right here? a4. It certainly looks horrible for white. But at least the queen on g3 kind of covers the c3 pawn. So let's see where this bishop is going to go.
Oh, but does it? Because now when you move the bishop, I'm thinking, let's say bishop d5, there is c5. Maybe bishop d5 is a bad move then. But where do you... Okay, let's rephrase it, where the bishop goes.
Right.
Because it's not...
Because you want to take on c3 and then I cannot recapture.
Yeah. If bishop goes to a2, then I might consider b3 as well, just to make sure that I'm opening some files.
Well, he could... If he's really desperate, he could try to sack the bishop for all of these pawns, but he must not be doing great there, right? Like after rook b4.
No. It's
That's not what he's looking
Bishop
for.
has to move.
It has to move, but even Jan is taking his time, yeah. So even he's not sure, and probably he knows that this is now very important. We have seen all the other boards. Basically, we haven't seen any board where the favorite, the WR team, having a better position, yeah. So it's a very close match.
All right, let's try bishop c4.
Bishop
Let's
c4.
move that bishop somewhere. Now black has a big choice.
Black has a big choice. Well, I even have b takes c3 check.
Right.
Wait a second.
Queen c3, then you have c5. Right?
Yeah, rook b8 check and c5. So this will not work. And bishop d5 on the board. Bishop d5 played.
c5 played quickly
Yeah, but
by black.
I thought after bishop d5, c5, white actually in a tremendous amount of trouble.
Wow. That rook doesn't have a lot of squares.
Yeah. And also there is like, if bc3 by some miracle doesn't work, then rook a8 to b8 is another very serious move. Like you move the rook to c4, let's say, black goes rook a b8 and says, and now what? That's terrible. That just...
How can white be saving themselves here? Peter, it seems like the eval bar doesn't think that white is completely losing, but how do they avoid being completely losing?
Yeah, that's a big question because it really looks horrible.
And also, sometimes the eval bar kind of stops working, so we need to keep that in mind.
Yes, exactly. I was thinking about this, that Narayana wasn't the player who was having a rough start so far in the event. I do recall that he had a rough start, and then now suddenly he might be the player who really makes an impact in this match. Yeah, this is what I mean, that if you have class and wow, the computer jumps to -3 after Jan's rook dd1, but what else you should have done? I have zero idea.
Yeah, I mean, so do you think he's going to go for the quiet move, rook a b8, or just take on c3? I mean, taking on c3, I guess the king is going maybe a1, but also the c2 pawn is hanging, yeah?
And also the c2 pawn, it really looks so horrible for white.
Yeah.
Also the fact that you simply have this rook a b8, it's also very annoying, yeah, that you can even make a move.
Take c3, go rook a b8, go rook b2, win the game. I mean, this is how it looks at least.
Yeah, bc3 on the board, computer agrees. So no need for fancy business, just take it.
King c1 indeed.
Okay, so rook a b8 is what we're expecting.
And I have seen on camera Abdusattorov, and I immediately remember, no, I'm talking nonsense, because Abdusattorov has a chance, at least when we last time saw. That's the only board where the team really has hopes, but apparently Nyepo is completely busted. The b takes c3 check, king c1 played. Divel bar is -5, but it's not about the -5 also. We have the feeling that it's kind of losing. That's the big, his only chance is rook e3, rook takes c3. That's the defensive line. How do you stop that? Miro, do you have a killer blow after rook b8, rook e3, or you have
b8, rook e3? I was thinking some bishop c2 sacrifice, but I do not see how it works.
King c2, rook b2,
king c2, rook b2,
c1,
king back to c1, and just the double.
No, c2 and then rook b1, queen b2.
Yeah.
Is this the...
It does win then.
It could easily be.
It does win.
Wow, but this is then, let's just show what we have calculated, that potentially there is this bishop takes c2 sacrifice idea, king takes c2, rook b2 check, king c1, and potentially c2 threatening the rook, and also setting up the rook b1, king takes c2, queen b2 checkmating guide. It's not checkmate yet, because white's king can move to d3, but it feels very shaky.
Yeah, but can we believe that, say, he goes rook d2 and somehow survives? It's very hard to believe, yeah?
Very hard to believe.
Oh.
Let's take a look. Action on. What did black decided on? It's a big question. Yeah, rook a b8.
The problem is the clock, right? He's getting close to 2 minutes now.
Okay, but if he can deliver a direct punch, then it does not matter.
This is on the board, by the way, rook b8 and rook e3.
Yes. Yeah, this was the question. And now all lies that is bishop takes c2, because those kind of moves might be also premature. If it does not work, then even black's advantage, it can even turn, yeah, that black can lose this game if he sacrifices and does not deliver the checkmate.
But I would bet that he does play bishop takes c2.
Body language, wow, Jan is certainly very nervous.
Rook b2.
Rook b2 play, that's the other move, not committal move, but it somehow feels, and rook fb8, yeah. This is a natural way, but it does not feel like it's winning.
But he wants to go for queen d4, right? Rook b1, king d2, queen d4, so somehow white has to cover that square.
Yeah, not easy. Maybe some queen e3, can I try to get the queen to e3?
I think you got to try that.
But also somewhere again, this rook takes c2 business, there are so many tactics that need to be calculated. I believe Jan moved his queen. I had
Yeah,
this
he played
feeling.
queen e3.
Yes, okay, white had to play queen e3, and now it's the question. Queen e3 on the board.
I mean, because you can take on c2 here, right? But it's not clear that it works. Like rook c2.
It's not a checkmate, yeah, and if it's not a checkmate,
c2,
we are also sacrificing our active pieces, yeah? And if the white king runs away, then it's very bad news. So I'm not expecting him to sacrifice here if he hasn't done it before.
Okay, is there a move that we like for black? Because all of a sudden, it's not easy. I'm trying to calculate, okay, rook b1, king d2, there is no follow-up. You trade the rooks, you go one more check, but then king is safe on d2. And all of a sudden, white pieces find some strange harmony.
Yeah, that was also our feeling when we suddenly noticed this rook e3 resource, that if black is not winning on the spot, then actually white can stabilize. Let's not forget that this c7, c5, which was so strong, at that point, long terms, it's a big weakness, and white sits with a lovely bishop on d5. Bishop g6 played, a retreat.
What do you think is the idea of that? He wants to play queen f5?
Also, maybe at some point, some rook e8 move in the air, but not necessarily here, but just to have more options.
Yeah, so he clearly slows down with this one.
But what can white actually move in this position?
That's another question. Sometimes just passing on the move to the opponent is what the position requires. Yeah.
Bishop g6 is a tricky move, right? It offers black a couple of new ideas, and white's position is almost like as good as it can get here. The rook on c3 can't really go anywhere.
All right, for instance, bishop c6, I thought to defend d8, but then capture on c2 works. Because you take
rook
everything on
b3,
c2 and queen b2 and rook b3, for instance. So that there's multitude ways of going wrong in this position. I don't know if there is a way to go right, but to make a mistake is always possible.
Rook b3 would win the queen. Yes, so, but anyway, the bishop on d5 is the only good piece in white's possession. Now the big question, is something threatening? If not, I go h4, and Jan, I believe, has also played the move h4. Show me the money kind of attitude. Because if you are not punishing me, then at least after h4, I'm on the board, trying to play ag5, opening up something. Computer is screaming again. By the way, Miro, your idea, or was it Irina yours, the queen f5, attacking this pawn on c2, how do we defend?
Well, he didn't go for that one. He went for rook b1. Maybe the point was like rook dd3 there, or some rook going to d3. So he went rook b1, king d2. Where is he going with that idea?
Is rook e8 the whole point?
And trying to go for like queen f4 check, yeah?
Like a queen d4, queen a...
Yeah, not obvious, and the clock is ticking now, down to 30 seconds. This does not look so convincing anymore. Practical chances for Jan.
Yeah, I mean, going rook e8, he can try rook e8 here. He doesn't really have to be afraid of
that's
losing the two rooks.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, like rook e8 specifically in this position.
But I think he captured on d1. I believe the rook takes d1, king d1 on the board.
Which might still be okay.
And black has played the move rook e8 after that. I believe this is what happened. The problem with 30 seconds on the clock, by the way, the clock situation collapsed completely in Narenan's case because it's 0-0 written. Obviously, it's not the case.
Yeah.
So we unfortunately will not know how much time he has. But this takes rook e8 somehow.
Queen D2 maybe?
Yeah, Queen
Very
D2
solid
was
option.
just played. I've just updated the page and it says, first of all, Black did get this increment, 10 seconds increment per move.
Rook E5.
Somehow holding on, and I think White is relieved that one pair of rooks have come off the board, but the rook on C3 is still pinned basically to this Queen A1 idea. Rook E5.
E5.
Okay. He was threatening like Rook D5.
Wait a second. Is Rook E3 a move? Maybe I'll just simplify everything.
Yes, yeah, it looks like.
You know, one day I'll be better because A4 pawn is weak. You know, the outside passed pawn on the other side.
He's making survival here.
Certainly. This is a big turnaround. Yeah,
big time advantage really helps.
Yeah, this is typical Jan in
Should we take a quick look at what's going on between Arjun and Magnus? They're in the end game now.
Certainly end game. White has sacrificed the pawn. He has good grip on the A6, B7 pawns, but Black C pawn seems to be doing quite a lot of damage, and this pawn on H3 should not be underestimated because the pawn on H2 is very vulnerable in different endgames, also in bishop endgames and in rook endgames, so it's looking good for Magnus.
You think, it's not that easy for White to win the C-pawn.
Yeah, and it's lovely to have this bishop on B6 with the pawn on A5, but it does not really do much. So C4, King E2. King E2 was the last move.
Yeah, because when you go King D2, there's always like Bishop B4 check.
Yes.
Abdusattorov, by the way, getting a win against Pranav.
Wow, that's huge.
Very
he
quickly.
delivered a beautiful checkmate.
Yes.
Just very, very quickly to show this checkmate. Queen F8, a queen sacrifice. If takes, King H7, Bishop F5 check. And after G6, Rook takes C7 will be checkmate.
Okay, let's look at the crazy game between Harika and Ho Yifan, because that one is about as unbalanced as it can get.
Wow. This bishop on B7 knight move to C6. It feels like this is the typical kind of hedgehog, that you get your counterplay, this pawn got all the way to G2. However, the knight cannot really move. Well, now already after bishop C6, maybe knight takes G5 is a threat.
G5, yeah.
It's a threat.
Yes. Before the bishop was hanging on B7.
Okay, Rook D1 and... Okay, knight G5, at least you have...
Well, a lot to calculate. Rook E8, Queen E8, and then Queen takes this. No, then Knight H. No, it's not mate.
It's not mate.
Yeah, not mate. No matter where you
not
go.
Even the pawn does not promote.
But you also have Queen takes C6. Yeah, you also have this back rank idea. So Rook CD1 was perfect. Was the right move.
Good try. Yeah, playing against Black's back rank.
Wow, the only problem is that Harika has 1 minute on the clock.
Queen to C8.
C8, okay. Also a pretty nice move.
Yeah, does not threaten anything, but it passes the move to White. Again, very difficult.
Yeah. I mean, the problem is that White's queen is a little bit cut out of the game.
Yes.
How do we get that queen back into action?
Well, could it be that the Queen C8 covers C7, and that's why it's a good move? So there is no Queen C7 and coming back.
Yeah,
Rook E3.
Rook E3.
Seems like the kind of move that would come to my mind.
Hang on a second. Queen takes G4. I'm very tempted to suggest.
And then Rook D1. Yes, exactly.
D1, and then I'm like pinned a jillion times. Yeah.
Yes.
And then the bishop is hanging, and so does the everything.
Well, Queen H5. I might have to take King take G2, get into the diagonal. Is that correct? No, I cannot believe that. Queen G4.
Wow,
that's crazy.
That's crazy, yeah. But Queen H5 threatens Queen H1 checkmate.
I mean, in the worst case, you can play Queen G4, Queen C6.
Yes, this
Queen
is
D1, Rook E1, Queen D8. I mean, White is surviving.
White is winning. Then the E4 knight is hanging. No.
Yeah, so Queen G4 is terrible then.
Yes, Queen G4 is impossible.
H5, double exclamation mark.
Yes.
You know, for a time control with on seconds,
Wow.
H5. Then your opponent's wondering, which one do I take? Do I take H6? Do I take H5?
And the back rank was such an issue, yeah? So H5 is a brilliant move. It feels like Queen
Which one
C8.
should we take?
Well, I have no idea.
One of the two?
Yes, and no matter what we do, it will turn out to be a mistake.
You can ignore it. You can go like Rook D E1. Okay, she took on H5.
So now...
This is apparently a losing move according to the engine. It feels like, because now there is no back rank issue anymore.
But we still couldn't find the refutation of if knight takes g5, rook e8, queen e8, rook d8. White's still winning, right?
Mm-hmm.
So could it be knight g5, rook takes, bishop takes all of a sudden?
Wow.
And then I wanted to go queen h3.
Well, that's interesting. That's going to be a hard one for her to do. I don't know.
Yeah, that's
Okay,
not
she
an
didn't
easy
go
move
for
to
that.
play, of course.
Knight takes f2, rook takes c8 on the board.
And king f2. Okay, still not.
F2.
But you know, I mean, there's no queen e4. Maybe white can survive because there's queen d8 as an idea. I mean, actually, king h7, okay, but so what? Queen d8? But then there's g1.
Queen d8, g1 is brilliant.
Is a big problem, but
Action. And
Okay,
the queen
tricky
remains
move
stuck.
but queen takes a6. Maybe I can play queen takes, try to get queen d3. Isn't this a great kind of, I don't need the pawn, but I need my queen back.
Yeah. No,
Takes a6.
did
She can also try g6 here, right? Just like try to confuse the issue a little bit. Open
But
up.
then, okay, f g8, queen take g6. I'm getting
Queen
active.
g6, queen c7. Are you in time to
Queen
really
a6, there is bishop b5 though. And then queen
g6.
Then g6, king h6.
Okay, she played
I was
queen
thinking.
c7
Yeah, you
without
take
that.
with a check.
Yeah, but maybe king h8 back. Yeah, yes. Okay, then look, yeah, it's crazy.
Queen
Okay.
Absolutely
c7.
crazy.
Okay.
That's an
So-
This
interesting.
is definitely
Queen
an idea.
e4 after queen c7. That's what happened.
Queen c4, queen e4.
Okay. On g6, there's even king h6.
Now, yeah.
Queen g3 maybe. But then queen c2 check.
c2.
Queen c2 check.
Yeah, seems to be winning.
We don't get
Why,
stability.
why do you think it's winning? Because there's king e1. I mean, this looks horrible, but
Yeah, it
Bishop
looks
f-
horrible.
3 something.
Yeah.
I mean, we're so close.
g6. Okay.
Queen d6. Okay. I think it's a good move because, yeah, you cover the d2 square. Queen f3 check, king g1.
Mm-hmm. Wow. I mean, I don't know. Queen e3. Isn't white losing? Queen
you're
e3,
practical,
king
don't you
h2 and g1?
Position.
Don't we have a big problem?
No, bishop e4.
Okay.
Ah, okay.
Bishop e4, but now g6 check. G6 check.
Oh, yeah.
This is a big problem because queen h2 check appears after bishop takes g6.
Okay.
And you'll have to block bishop h5 maybe, but still you lose
Then
the
queen
g2.
g2. Yeah.
Yeah, you just move the rook to e1 and yeah.
Yeah.
Well, king h6 played. What a dramatic turnaround again.
That's...
And now it seems like white stabilized everything on the dark squares. Yeah, the king on g1 sits safely. The rook on e1 guards the e3 square, and the queen on d6 is a monster because it's getting ready for queen h2, but also the bishop on e4 is loose.
This is the best position white has had in a long time. I mean, white can win because white's got those extra pawns on the queen side.
Yeah, computer gives +5 advantage for white.
Wow.
And already practically speaking, it feels like, yeah, bishop d5, a desperate move.
Okay.
It does not pose any problems. For example, just queen e5. Is that possible? Yeah, on the board. Threatening queen e3 check.
It's hard for black to avoid a queen trade. Can they ever just take the pawn on g6 or... King G6.
Incredible defense by Harika.
Yeah.
And that's it. Resignation by Hui Fan. What a win and what a performance here in time scramble.
Happy, yeah.
So let's go to Magnus.
Okay, Magnus. Is he winning this one? It's going to come down to this pawn end game.
Yeah, he should be winning because king c3, king b5.
Yeah, I think he is winning, right? He gets to checkmate that king.
Yes, he checkmates that king, yeah. So after king b2, black can play king b4. That's the problem. And d6, a3 check, and then we come king c3, a2, and then king b2 and queen b3 will be the final mate.
Yeah.
Oh, wait a second. So I go king b2.
He played king d2, but this case not just a3.
But then a3 is a move with a temper. That doesn't make much sense, right?
Yeah. No, okay, he just had no move. Also, Magnus will have a very important win.
Wait, let's go to Nepo versus Narayanan because that game is still in progress and
It's a second wave of the attack on the White King. Right? Like, it survived the first wave, but then somehow...
Yeah, there is. And also, let's just very quickly update the last board, what is happening.
It's an end game.
It's an end game where White seems to be safe. So there is no danger looming on Vadim Rosenstein. So this makes things more... Yeah, Magnus has won and all eyes on the Nepo-Narayanan game.
Isn't it some sort of deja vu? Because Nepo just took the c3 pawn some 10 moves ago, and now it makes it a reappearance, the c3 pawn.
Yeah, but now he took the c5. Now,
yeah, Queen g5 is a threat.
Yeah, no, it's
should be out of danger.
White is winning.
Yeah, White can definitely win this one, yeah? And especially with less than 10 seconds for Narayanan. So it does look like WR Chess is going to win this. Thanks to that big win by Magnus and
Harika.
Yeah, and the
yes,
by Nepo.
Yes, basically, despite the fact that Harika delivered this incredible blow to Hui Fan, they are compensating it. Yeah, Abdusattorov and Magnus has already won. Vadim on the Joker board is having things under control, probably even better, and Jan has survived that scare. Normally, this is what people would tell him not to do in a team event, right? If you are in an individual event, you want to gamble like this, it's your choice. But when there are teammates there, wow, I think he will be very happy and very relieved surviving.
China is having some trouble against GM Han's team.
Oh, we can now move on because basically the match is decided.
Andrew Hong is winning against Wang Yue. He is up a pawn and, I mean, well, should have great chances to win this endgame.
But Dingliden is clearly better against Hans.
Mm-hmm.
What were the results? So UNG Dada draw, UN June Salimova draw. Pangbo won the Joker board.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And what about Tabatabai Vei? What a crazy position. What a crazy position, because black is a piece up, but white has a b7 pawn and there are mating ideas here. So black
gave up the rook.
Gave up the rook.
And can black hold this? Doesn't look too good.
Doesn't, but on the other hand, the knights are also good, but how do you continue? That's the big question.
Yeah, do you push the d pawn? Try to get it to d3?
Yeah, that would be kind of the logical follow-up.
Mm-hmm, he pushed.
Yeah, he has to push. Yeah, after all, his exchange done. So d4.
Still not so easy for it. Maybe like some knight f4.
Yeah, but then, yeah, knight f4 has to be played, basically, because then you also stop black's king from advancing.
Mm-hmm. The pawn can get all the way to d2, but then it kind of gets stuck there.
Get stuck, yeah. Somewhere also king f1, king e2 would be nice to achieve.
So do they have chances in this match? I mean, is Hans losing? It's not a fact that he's not doing well.
Yeah, but practically speaking, this is horrible. Yeah, because also the f5 square, yeah, so it's not only the h6 weakness. I don't see him ever surviving this position.
Yeah. So if Hans loses, then how are they doing in the match? They're still struggling, and it depends on whether Tabatabai can beat Wei Yi. Maybe if he beats him, they can try to get a draw in this match.
Because Andrew Hong already...
Andrew Hong, he...
Yeah, okay.
He's on his way to winning, right?
Yeah, he's winning, yeah. Okay, there is no intrigue.
Yeah, I think that's it.
So all eyes on Tabatabai against Wei Yi, because this is a very strange position. Normally one would say endgame should be easy to kind of, that we could give a clear assessment, but no. I'm unable to give a clear assessment here.
So on d2, rook d8, okay, he's stopping the pawn. Black's knights are a bit stuck. Are there any tricks here?
Yeah, but the king e6, can I play king e6 and the knight from g6 can never move because of the hanging e5 pawn? Is that an issue?
Like both sides are getting stuck. It feels like
Yes.
like white can't win the D pawn.
Knight G3. Wow, Knight G3. Really? I don't believe in this move. Giving up the D2 pawn?
You wouldn't have done that, yeah?
No, because
You don't think knight f4 is going to happen here?
Well, knight f4 is also this knight g3 just shocks me. King e6 was so much more in the spirit.
Okay, because if he goes knight f4, he guards the pawn, controls e6. And if he takes on d2, knight h5, where does his knight go? Can he win such a position? Okay, he did go for knight f4.
Yeah, knight f4, knight e6. But why not just take on d2?
This is progress for white, right?
Progress. But why?
Now we take on d2.
No, because rook d2, knight f1 check. He cannot take. No, actually, now, what is knight f5 check?
Wait a second. Who is winning and why?
Yes.
Knight f5?
Knight f5 check. He just blundered.
They have to take the d2 pawn and then knight f4. And you'd be lucky to get the draw.
What happens on rook d6 here? Oh, that's what happens. Oh, then there's knight f5.
Unbelievable.
And yeah, king d2, knight f4 is already on the board. And
oh, wow. He blundered big time.
But this knight f1 check was so easy to miss. I blundered it as well.
Wow, black is actually winning now.
Yeah, now it's over.
Incredible. Big win for Team China. Oh, very disappointing for Tabatabai.
Yes, because he outplayed, probably, we don't know what happened before, but where we have seen, it looked like he was in control. Wow, so this means that China team is in a very comfortable situation because Dinglian is winning this, Wei has turned the tables.
You know, there's still some intrigue in the game between Rosenstein and Shah, but the thing is that
they've
won the match.
Yeah, and also black is trying to, well, actually now he's holding the game easily. But white should also hold, yeah? Knight a5 and draw agreed, I guess. Yeah. I'm pretty sure that Jan Gustafsson would like to enter, yeah, just knight a5 and stop the clock, draw, finish. But yeah, the game continues, knight d2. So much action.
Oh, that's it. So he's going to promote that pawn.
Yeah.
Wow.
No surprises here. All eyes on Hans. But yeah, this is just such a dominating structure. Yeah, the knight on f5 and pawn on h6. So white king is just going all the way.
e6, right?
Yes, I guess you just keep on walking. And then you deliver some checkmate. Every rook trade is also losing. Okay, Ding even plays king e4.
I think he wants the checkmate with knight e7, knight g6.
Ah, that's another, yeah. Why to bring the king if it's not needed anymore?
Yeah, he wants to get the tempo on the bishop. And
all right. Well, this actually also
this was exciting.
Sets up the Chinese team against the WER team.
And they're all going to be a little bit tired, right? Except Magnus. I guess, who just
okay, we don't know. Maybe there are some other teams also on 100% score, but in any case, yeah, we will have incredible clashes on the last round of today. This is over.
Can someone tell me if Hans is holding this one, which I would find incredible?
What, after king e4? Yeah, we already kind of assumed that the game is finished. It's over.
Who do we see on the video over there?
This is Nihal, no? I think Nihal Sarin.
Ding's game is done, I was told. So
because the king on e4 was probably placed as a winning. I mean, it was not the last move.
It wasn't the move. So the king was on on d5 and apparently went to e6, f7, whatever.
Yes, and then they just put the king as
on e4. So Hans played something very strange in the opening. Okay, if we get a chance, I'll talk about it.
Vidit lost another game.
What?
Actually, yeah, for Team Chessy.
Wow, what is the match situation? Salana has beaten Simon Gumulars.
But their team is still winning.
But there is this last board, the Joker board. Let's just quickly get a feel for it. Yeah, white is the one dominating here, which should be...
That is for Team Chessie.
Yes.
So yeah, Team Chessie is doing fine. And the rookies in this round didn't do quite as well. They did get a draw on board 1, but then Maksudlu beat Zemlyansky, Artemyev beat Samadov, and Andreikin beat Bival. So
yeah, they are just too strong and too experienced, yeah? Yeah, that's it. Great result by Gurel, yeah, holding with the black pieces against Dubov. And what about the Kazakh team? Kazakh team, Mavadyalov has 1, Svidler has 1, and Grishchuk in action. Let's take a look. No, that's it. It's game over.
Winning.
Yeah, or the game has already maybe finished. In any case, yeah. Okay, all the top stars are winning there for Kazakh chess. Astabayeva has 1 as well.
So no upsets in this round in terms of team matches.
Yeah, well, this first match was very close, but yeah, finally a big happy.
You know what I want to look at, Peter?
Yes?
I want to look at the game between Harika and Ho Yifan.
Yes.
I feel like we didn't quite figure out that key moment where Ho Yifan must have been doing well, and somehow it turned around in Harika's favor. And I had one question about that game.
Yes, which move?
Okay, let's see which move.
By the way, yeah, Jan Nepomniachtchi has also won his game against Nanan Sunildut. Okay.
Okay, I think, like right here, let's go to move 34.
Well, I thought like after h5, if you ask me after h5 what's happening,
Yes.
we were wondering before, we didn't know. I don't think that we can change our assessment that things were just out of control.
So yeah, my question was on move 34.
Okay, King G1.
Yeah, because she played bishop e4 and she gave her time to play g6. So if we play queen e3 here.
Yeah, just keep on harassing. Yeah, King H2 only move.
Yeah.
Well.
I wanted to go g1.
Yes. But for some reason I cannot
Why not?
do this.
Is this not legal? You cannot make a queen in chess?
It is legal, but the system kills me completely.
But
I cannot play G1.
Aren't we winning there though, Peter?
Okay, G1. Let me put it like this.
Arrows.
So, rook take G1, Queen F2 check, King H3. It's good for white.
Because
the end.
Yes, and also G6 check is always there. I was wondering if the Queen endgame is the Queen endgame, for example. No, Queen endgame, we are also not getting Queen endgame. I feel like when suddenly Black captured the bishop on F2, I really wanted to keep that jolly Joker knight on E4. Yes, somehow this knight on E4 was such a powerful piece, causing so much damage. Yeah, here, G5, G takes H5. I just cannot believe that something is not working.
Someone tell me, knight takes G5 in this position, rook E8, bishop E8. I don't think it's winning, but I also don't see the defense. Queen H3 is my kind of big threat, which I play, among other things, to rook D8, for instance.
Yes,
I still play Queen H3.
I have to play rook D8, and you just play Queen H3.
Queen H3.
Yeah, rook takes C8 check, and King H7.
And there is no G6 anymore, because it's physically not there.
Yes.
Yeah, and the queen is still cut out. Yeah.
This feels like...
Queen H1.
Yeah, because otherwise I would have the rook H8 check trick to capture the knight, but it does not... let me just put it that, yes, there is this defensive resource, but we only stop one checkmate. The other one is still available. Queen H1 checkmate. So this was somehow feeling like the natural course of events. We were very worried for Harika, but suddenly this knight takes F2. We of course don't know the exactly correct evaluation after knight take G5, but it feels very shaky. Maybe rook G3 is the... No, rook G3 also loses. I don't know, what is the defense at all for white?
It's a good question. I don't see one.
Yeah, so rook takes E8. Oops. Not this one. Yeah, knight take G5, rook E8. bishop takes e8 and...
Like queen d8 doesn't change much, right? I go to h3 and you can only take one piece. The bishop goes with a check, but then there is no defense, or you take the knight and it's queen h1.
Yes, very nice.
It's amazing how this attack takes place on the light squares.
Yeah.
Yeah, and this bishop on f2 is useless, exactly.
Counterproductive.
Yes,
I mean, it takes away the square.
Yeah, knight takes f2 was such an unlucky move.
Well, that game was very exciting. Should we also take a look at how Narayanan should have won against Nepomniachtchi?
Yes, let's take a look. Let's understand, yeah, because it looked very scary, but finally it wasn't that obvious. And we were speculating if bishop takes c2 was possible or not, yeah? Let me ask the computer. Bishop takes c2, yeah, computer confirms that it was the correct move. What we are calculating, king takes c2, rook b2 check, king c1, but where is the final touch? Because obviously the players have calculated all the way till here.
Your c2 move, maybe?
The c2 move is also correct. Actually, also we didn't know where does white place his rook from d1. Yeah, that's the main problem. Okay, rook d1 would be kind of natural, yeah, to at least have a defensive rook.
But then it's...
But also rook a2, you still have rook c3. I thought like rook a2 wins on the... rook a2, bishop a2, pardon me. I mean, we wanted rook b1 check. King takes d2. This was the line that we talked about. It was obvious.
d2.
Queen b2 check, king d3.
d3.
We had this.
Well, at the very least...
You can pick up the bishop on d5.
No, wait a second. Queen d4, rook b2, right?
Yeah, but king e... Yeah, I was calculating this, then you have king e2, but then rook b2 check. Yeah, it's just over. No, queen d4 check, king e2 is not over.
But like trade
take the bishop
trade queen d5 is not +5. It's probably winning in the long
but
run,
it's
but it's not +5.
Very safe because this oops, press the wrong button. The problem was that no, this is a wrong line. This one is the line. So it was quite clear all the way to here. I saw it in like 5 seconds, and the computer said it's completely winning, and now it's some quiet little move.
Yeah.
And sometimes these quiet little moves are the hardest to find, and it messes up your brain. And what is it?
What is the quiet little move? Like rook f2, we are the one getting checkmated, right?
Yes,
it's too slow.
This we don't want to do. Queen d4 check looks so natural, and it's not right. Okay, we can also do rook e1, but this doesn't make any sense. For example, then queen d4 check, but okay, this isn't the complete win. So don't see why. c4 check. Okay, and if we pick up the h3 pawn, because it's the move that I would not even consider, just out of curiosity. It's a move, but it's not a good move. All right. Oops. Okay, back to this. I mean, what is this?
So we know this was winning.
And it's still not easy to find this move. Yeah, just to highlight how difficult chess is.
Wait, so what happens on rook f2? You have like rook e8 check or something.
Yeah, so this...
Yeah, then we are getting checkmated. We have
with the rooks, yeah.
Very confusing. Okay, let me just out of curiosity also... No, rook e1 we already tried. It was not working. Nicely, queen d4 check is a professional way, but it's not the way. Unbelievable. What about queen b5 check? But it's such a strange move that I saw the move, but I just didn't know. But maybe queen b5 check.
Queen b5.
It's a good move, but it's not the -6 move, okay? But at least it's -2. Yeah, queen b5 check is a good move. It was so counterintuitive. The point is that after bishop c4, we have rook b3 check.
b3 check.
Yes.
The bishop and
because otherwise queen b5 looked so bad. But what is this -6? Okay, but c4 check was also on my radar, but I did not understand why that. And c4 check is the -6.
Wow.
Okay, so c4 check, bishop takes c4, and
we don't know.
What changed?
d5 is...
I saw c4 check from the beginning, but what changed? how nice that we don't have engine. Yeah, engine would say it in like 1 second, and everybody. Yeah, but
people in the chat laughing at us.
Exactly. Okay, I prefer that we are loved at, but we at least simulate that how difficult it is. Yeah, it's.
And then imagine you're on seconds, and also you have other moves. The direction he went for was also looking very promising.
Yes, and okay, what? Now queen takes a3, it's not a good move, but it's the winning move, -6. Okay, so very primitive chess. C4 check, bishop, because we're gonna win that bishop.
King E2, you'll give a give a check, or what? I'm still...
Yes, but I also have rook c3 there. No, you have queen c1 check.
C1, yeah, you're winning.
Okay, okay, all right. Queen c1 check is and that's why you had to lure the bishop to c4.
Then you take the bishop with a check,
and then okay,
the attack continues, and you have the a pawn.
Yes, and pawn up. Wow.
I guess the main thing is that you're still going to mate white, right? With like rook b8.
Yes, king e1, rook b8 should be over.
Would you guys agree that like computer has this? You know what? It's an advantage on us. I mean, in many respects, but some tactics which are quite short, but somehow unhuman, like strange trajectories.
Yeah, not in the spirit.
Squares, yes. Right? And then for computer, it's the same. This is the line 3 moves long, and that is the line 3 moves long.
Yes.
And one line would be elementary for the human, and the other one we would say, no, this never can be fun.
So C4 was the main winning move. That,
yes, C4,
out of all the checks that you have, C4 is the one in this position.
And C4 even do check C4. It's just that to understand why exactly you play C4.
That you have to take queen takes a3 and then you
win the bishop.
Like this.
Can we see, like, how big is the advantage after queen d4, king e2, and then we
pick
take
up
the bishop?
Yeah, like let's say primitive.
Trade
and
the bishop. Like, what's this? Because
this is the natural way of... I, for example, don't understand why this is just minus 0.30 or even not...
it's not even a pawn.
No, to me it looks like minus plus. Okay, I'm not winning, but I should win slowly. Computer apparently finds some, maybe rook e7.
7 to go queen c3.
Yes, but yeah, rook e7 0-0. Thank you very much.
Wow.
No, -1. Okay.
Queen d4?
Yes, this is still...
Queen d4. We do not know how reliable the engine is.
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
But certainly black should have the advantage. It's impossible that we are pawn up and white's king is still in the center and we have good pawn structure. We are not better. In any case, I felt like he should have gone for this line because he's risking absolutely nothing.
Absolutely.
Absolutely nothing.
The worst thing to happen to you is that you'll have to go for perpetual check.
Yes.
Right.
Yes, and he was low on the clock. It would have been better to clarify the situation, to have a direction rather than he opted for just...
Yeah, you know, they lost with a minimal score. Actually, you know, Shah wound up beating Rosenstein. So they lost only 2.5, 3.5. So this game was actually really important. I mean, at least getting a draw would have been a big deal, but you know.
Yes, you don't know, because okay, Vadim had the chance to make he was pawn up everything. So wow, okay, just shows that what a dramatic event. I'm loving this format. Yeah, there is this unexpected kind of moment in every single match when two top teams are fighting.
Well, now we have 5 teams on perfect scores. So we're going to see the matchups of the top teams in round 4. One team will be dropped down a little bit. That might be the team Kaz Chess. I don't know. They're ranked, I think, lower than the other one, so they might be getting dropped down. But yeah, it's going to be fascinating to see what the pairings actually are for the next round. Let's see if the pairings are there.
Well, obviously WR.
We have pairings.
Oh, we do have the...
Wow, okay.
Take a look. All right. All right. It's big ones. Yes, indeed. So Kaz got paired down to MGD1, so that's still going to be a super match. And then we have WR is playing Chessy, led by Richard Rapport. And Elaine is going to be playing the Decade China team.
Wow.
So what are your takes on these pairings, guys?
Wow, crazy.
It's incredible.
China has seemed pretty convincing. I mean, not an easy match for them, the last one, but I feel like they've been a bit more convincing than Elaine today. So Elaine's going to have to show their
Yeah, but
best chess.
you never know when Dubov's going to perform, right? So far, he lost one and he made 2 draws. But this guy is capable of winning games, and when he starts, well, you never know. It might be exactly the next round.
Yeah, against Dingley then, who, by the way, started with 3 out of 3.
Yeah.
It's I read many times people in forums and like these comments when judging when Dingley did not play well against top guys, they already look at his performance and says like, wow, this is completely wrong take, yeah? Dingley, even in the worst form, is a 2650 player at the minimum, but when he's in good form, then he's 2800. And yeah, we are so happy to see him in seemingly perfect shape so far.
Well, I think we have the best possible finish to the day with the top teams being paired with each other, and they're going to be start to play in just 10 minutes. Meanwhile, we have an interview for you with Anna Muzichuk from the Chessy team, and we will see you on the other end of our break.
We're here with Anna Muzichuk, who's been super active in chess this year. How is this specific tournament going for you, Anna?
So far, quite okay. I won my first 2 games. The first one against Kazakh player and the second one against Daniel Resinse. And our team also won, but in both matches we lost some points, so it's not so easy. And yeah, here are so many good teams that I think like the first 10 really have chances to be in the top 3. So I believe the fight will be quite tense.
And you have quite a strong team. You're in the team with Vidit, Fun for East. How is it like playing with all of these top players together? Do you guys get along well? Do you hang out during the rounds?
Yeah, we haven't quarreled. So yes, we have a good team, many players from all different countries, but we all know each other, yes, because most of us are top level players. So we have met many times before, and yeah, we are quite friendly.
Did you do any pre-tournament preparations together?
I think we did, but we did separately.
And what do you think about Astana, Kazakhstan? Of course, this is becoming some kind of capital of chess in the world, huge events taking place. How do you find it here?
Yes, Kazakhstan is organizing more and more tournaments, and of course it's great to see a new country on the chess map. But I wouldn't say it's so new because it's already my second time in Kazakhstan, and I remember last time I was here for World Team Championship in 2019, so 5 years ago. So it's my second time here, and yeah, the place is nice. Now it's even nicer because that time it was winter, it was cold, and we could barely go out and see something. But now it's more pleasant.
Well, thank you so much, Anna, and I wish you a good luck for the rest of your tournament.
Thanks.
We are here in the Players' Chill Zone with Ariban. How is your tournament going?
Yeah, it's been going great. I'm very happy so far, yeah.
And results-wise for your team?
Yeah, team is also winning the matches, so I'm quite happy, yeah.
And Kazakhstan is becoming quite well known for big chess tournaments. Have you gotten a chance to explore the city a little bit?
Actually, yeah, still haven't. I have to soon. I think even last time I was here, I was supposed to visit, but lucky it didn't work out. But yeah, I really want to visit, and this is the best time of the year because last time it was just freezing when I was here. So now actually I would love to visit some places, yeah.
And in this specific tournament, we've got a lot of mixed teams. So some players aren't really well acquainted playing together for the first time. Do you feel like you have some sort of advantage of knowing your peers a little bit better?
Yeah, that's true. Like I think we know the players much better, and we have been playing for many years together. And I mean, all the players I would have played with them it's on some point of time. I think it's a very interesting format, and it gives rise to many other players and also amateur players get a chance to compete with and be in the same place as the top players. So I think it's a very good format, and I think more such formats would be nice actually in the future.
Do you prefer Blitz and Rapid over classical chess?
Still, I love all of them, all three, but yeah, it's hard to choose. Yeah, I always felt more of a classical guy, but now ever since the World Rapid happening constantly every year, and now and also World Cups many times being decided because of the Rapid tie breaks. So I think I think I'm more also interested to play more Rapid and Blitz now. Yeah.
And the last question, are we going to see any 1B3s here?
Oh, I already played 1v3 this game, yeah, so definitely more.
Well, thank you so much, Ariban. Good luck for the rest of the tournament.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks.
Waves are off. His clock is ticking. How will he respond to Ekom's first move already complete?
Who's gonna swing across the channel? I'm a strong swinger. Who's gonna swing across the channel? Why did you wonder? You say like house. Am I right, boy? Am I right? Why did you wonder?
Make your move. The 45th FIDE Chess Olympiad, Budapest 2024, where the story becomes history.
We're here with world champion Ding Liren. Ding, you have 2 out of 2. The tournament's going really well for you. How do you feel to be back here in Astana?
I feel very happy to be back to Astana, where I win the last time I win the World Championship match. And here it's a lucky place for me since today the second game is very complicated, and he prepared very good. He played very powerful, and I was in kind of danger. But after that, I found the way to exchange the queens after the. And in the end game, it's clear that I was out of danger.
Right, so it's a special place for you, and it adds a little bit of specialness to your chess. Do you feel confident going into this tournament?
Yes, I came here to, in order to gain some points to recover the confidence. And second game it went well, but we haven't met any strong opponent yet, so I shouldn't be too relaxed now.
And of course, your team is one of the headliners because we've got both world champions, you and Ju and Jun. What is it like playing in a team together?
Yeah, I haven't had the chance to play with him, so it's quite amazing that we are on the same team. And yes, she is a very strong female player. She's also world champion, and yes, she's our very reliable component.
And tonight there is going to be soccer with all the players. You're going to be playing there. Is this a good way for you to unwind, relax from the chess?
Yes, and because I love playing soccer, so I watch the soccer tournaments a lot. So that's why I decided to play.
Thank you so much, Ding, and good luck for the rest of the tournament.
Thank you.
Hey guys, we're back with the most exciting round of the day. It's the final round, and it's the round that's going to feature the matchups of the top teams for the first time in this event. We have Magnus Carlsen, who's going to be playing his second round of the day, and he will be with the white pieces against Richard Rapport from the Chessy team. So we have WR Chess, the winners from last year, playing a new team called Chessy. And we have Elaine, also a new team in this event, playing Decade China, who are also playing for the first time in the second edition.
Well, and Chinese team is pretty much the national team of China from Tromsø Olympiad 2014, right, as we figured out. Yeah, and I'm thinking Elaine has quite a few players from Russia, and there were traditional matches, China-Russia, right? So it might as well be that they have some experience or even a lot of experience playing against these particular players.
Yeah, for example, okay, just to go through some of the pairings, board pairings, yeah, so Magnus Carlsen, Richard Rapport, Jan Nepomniachtchi against Marty Rosyan, Jan Krzysztof Duda against Fan Forest, Jordan Fan Forest, Pragnanand against Sarana, Hui Fan against Koneru, and also the Joker, Rosenstein against Anakul, yeah?
Yeah, so Hui Fan, she lost the last game to Harika, but she's still in the lineup. So they have Kosteniuk played the first 2 games of the day, and Hui Fan playing the next 2 games of the day. They did make a little adjustment. The Chessy team, they took out Vidit, who's lost, I think, a couple of games today. And he's one of their top players, but he's not featured in this match against their main rivals, WR.
Wow, this is kind of surprising. Yeah, I feel like no matter how many games Vidit lost before, I want him against the top team. Yeah, because he's a very solid player. We don't know exactly why he lost. Maybe he overpushed the previous games, but he has incredible strength and stability. But okay, they have Emil Sutovsky as the captain. Yeah, he probably knows. He talked to Vidit. Interesting.
And then we have the match between Elaine and Decade Chess. So we have Dubov versus Ding, Maksudlu versus Wei Yi, Artemia versus Yu Yangyi. So very elite matchups here. And Katerina Lagno against Ju Wen Jun. And they played a match for the World Championship a few years ago.
Yeah, or rather, was it the World Championship? I thought it
was
was
the World
the
finals of the World
knockout,
something like that. But yes, exactly. They and Ju Wen Jun wound up winning that one by just a small margin.
Yeah, we are seeing now the Chinese team, and they are making the first move. Look at this. The Elaine team is not yet on the board. E2, E4 was played by Wei Yi. He pressed the clock.
Okay. So none of the players for Elaine are sitting at the board.
Actually, interesting. Isn't there any rule like, or there is something that if, in which competition is like if you are only 1 or 2, you have no right to play the move until your
teammates are coming. First board is coming.
Right, I think it's the general rule for the team competition. If less than half of your team is present, well, but they arrive all on the same time. So.
Yeah, okay, so problem solved. With big determination. Maksudlu on board 2, Artemia board 3.
Okay, D4 by Dubov, knight f6.
So we're going to see a Catalan?
We're going to see an attempt at a Catalan, okay. But now G3, right?
Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
Dubov stays true to his opening preferences.
Yeah, and Dinglian has just beaten Hans Niemann with the Catalan himself. That featured a different line.
Yeah, so far, no, not.
Okay, so Ding is thinking over G3. Yeah, he hasn't chosen a line yet. Oh, he has played Bishop E7.
No, Bishop B4 check. Yeah, Bishop D2, Bishop back, and then Bishop F4 was played by Dubov. Not castling, yeah.
Not castling.
And it is this big maestro of all these move orders. You don't know exactly. Maybe after Bishop he wants to transpose, but maybe he wants to force you into some different setup. Very interesting. Unfortunately, we don't have the games yet, so we rely on the camera.
Right. What are the other, interesting games that kind of big names playing each other? Can we check
Yeah, well, we have Richard
Table
Rapport
three.
choosing a Caro-Kann against Magnus Carlsen. That's what we see. We have a kind of a Queen's Gambit between Martirosyan and Nepo. Kind of a Reti opening between Duda and Van Foreest. So Rana and Prague are in an E3 Nimzo.
Okay, unfortunately, I was trying to refresh. Still, nothing happened.
And Ho Yifan playing the Jobaba London against Humpy Koneru. So she's definitely taking the game out of mainstream theory early on.
Oh,
we have an exchange. We have an exchange Caro-Kann from Magnus. He took on D5 and played Bishop D3. I remember, from my commentary with Dubov at the World Championship match last year, that he was saying that Magnus really likes these structures of the exchange Caro, like the Carlsbad pawn structures.
Yes, and we have the games. Okay, good news. Then, okay, right into Magnus versus Richard Rapport.
So Rapport played E5 early on, so we're not...
Well, in the Caro-Kann. In the Caro-Kann, because you said early on E5.
Early on.
Yes, if you don't know when. Yeah, it was E4, C6. Yeah, atypical from Rapport.
Oh, wow.
And then...
There's a pawn sacrifice already on the board from Richard. I mean, this knight E4 move offering up the D5 pawn for the bishop pair compensation. I mean, I would agree that there's definitely good compensation if white takes that knight. What do you think, Peter?
I think this exists. I'm not an expert in this variation at all. I have never played it with white, but I do recall seeing something. Yeah, bishop takes e4, d takes e4, queen takes e4, and then queen e7.
D6, maybe?
Bishop d6, no, then bishop d6, f. I thought like maybe queen e7 is the point.
But f4, there's always queen h4,
yes,
so we're good.
It's not the end of the story, yes. So, okay, first I want to see, bishop b5 check, okay, that's the professional move. After knight e4.
And then what, bishop d7?
Yeah, on the board. And then, okay, it's just maybe trade and then develop.
Then just play knight f3, yeah?
Yeah, but I don't know. It doesn't look bad for black at all. Then this whole scenario worked out. Richie, yeah? Richard coming up with a surprise against Magnus Carlsen. You don't surprise Magnus too often. That's an achievement already. All right, so we're going to move on. What about Haik Martirosyan Nepo? Okay, there is nothing going on. This is going to be a draw. Jan Krzysztof Duda against Jordan Van Foreest.
Well, he did just play the move h4, spicing up the position.
Yeah, well, black has also committed this c7, c6. I'm not a fan of any of these moves. I feel like the opening battle has gone in white's favor. I think white has all the reasons to be happy, despite the evaluation bar saying that black is absolutely fine. I feel some danger here for black. We move on. Saran against Pragnananda. Okay, this had to be some E3 mainstream Nimzo Indian, but then Prague played this line, which exists after E3, bishop a5. But since the main lines are also doing well,
so what is black going to play here? Is there like b5 in the cards? And then maybe trade on e4, play bishop b7. Can we get that in? Or is it like, we're going to have problems with d5?
Well, this bishop on a5 is a rather strange piece, right? And this is what Sana is trying to indicate that, you know what, okay, this bishop usually stands on e7, then all these knight e4 ideas are nothing because knight f6, queen, bishop f6 is happening. But with the bishop on a5, so yeah, Prague just goes bishop c7. He wants to get some harmony. bishop c7 on the board. But look at the clock situation. It's clear that Astana is still in book, and Prague has burned quite a lot of time. But okay, still the position is kind of normal. Let's move on. Huifan against Hampi Koneru. A very big battle. What is this? The pawn is on h4 again. All right, let me just rewind and to understand. Pawn is on c2. So it was Jobava London.
So e6, I guess, by black now. Black wants to get the pawn on c5 and just have a very nice position if that happens. I mean, yeah, if Humpy just gets that pawn back, I don't really see what is White's opening concept.
Yeah, I also, you know, when I think about Huifan, she was always an e4 player, very principled and everything. We talked about this, that she clearly has the class, but she doesn't know the opening so well anymore. Yeah, everything is developing in rapid speed, and she decides to play this London system, which is absolutely not her style. And all of a sudden, we see this weakness on h4. We don't see any benefit. Why? What happens after e6? It's a mystery.
Okay, we have also an interesting position in Lagno versus Ju Wenjun on the women's board. Lagno a bit lower on the clock, but they're quite advanced and on the move count, move 17 already.
Yeah, this was a Berlin defense with rook e1. The so-called boring rook e1 can heat up and get into such complicated lines if both players are principled. Now the big question is how much of this is preparation from White, because I don't like the clock situation. Yeah, White goes for this variation, the gambit variation. Let me just come back to this. So here White sacrificed the pawn on d4. Black captures the pawn on d4, and wow, White did not capture on d6. I thought like there's this bishop takes d6 alternative, okay? In case White played knight c3, knight e8, we transposed to them. No, we did not transpose. Okay, so things got out of control quite quickly. d6 on the board. Okay, so this is a battle, but what are the other games?
Okay, we got Dubov versus Ding, with Dubov refusing to castle, and I wonder if he's trying to keep open the option of castling queenside in this position. So he just went e4, and I guess the other option is like if d4, maybe he wants to go knight g5.
I think that d4, knight e4 is on the board. Okay. I see the camera. Yes, d4, knight takes e4 on the board.
So he doesn't mind a bishop b4 check at some point.
It's a question, but I also somehow would love to get c5 in, but then already this knight fg5 business is in the air. Let me just put
so
this
you think knight e4 is on the board? Don't you see the knight on d2 and the knight still seems to be
so d2. After d4, he hasn't made up his mind yet. Okay, correct. Yeah, so d takes e4 was played. Knight g5 and knight takes e4, yeah, the two options.
Okay, so if he takes an e4, okay, so he went for
knight g5. Okay, the Dubov move.
Kind of makes sense with a pawn on h4. And that way he prevents a check on b4. Okay, so Black's most natural move is c5.
Yeah, c5 and knight d takes e4. We kind of transpose to this position that I wanted to discuss, like, where is the defense? Because there are so many threats, right? This queen takes h7, checkmate at some point after trade on f6, and also there is this battle along the long diagonal on the bishop on b7.
So let's take an f6. Sorry, an e4.
On e4, yeah. So bishop takes e4, and then bishop takes e4, yes. Queen e4, knight f6.
Knight f6.
Thank you very much. Yeah.
Yeah. I think
then where is the intrigue then? So what is Dubov up to? Because this is the normal way of things developing. Then I don't get his point. So knight g5, c5.
Knight g5 is on the board.
Is on the board, but after c5, what's he gonna do?
The c5. Well, castle long question mark.
Okay, c takes d4.
And knight takes, I don't know, pretended.
Yeah, but then we still do the same. We just trade everything on e4. And then we will have knight f6. With black, we are not playing for advantage. We just want to equalize. And queen takes d8. This is also not, it cannot be Dubov's idea. Yeah, this is
Absolutely.
not something that we worry about for black. All right.
Okay, let's take a look at Carlsen versus Report. That's developed a little bit. And Carlsen still hasn't castled, but I guess he's going to be castling kingside pretty soon. And it's a positional game for now, or at least that's what white is aiming for, right? Black might be able to spice it up.
But what is Magnus doing with his king on e1 still? Yeah, this scares me a lot. And look at Richard's clock situation. Yeah, Richie on fire here. I don't know. This is something where black can really feel that, all right, I get some tremendous attack. F5, rook a8, I don't know in which move order, but I'm very tempted to go for the initiative.
But F5, you have a lot of pieces competing for the F4 square, right? It's like your pawn and your bishop and knight, or you're just going F5 to support the knight, and that's it.
I want to support, yeah. I don't want to push it because I want to keep as much pressure on the position. I only don't know that maybe rook a8 is even a more flexible move.
Drop the bishop back, maybe.
Yeah, and also to eye this knight f4 possibility. Let me just rewind the last couple of moves. That what happened here that Magnus refused to castle, because this is the shocking news of the early moves. Knight bd2, castles, trade, and the move rook d1. So he wants to use the d file, but it isn't so obvious what exactly he can achieve there. Richie in full focus mode. He feels that, okay, I got a good opening. I have something to play with.
Okay, we have also Duda versus Van Verries. An interesting move by Duda. He just played queen a5.
Just second time because, wow, and Richie goes rook f8. This is a move that shows also some kind of respect towards the opponent. Yeah, that, okay, I'm not going to go for direct attack. I just want to keep the position. Everything is fine for me. All right, the game slows down. Where you want to go?
Well, so, okay, white's going to castle here. We can stay a little bit longer on this game. Like castles, do you think... So there's some issues with black playing knight f4. It's not so easy tactically, yeah?
Yeah, knight f4 we just take, bishop f4 and then
you have problems on the d file. So what is black going to do after castle? Because Magnus is almost certainly going to play that.
Yeah, the game slightly slows down. Wow, there is a... Can I shock you with knight takes c3? I have a draw with knight takes c3 if I want.
Beautiful.
B takes c3, knight f4, queen e1, knight d3.
Nice.
My opponent is Magnus Carlsen. Is draw okay? Can I ask the captain? Yeah, just what are the rules here?
I'm playing black, yeah.
Yes, but also after queen e1, I don't know if can I speculate on knight takes h3 check? Is it too much?
Oh, give it a try because you have rook e6 coming.
Yeah,
right?
exactly. I'm not sure.
The knight can't move. The queen and the rooks are like too slow.
Well, but you don't have necessarily have to take on h3. This disturbs me a bit, but okay, let's just imagine that takes. Well, Magnus is pausing because after rook f8, now he's in such an unpleasant spot, right? After castles, he has to foresee everything till the end. Very
kind of feels like white might be just losing here, no?
Yes. This is like some Marshall Gambit or something, yeah? It's checkmate. So what a scary situation for Magnus. Is there some argument that it's a rapid game and I don't know exactly, I don't want to spend all my time, then I just take on e4 and play a position, but you don't want to take on e4 normally.
Because of d takes e4.
Yes. That's
okay,
not the plan.
let's rewind. Let's take a look at that. So if he takes on e4 here to avoid that, Richie is...
And look at this, Magnus moving on his chair. He's not feeling comfortable. This is a very unpleasant scenario for him with the white pieces not getting any stability. So knight takes e4, we speculated. For example, okay, we take d takes c4. Aren't we happy?
Knight d4, yeah, black is super comfortable, right?
Yeah, I just have to, I have this knight e5, knight d3 idea. Yeah, if that knight really lands there. Magnus in a very unpleasant spot.
I guess castles.
Yeah, but this knight takes, you see, knight f4, it's forced. It's a horror scenario. Because it's so difficult to calculate. Of course, if someone, then Magnus is able to kind of navigate this, but oof. The problem is he also, and he takes on e4, yeah. He's not happy, but he takes on e4.
Okay, let's see how quickly Richie is going to capture back with the pawn. I mean, he can also consider taking with the rook, but the pawn is sort of better long term.
Yes. One has this idea, but d takes e4. Maybe Magnus wants to go knight d2 to stop knight e5, because then the e4 pawn is hanging and then some knight c4 is coming. Because I certainly don't want to let this knight all the way to d3.
He's in an unpleasant position there. No matter what he does, right? Then knight d2, there might be some knight h4, and again, like, can you castle really?
Some questions. All the time some questions, yeah. And also the body language, yeah. Magnus sits sideways, signals that he's more in a defensive mode. He needs to survive the next couple of moves and then play a normal chess game, because unfortunately for him, he is faced with very unexpected problems right after the opening. I don't know, should we stay here, should we move, because probably we have tons of other action.
Okay, let's take a look then at Dubov versus Ding, because it looks like Ding has sacrificed the exchange.
I'm loving it. That's the way. How did he do it? Knight g5, c5, was on the board. Was it, yeah?
Bishop takes e4,
Yes.
bishop knight takes cd. Okay, so he took the center pawn and wants to get the light squared bishop, and just wants to play e5, e4 after that.
Very ambitious. Okay, this is the Dingley and the whole world, the whole chessboard wants to see. And then we know that we are talking about a 2800 player. Yes, this is the way. It's in the spirit. He's getting his confidence. Maybe it was a fantastic idea to come here for Ding. Yeah, after all, he became world champion here in Astana. And now he started with 3 out of 3 and plays excellent chess in the opening against Daniil Dubov.
Yeah, I mean, now he's got that extra pawn on d4, and what can white do other than take the rook? He just took it. Queen a8, castles on the board, and I guess we're going to be seeing e5 here. Oh, he castled queenside?
Yeah, castles queen.
Queenside.
No, he castled kingside.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, because I thought like rook after queenside castle, rook c8 followed by b5 looks like suicide. So okay,
so on
sure.
e5, he probably wants to go bishop g5,
Yes.
right?
Yes, and because this
chance.
bishop on f4 is such a bad piece, I probably would prefer not.
H6?
Yeah, maybe h6 a super ambitious move.
So it's the question, yeah, how to evaluate the position after e5, bishop g5.
Yes, the question that can you, but I don't believe that you will be able to push e4 quickly and then knight e5 because something might happen.
Because of rook e1 or something.
Yeah, at least it requires very precise calculation.
Even then, it looks like...
Yeah, you don't want to... Everything is so nice for black, yeah, that it's compact. Yeah, h6 followed by e5, and if that white bishop would have to retreat, it would be catastrophe. I believe that white will be trying somewhere some bishop d6 intermezzo, but e5 on the board, okay.
By the way, Vadim Rosenstein looks like he might be having a problem on his board. Maybe we can just take a look at it because it's pretty important for the WR team. And there was a sacrifice on d5 that he probably missed. And he loses a couple of those center pawns, and it looks like he's going to be losing a piece, and it might just be a bad position for him.
It's kind of game over, yeah, against Muhtad Aynakul.
That's put some pressure on his teammates.
Yes, so far today, Vadim was very shaky. Yeah, he already lost 2 games, and now he ends up in a lot of trouble right from the beginning.
Okay, we can take a look at Sarana versus Prague.
That Nimzo, yeah? Where did it lead us? Also feels very dangerous with all this bishop b1 move looming.
He's planning for f5, yeah?
Yes, well, I don't think that he's planning, he is forced, yeah? It's certainly not a happy kind of move, but White has so many different possibilities here. Up
Well,
on
at some
the
point,
clock.
the d4 pawn is going to hang, right? So we might want to...
Yes, for the moment, there is always this bishop b4 idea, yeah? So knight takes d4, potentially somewhere, right now you have this knight takes f3 check, but I believe that somewhere this tactic was maybe important. What happened after knight e4? So just very quickly, cd, ed, bishop c7, let me remove the arrows. Bishop a2, takes, queen d6, because whenever we see the previous moves, it's so much easier to understand what's really happening. So bishop c8, bishop c3, protecting the pawn.
Makes sense.
And keeping d4, d5 ideas. Wow. Yeah, this is very unpleasant.
Okay, does it look like Prague maybe has to go knight e7? I think it does, doesn't it?
But then bishop b1. Then bishop b1. That's the problem.
Queen f4, queen c2 played very quickly by Serrana. Why so fast? Why was that so obvious to him?
Well, he had to trade and he wants to still keep the diagonal, yeah? Probably that's the... And Serrana is also famous of putting pressure on the clock as well. Okay. Pragnanda in some kind of a trouble. Magnus not having a good opening. Vadim Rosenstein in trouble. This is a very shaky match.
But you know, Rapport actually decided to take with the rook on e4. So he did surprise us there a bit.
Okay, he takes with the rook, but still this knight f4, knight takes h3 ideas are hanging in the air. So Magnus still has to find the move. And down to 6 minutes. Have you ever seen, please tell me, anyone in the chat, a game by Magnus Carlsen in a rapid time control when after move 15, he only had 6 minutes with the white pieces? I think we are writing history here.
Okay, knight g5 and knight f4. Wow, actually the clock just updated. It looks like Magnus has 2 minutes.
Wow.
Wait a second, what's this knight f4 about?
What is knight g5 about also, yeah?
Like you have the king on e1.
Yes.
That's what I'm saying.
And then Richie is sensing the moment.
Queen
f3, queen f5 on the board.
Queen b5, it looks like.
Queen b5, yeah. Wow, queen b5 blitzed out.
Wants to
b5.
Stopping castles.
So no, you're no longer.
And you can't take that rook
because of checkmate. Yes,
wow.
Let's just put this. Wow, stunner. Queen b5. What a move, and Magnus has no time on the clock.
Oh wow, this could be a surprising result if Magnus loses with the white pieces. And it usually bodes quite badly for the team, yeah, if Magnus loses.
Oof, and in so much trouble right from the beginning. And Jan is also looking in horror. Look at this.
Oh yeah, well Jan has been in a pretty boring endgame, playing very quickly, but without a lot of interesting stuff going on.
G3 played. I think G3 was played. That's what yeah, G3 on the board.
Okay, so he's trying to survive, so...
Is there any tactic? No.
So knight d3, he's going to sack the rook and then take on e4, go back with a queen.
Yeah, and then queen b1 check, queen d1, and the bishop on d6 is hanging. This is kind of the key resource of Magnus's defense. But also knight d3, rook takes, then f7 pawn is hanging. It's what a wild position.
It's very tricky. Is there a threat though? Let's say white to move, apart from obvious pawn takes knight, yeah? Or maybe it is enough of a threat.
That's a big threat, yeah. And Richie is, because he had to foresee the move g3, it was the only move.
So knight d3 is really the main move. Are there other options like rook takes e3? Takes e3 is actually...
Pawn takes and
knight
then you go knight d3.
But then...
That's interesting.
Yeah, it's interesting, yeah. It's possible because you can never take on f7. What happened? Did he jump with something?
I mean, the white king will be very weak there, right? So maybe we need to look at that.
I am looking at the live board.
F6.
Richie played he played f6. Wow.
Okay, also really interesting.
Very interesting. Putting the pressure. What a move. Very uncomfortable for Magnus. Yeah, knight.
I still can't take the rook.
Yes, and this g takes f4, f takes g5 operation, and then black's rook is joining the party with rook f8. Looks super scary.
Wow, the whole position is upside down.
Yeah, under a minute.
Well, Magnus's knight is trapped, so he pretty much has to take on f4, right?
Yeah, but it leads to a very bad position. But what else to do?
Not much.
Yeah, the fact that white hasn't castled in almost 20 moves is becoming a big problem.
Down to 30 seconds. Yeah, good or bad, he will have to take on f4, but he's not happy.
Okay, he took.
Took fg5. fg5, all right. Okay, so rook f8, everything is as everyone knew already.
And now maybe queen e2.
Queen e2, rook e3?
Yeah, queen e2, rook e3 finishes the game. Yeah, that's the big problem.
Okay, he was going to win the queen.
That's a stunner. Because f takes e3, bishop g3 check, rook f2, and queen e3, rook e8 wins the queen. So he had to go back to g2.
What?
But this is now hopelessly lost according to the computer.
b2 is hanging. Although I don't know if we even want to
And he can castle. No, then Magnus says, please, I give everything, just let me castle. But also some d4 ideas. No, I mean, okay, sorry, the rook on e4 is hanging, but some rook f8 and then d4.
How about bishop f4?
Bishop f4, also possible. Everything.
He has a lot of time. He has 8 minutes to figure this out.
Yes, so many options. With 8 minutes on the clock. Do we read? It's correct, yeah? Magnus has 22 seconds. Unbelievable. The only thing Richard has to make sure that he comes
f4?
down.
How does he even hold the bishop on e3?
Yeah, let's put it on the board. I would love to sacrifice the queen, but I cannot.
There's not a lot of ways to defend that bishop.
Yeah, queen f1 runs into rook takes e3 check. F e3, bishop g3 winning on the spot. So, but Richard is taking his time. Okay, bishop f4, rook d2 is rook d2 and then trying to go king d1, king c1. Artificial castle idea. Is that a way to try to survive? Maybe rook d2. One thing also, rook f8 followed by d4. Extremely tempting. Oops.
Nepo's game finished in a draw. Okay.
Lubov's game finished in a draw, which I'm very disappointed with. Who is?
Wow, but rook f8 played. Yeah, Richie is playing the move that I also somehow sense that now d4 is coming.
Queen f1.
Yeah, okay, what to do?
You think he's not just trying to sack on e3?
Wait a second.
Isn't he threatening rook takes
win?
e3?
Don't we just win? Take e3, go bishop g3 check.
Yeah, and
take on b2.
It's over. Yeah, king d3 will be the only move. It can't really be holding on for too long.
Bishop f2.
Yes,
to show off a little bit. Yes, at the very end. Yeah.
Wow. So let's put rook e3 on the board.
Yeah. So this is the line we are discussing because it's forced and it's a total horror. After king d3, the key move mentioned by Miro, bishop f2. Maybe many other things are also good, but this wins on the spot. There is no defense against rook e3. And Jan looking at Magnus, is it correct? It's right what I'm seeing, but Richie took on b2 instead.
Which isn't terrible.
Oh, wow.
And the resignation. Wow, what
a huge result.
Yeah, huge result. What a win. What a performance by Richard Rapport. He shocked Magnus Carlsen right from the opening.
I think the problem also is on queen e2. There's rook takes e3.
Yes.
Let's just show that line, rook e3, bishop g3. And you're going to wind up losing your queen.
Yes.
That's why I think Magnus resigned.
That's it.
Oh, man, that was a huge result because, you know, Rosenstein, we said, is not doing well on his board. He's down 2 pawns. That's basically putting WR chess at a -2. Where are they going to get their wins out of those remaining 3 boards? I mean, Serrana is trying to keep it very solid against Prague. He doesn't have as much of a time edge as before, but his position is...
It's very pleasant.
Yeah, it certainly doesn't risk losing on that one. Let's take a look at Ho Yifan versus Humpy because that one is sharp. And Humpy has the initiative from what it looks like, but it depends on what move White is going to find right now. So the knight on c3 is pinned.
Wow, how did all this happen again? White is in a lot of trouble and it's move 16.
Yes, well, okay, so taking on e4 was too dangerous, right? Because then knight takes e4, rook e4, bishop c3 was too strong.
Yeah, let me just show this line. Yeah, so bishop takes e4, knight takes e4, rook e4, bishop takes e3 was winning material on the spot because of these tactics. So there was nothing better than to play bishop f1 and then White is...
They can do anything.
Horrible
even,
situation.
Isn't like knight d5 is a move that can be looked at.
Yeah, because
d8.
There is this tremendous pressure on the b2 pawn, this bishop on d4, something very similar we have seen in Vei's game in the first round. That how do you play also rook f8? Yeah, let's just bring the pieces into the game. Rook f8 is a very solid, good move.
Yeah, I mean, Black has basically a free attack on White's king, right? Because White is nowhere close to using the king side to attack the Black king.
Well, at the moment, it looks like it will be a complete disaster for WER team.
Yeah, and Duda, well, Duda has so far managed to make a little progress against Van Forest. Maybe this is their one bright spot, that he has won a pawn. And I guess actually White should have pretty good chances in this position.
Probably, but even this is not enough. Yeah, they are -1. They have a terrible situation in the Ho Yifan game. Rosenstein is in a lot of trouble. And besides this position, with just 1 minute on the clock, will not be so easy to navigate. Yeah, that bishop on e5 is a
Serrana found a way to win a pawn.
Wow.
So he's definitely on top. Now has a nice time edge over Prague.
Yeah, should be technical win.
Okay, let's keep an eye. Let's just keep looking at the game between Ho Yifan and Humpy because it does look exciting.
And bishop c7, rook d7, just continuing, kicking away that bishop. If the bishop moves, then already rook a8. What is Ho Yifan up to? She's trying to play a3 somehow, but...
Oh, maybe she was trying to trap that queen, right? But the queen can go back to e7.
Yeah, the queen can always fall back.
Still, the time situation is dramatic. Ho Yifan under 20 seconds. And, okay, she pulls the bishop back to g3. Okay, rook a d8 is too simple of a move to resist, isn't it?
Yeah, especially with 30, 40 seconds on the clock, you just make the most natural move. Yeah, on the board, I believe. I think rook a d8 was played. Yes, on the board.
Okay, a3.
And Ho Yifan down to 22 seconds, but it's not just the time. The moves are so difficult.
Maybe queen b6 here?
To keep the pressure.
Yes, I don't really want to take on c3, and it feels like Black will be fine, but you want to...
You want more. You want more, but queen b6 and knight a4, you can still fall back to a7. Or you just rely on bishop takes b2 tactics. I'm just afraid with 10 seconds of the clock, I don't want to calculate anything. What happened?
If Humpy can get this win, then her team is definitely going to win. Okay.
She played queen c5 with 5 seconds on the clock. Yeah, we actually maybe have to forget about everything what we are seeing on the board. The clock plays a crucial role. Knight a4 played. Queen f5. Will we see queen f5? Or?
Yeah, Humpy, you know, she's not known as the best player with little time, so this can still get dramatic. Okay.
Wow, she goes for bishop takes b2, king b2, rook takes d2. Yeah, she goes for a direct
But that's
win.
winning.
Yes, that's it. It's over.
Mm-hmm.
She wins big material.
Yeah, she's winning a lot right now.
Yeah, Hui Fan is in complete state of shock.
That's it. Bishop b2 was the winning tactic.
And that seals the match, right? Because Vadim lost, Magnus lost.
Yeah, already 3.5. That's correct.
Oh, wow.
So Hui Fan's loss will be 3.5.
This is going to be a big win over the top seeds. Yeah. So
Yeah.
Hui Fan, you can see by her expression that she knows that.
Yeah, because there is no intrigue, no drama
she
anymore.
has just basically lost a queen for a rook and knight, but her king is open. She's missing a pawn as well.
Well, basically then the big match now turned to a complete one-sided affair. I feel like since the match is over, we have to move on to another match. We have to check out.
Let's check out
the
Wang
Chinese.
Yue on Draken.
Okay.
That's a big one.
That's an El Clasico.
It looks like Andraken is up a rook.
Wow.
Should be winning.
Yes, and also the other rook is trapped. Yes, so this is over. I believe the game is over.
So
Artemiev Yuanji, what is that? A solid position. Okay, this is not the most dramatic. Most probably draw, but
Peng Bo has scored a win for China.
again, yeah, this Peng Bo is the absolute monster.
Oh wow!
4 out of 4 so far.
So this might be a drawn match. Actually, it looks from the positions like Andraken's going to win. But the other two look like they're very balanced. I mean, Artemiev doesn't have a lot of time against Yu Yangyi, but the position is very equal looking.
And very Max Todlu is drawish.
Very drawish. So, I mean, only if Artemiev's clock is going to be an issue here.
Yeah, then bishop takes d6. Was it accompanied by a draw for that Yuanji is taking so much time, or?
I don't know. Maybe he's just thinking, should the knight take? Should the queen take?
Yeah, because there is no big gathering, so it's not like captain is involved. I'm not even sure if that's allowed anymore. And what about Max? Yeah, Max Todlu's game is the draw.
Game is pretty dead, right? There's not much going on there. Andraken's game is over. So it basically has come down to the big game between Artemiev and Yu, and he has taken with the queen. Artemiev has very little time. That's the problem.
Also, one very big result. It's just a single game, but a very big game. Shakti Amamadjarov lost with the white piece against Arjun Erigaisi. So Arjun bouncing back after his loss to Magnus Carlsen. And at the same time, also after losing that match, they got paired on the third board against Kazakh chess.
Okay, should we go to Grishuk versus Sadwani? Because that one is pretty fascinating.
Let's go.
It might be like Sadwani is winning, but it's not clear. His d-pawn is certainly advancing convincingly.
Yeah, white needs counter-strike with bishop h5 hitting the f7 pawn. Do I have this chance to go for bishop h5?
Well, right now it's black's turn, right?
Ah, okay.
Okay, so
Yes.
black... he protected f4 because he didn't want to play bishop h5 yet. So now he wants to go bishop h5. How are we...
So bishop f3, d3, queen e4. Okay, because this bishop h5 is a huge threat. Clock situation, 13 seconds for Alexander.
Still very tricky, right?
Very tricky.
Maybe queen a1 to f6. That wasn't that great. King g8. Maybe we should just... But then you still go bishop h5.
Wow, bishop d4 played, queen h7 on the board. Blitzed out, threatening checkmate on f7.
Who is going to get to the king first?
And both have 21 seconds each.
Right. I mean, black can always go back to g7, which he might do.
No, give couple of checks and then went back.
The queen on e1.
Yes.
The queen on e1, yeah.
Wow, beautiful.
Okay, so he's improved his position a lot, and that's it.
And we are waiting for queen e4.
Yes, exactly. Queen e4, f5.
Wow.
Is game over. Well, these youngsters in time scramble are just too good. They calculate extremely well.
Svidler has won for Kaz though.
But overall, this is like the standing in this match is very unclear. I think it's hard to see how this is really going to work out. It looks like their last board is way better, so Shah might score for Team India, MGD1. Pranav is up a pawn against Ansat Aldiyar. They still have a lot of play still left in that position.
I'm trying to make the moves here in this game between Alexander and Sadvani, but it does feel like it's.
Yeah, Svidler did win though. He did win for Kaz.
Yeah, but if Mamedyarov has lost and Brishuk loses and the last board loses, that makes it 3, and there is a draw between Asobaeva and Dronavali, so that means Team India wins.
Yeah, the MGD1 team is bouncing back. I felt like it was a very unfair pairing to them, that after losing they get a very strong team, Kazakh chess, but these guys are fearless. Yeah, Sadvani has won his game.
Okay, and Artemyev Yu ended in a draw, so that match
is drawn
between Elaine and Team China is going to be tied.
Okay, Wei is still playing, but we assume that this dead opposition should end in a draw. The players also have enough time. Okay, what happened in Pragnananda's game?
He's still playing. Yeah, there's not so much intrigue right now. He's
trying to
trouble.
survive.
Yeah. He's okay right now, right?
Rook G6.
Yeah, Rook G6, and the game doesn't matter too much now that his team has lost.
And Duda is squeezing this pawn up position, but very difficult to get anything, because Black will also have this G6, G5 break at some point, trying to trade everything. How do you start advancing the A pawn? That's a very big question. Okay, G5 was not liked by the engine, but okay, White is a pawn up. White can shuffle around. However, the match is not that important anymore for us. Okay. What else? FIDE team. Bologan lost to Elyanov. I see. Volokitin has beaten Dana. And yeah, that's a massacre.
So it looks like the team from Chessy, they might be the single leaders after 4 rounds of play.
Yes. After this power of performance, yeah, absolutely deserved. If you crush the WR team, that's a sensational result. What else do we have?
Well, we have Shah versus Ayapov in the end game. But yeah, it looks like he's bringing home the point for Team India. We also have Nihal Sarin.
Against Nigel Short. Yes, let's tune in. Wow, horror endgame. Yeah, knight endgame, pawn done. Normally people say that knight endgames are like pawn endgames. Yeah, if we look at this, then
pawn
it's
E3, I think, is a move I like right here.
Just to stabilize him.
Yeah, so I can play King B4 and start going somewhere with my...
But also FGA H4, yeah, that's the new passer.
Much more concrete approach.
Okay, the only question is like F4, you have to watch out, but yeah, it's clear that find the knight on F3 wheel, example after F4, white can just take HG, and the FG will be met by G6 and knight F3.
Yeah, by the way, so Shah is completely winning against Ayapov. He's up 2 pawns in the rook endgame. So I think MGD is going to be winning this pretty big matchup against Kazchess.
Yeah, super
Kazchess
important.
had a chance to also be in a perfect score because they got paired down to MGD1.
Yes, but probably they are also regretting this, yeah?
But they didn't get an easy pairing.
Yeah.
Getting paired down, yes. The Indian team is very dangerous.
It's super strong. Wow, and now we are having some incredible upside down situation, yeah, that the Chelsea team will be on 100%, and now suddenly the WER team will be rooting for the other top teams to someone to beat the Chelsea team, yeah. So it's then already the tiebreak points might be very important as well.
Okay, by the way, let's go take a look at Tirana versus Prague, because Prague just had to give up his rook to avoid a checkmate. So it looks like
it's
actually
over.
Tirana is winning.
Tirana is winning again?
Completely. Yeah.
Wow.
Good, he's just up a rook. He needs to take a few black's pawns to end this game.
Wow, okay, so this is over. Jan Krzysztof against Jordan.
Yeah, that will take a while, this end game.
Yeah, White is clearly very disappointed that the team is losing, so they put all his frustration into this game.
Yeah, it's an incredible match for Chelsea, but definitely led by Richard's performance on board one. I think that must have been great for his teammates to see a 23-move win.
Yeah, but also the whole scenario was like this, that one could already foresee it coming. Yeah, Magnus was going down on the clock, was visibly very uncomfortable. The situation was getting out of control. And
Never
it
managed
shocked.
to castle.
Yeah, never managed to castle. Yeah, we were kind of shocked that what really happened there, that Magnus was not castling before all this bishop e3, knight b2, rook d1 moves. But yeah, finally also it turned out that the world, no, not the world champion, but the world's best player.
Prague just resigned.
Yeah, got into a lot of trouble. Yeah, Prague had no chances.
Yeah.
We see Duda against Jordan van Forest. So it's a transformation of structure. The a4 pawn is sacrificed in order to get to the h5 pawn. I believe it's a clever kind of strategy, because when you know that it's a draw position, then changing the e5, I believe it's a very good move. It was a very timely e7, e5, because e4 check is a big threat. So White will have to take on e5, but then White is giving up the grip. Yeah, that grip was so important. No, he took on h5. Okay. This case, the game heats up, because e4 check, king g3, rook e2. We might be seeing a very unbalanced pawn structure. What I'm saying is like e4 check, king g3, rook e2 is very double-edged on the board. I was worried from White's side to allow this. But clearly, Jan Krzysztof is trying to create some winning chances. But I don't see them. King g7. And then rook takes this check to follow.
Yeah, that's it. It looks like Jordan has created enough counterplay here, yeah?
Yeah. Okay, White is in no risk, because Black has no time to pick up the f4 pawn, then the a pawn goes. So, okay, most probably it will end in a draw. Rook b6, rook e3, king g2, rook e2 check, kind of inviting king g3, or if not king g3, then are you really... Yeah, okay. So the game is going to end in a draw.
Yeah, and GM Han's team looks like they're going to win, despite the fact that Tabatabae is losing again for the second game in a row. But Andrew Hong has scored a win, and Hans has scored a win. So they're going to take down Theme International Trading.
Yeah, wow. Okay, so Hans is now bouncing back. And then they are moving up on the table.
The youngsters had a very, very entertaining match, I think, against Uzbekistan team on some lower boards. I was scrolling down and then found...
And just a second, Miro, because on the camera we see the game ended between Jan Krzysztof and Jordan van Forest and Emil Sutovsky, the captain, showing very nice quality that immediately the game does not really matter for the match standing, but he was going there, congratulated Jordan for this very good defense. I love this small kind of nuances. As a captain, you have to take care of every single moment. Very well done by Emil.
Yeah, this final round of the day featured a clash of two very big teams, and this match did not disappoint. Right, we had this great performance by Richard Rapport, also by Humpy Caneru, defeating Ho Yifan with the black pieces and just beautiful play. and a win on the amateur board sealed the deal. So then, when Serena got the win against Prague, it didn't matter too much anymore. It felt like a very convincing match, and they're going to be the sole leaders after the first day of play. But they will be closely followed by El Ain and the Decade China team. So there's plenty more action to go tomorrow.
Absolutely. Yeah, the tournament is just heating up. But maybe this 5-1 score is also extremely important for the tiebreaks. We don't know exactly the rules, but one thing is clear, the WR team is not running away. They are now relying on other teams to try to stop Chessy. The other teams are very motivated and eager to stop Chessy. Plenty of drama ahead.
I have something to... You'd expect me to contribute something, but I actually have more questions to you.
All right.
Because, if you look at this position, which move would you play as black?
As black, yeah.
As black. And, D3 is one move, protecting e4. So one move that I could not possibly
F5.
see is him accepting a draw in this position. Because we speculated about how cool the exchange sacrifice was.
Right.
By Ding, and yeah, exactly. For those of you guys who missed the previous part, it's Daniel Dubov with white against Ding Liren, and a few moves ago, Ding Liren sacrificed an exchange, so that was the position where we fancied his chances after castle. E5 looked interesting, H6 looked interesting, and in 3 moves were a lot of things to be unraveled in the game if it would continue. He accepted the draw. Which in hindsight might have costed them. Imagine he goes on, he wins this game, they win the match. Yeah. So questions.
Yes.
China was saved by their last board, the unknown Peng Bo.
Yes.
Under 2,000 rated player is the
They are
one.
1,400 officially on the list, but okay, it was clear from the beginning if the Chinese decide to put the trust in him, then okay, this is dangerous. But I'm absolutely with you, Miro, that basically also as a leader of the team, when you feel like you get a chance, you have the momentum, you also have won 3 out of 3, maybe you have to go on.
Yeah, you have sort of a moral obligation in a way, right, to continue, especially since it is a very interesting position, right?
So how should we protect that E4 pawn?
Well, D3 looked interesting, I thought. And
Queen C3?
I wasn't sure. Yeah, Queen C3. So originally, when he went E4 so fast, first of all, he was not forced to go E4. He wasn't forced to capture on G5, but I presume that was the whole concept, right? E4, Rook E1, and so D3, Queen goes, and I can't really get the knight on E5, yeah?
Yes. And also some F3 break is coming.
F3 break is
also one thing we have to highlight, because if we are already criticizing Ding Liren agreeing to a draw, then we have to say and praise Daniel Dubov that he felt that this is a good moment because black has a lot of possibilities.
Right.
Do you go D3, do you go F5, do you go Rook E8, whatever, and you can get confused by the choices and then you don't know what to do and you agree to a draw.
Maybe you kind of lose confidence a little bit.
Yes.
Yeah.
That was a very clever move.
Well, I think he had a pretty nice time advantage on the clock, so maybe he exploited that in his draw offer. I don't remember exactly how much time he had, but I think it was twice as much time.
Certainly. Yeah.
Yes. So should we show the audience, again, the big game of the day, like how Magnus lost to Richard Rapport? And let's try to figure out why Magnus never wound up castling in this game.
Yeah, we have to, because this is such a shocking game. E4, C6, D4, D5, E5, CD5, Bishop D3. One of the most solid lines against the Caro-Kann. One can say that, okay, nothing really gonna happen here. Tactically, it's gonna be a slow positional game, but no, Knight F6, H3. It's an ambitious move trying to stop Bishop G4, which is a strategical idea for black. So, but white loses time. Knight C6, C3, E5. All right, so D takes E5, Knight takes E5, Queen E2, Knight E4, very much in the spirit. I think this is kind of also preparation. Richard knew exactly that he can do this, so we are not gonna get into the details of Bishop takes E4. We just assume that black has perfect compensation. Magnus decided to play practically Bishop B5 check, good choice, Bishop D7, Knight F3, knight g6, and here are the mysteries, because white could have just castled and would have never ever gotten into any trouble in this game. Probably black is fine, probably black equalized, no problem, but there is no nightmare scenario looming at all on white. Yeah, maybe even tiny bit better. Yeah, the isolated pawn on d5 can be targeted, but Magnus somehow got carried away with a completely... No, first he played bishop e3, bishop d6, then he played knight b2. He was somehow getting attracted to this rook d1 pin. Yeah, he was relying on this pin that somehow he wants to trick his opponent, but this trick heavily backfired. Castles, takes, rook d1, and then rook f8. And the moment when we realized that actually castles is such a nightmare due to this knight takes c3, then we really got nervous.
Yeah, and it's a little you can do, as it turned out, because knight f4 is still a big threat.
And I think, one of the interesting decisions that Richie made in this game was taking on e4 with the rook, right? Because we were more expecting the pawn capture, but rook takes e4 turned out to give him these dynamic chances. And now I think it was knight g5 that happened, right? Maybe that was another dubious looking move. I mean, was it just impossible for white to castle, but then there's knight f4, knight h3.
Exactly. Yeah? Let's just show once again, that if white castles, then white runs into the same tactical motive. Yeah, knight f4, queen c2, knight takes h3, check, and knight's pretty clear that it leads to checkmate. Takes, the rook is already perfect. Starting rook g4. So Magnus was clearly also shocked already. He was down on the clock. Probably he wanted to justify his previous play by going knight g5. And then we have to praise Richie for spotting this wonderful queen b5 move. It was knight f4, queen f3, queen b5 maybe was the move that Magnus actually missed.
There's also f6, which is hard to spot, because queen b5, g3, let's fantasize a little bit. Like after g3, if you don't have f6, do you have a move with black? Because it's not obvious, right? Like knight d3, maybe.
Yeah, well, rook e3 we were talking about is like an interesting try.
But okay, then it's just a mess. But Richie's f6 move was the moment when we really felt like, that's it. Because Magnus was down on the clock. With couple of seconds, finally, he took on f4. It was clear that he is so unhappy. He knows exactly that this is not a good move. But what to do? And then he never had a chance.
Yeah, in this game, Richard also really pressured him on the clock. There was just a huge mismatch in their clock times, and Richard never was even close to being in time trouble, while Magnus was simply running out of seconds.
Yeah, and also after rook f8, queen e2 was already not possible due to rook takes e3. Miro spotted this instantly. It was a very nice little tactic. Rook e3, queen e3 runs into rook e8, losing the queen. And f takes e3, bishop g3 check. King d2, rook f2, wins the queen as well. Sensational win, and actually this whole game scenario, the way it went, gave some wings for the Chelsea team. Yeah, there was no way back for the WER team to come back from this.
Yeah, in the end, it was a decisive 5-1 victory over the top seeds.
Right?
Yeah, that's incredible. Well, I kind of, from playing with Magnus once in the Global Chess League last year, we had this one important match where he lost to Aronian. And it was like, and I think we lost that match. And it's like kind of like, it felt like when Magnus loses, the team will not do well. That was the feeling I had. So,
the feeling. And somehow, sometimes you do have, like, okay, we have to step up for our first ball. But if it's Magnus specifically, there is the feeling, this can't possibly go right if he loses.
Yeah, but an amazing, amazing match for Chelsea. And okay, the second board Elaine Decade China was a 3-3 draw, led by there were only two decisive games in that match. Andreken won for Elaine, and Peng Bo won for the Decade China team. Team MGD1 redeemed their loss from the previous round. They came back pretty convincingly against very strong team Kaz Chess.
Yes, and here I would like to say something that because of Arjun beating Mamedov with the black pieces, and we have seen that he has just lost to Magnus Carlsen. I would love to take a look at this game afterwards. You finished the results, because it should have been a fantastic battle.
Yeah, Ashdod Chess Club defeated FIDE Management Board 5-1. I guess, and it's interesting because Bella Hotanashvili was the only loss for Ashdod, and she's actually the higher rated player in her matchup, so it could have been even maybe worse than 5-1, but still very convincing for the Ashdod Chess Club. GMHans.com 4-2, and I think those are kind of the main results on the top board. So let's take a look, Peter, at Arjun's game.
Yeah, because two uncompromising fighters, and the game did not disappoint. Look at this. We are seeing Queen C2 Meran, and after Bishop D6, G4, the Shilov variation, G4 H6, G5 takes. It leads to very messy, complicated positions. I remember analyzing it like some 20 years ago. Queen E7, back then it was mainstream. Bishop D2, D takes C4, exactly. Black is giving up the center, but is relying on very quick B5 counterplay. Bishop takes C4, B5, Bishop E2, Bishop B7. It's obvious that White will castle long after burning the bridges on the king side. So we see Bishop F3, setting up pressure on the long diagonal, very importantly stopping C6, C5 from Black. That's the main idea. Black plays the move Rook C8, natural good move, long castles, Knight D5. Now the knight is attacked by the queen. Knight G5 to E4 with a tempo, hitting the bishop. Bishop B8. But now what changed is that Black is actually already threatening to go C6, C5 at some point, thanks to the knight on D5. And this is what happens, and here things really get out of control. King B1, C5. Usually in this kind of opening, when C5 can be played nicely, then it's bad news for White. However, it's connected with couple of pawn sacrifices. So D takes C5, B4, knight takes D5, E takes D5. Wow, that's the key issue. Isolating the pawn, but there is this tremendous pressure on the C file. What happened here? Bishop takes B4.
But the critical would be, well, to answer the question, if knight D6 is a possible move.
Yes, but the big question is actually who is playing for what at this moment, yeah?
Fair enough, yeah.
Yeah, let's just highlight, knight D6 check is kind of possible when Black has to take.
And Queen F6, I guess, right?
Double attack,
and this is the problem.
That's the problem, yes. So many tactics in this position. But I'm also not sure that what happened in the game was not what Shakriar planned, because look at this, after knight D5, E5, he sacrificed the piece with bishop takes B4, but he's opening lines, D takes C4, bishop G4.
Yeah, looks also like
very unclear. But bishop C6, Black gets the blockade, and something was missed by Shakriar, because Queen C3, bishop E5 came with a tempo, Queen AC, Rook B8, and all of a sudden tremendous pressure on the B2 pawn. Bishop takes D7, bishop takes D7, B3, this is clearly wrong. Bishop C6, Black stabilized the position, he's a healthy piece up. Queen A6, Queen B7, game over. What a performance by Arjun, beating Mamedov in this sharp battle.
Well, all the play is still ahead in this tournament. We have a clear leader after the first day of play, Chessy, but they're closely followed by two teams just a point behind, because you get 2 points for a win here, a point for a draw. So they're followed by Elaine and Decade China, and of course WR Chess and Team MGD1 are still going to be in the hunt. So I think tomorrow is going to start. We're going to start the day with some very big matchups again. So Chessy will be playing either Elaine or Decade China team. Either way, it's going to be a great matchup. So thanks for watching, guys. Our first day of coverage here at the 2024 FIDE World Team Rapid Championships. And we have 2 more days of coverage of this event, as well as the Blitz Championship on the 3rd day. See you tomorrow, guys.
Thank you, and see you tomorrow.
Bye-bye.
Gaius Julius Caesar could do 3 things at the same time, and we can do as many as 12. Feels like you're a kid in a candy store, right? As if you're choosing which companies to buy shares in. But thanks to Freedom Broker, it's easy to do. You can trade stocks from the comfort of your home. Speaking of home, you can buy your own house. With the help of Freedom Bank, you can apply for a mortgage online. We want you to feel comfortable and safe. Through Freedom Insurance, you can insure your home and car completely online. You can even purchase life insurance online with us. We do everything to make your life more comfortable. You only need to have a smartphone at hand, which you can buy in Freedom Mobile stores. But a smartphone without a mobile connection and the internet is just a piece of iron with a camera. Therefore, you need to connect Freedom Telecom to be connected and surf the internet. You can fly yourself anywhere in the world, for example, to Japan to learn the history of real samurai by buying tickets in the Aviata. Or, to learn the way of a real samurai, it's enough to go to the cinema using the ticket on. But you can't have a lot of rest. It is necessary to earn money. Having opened a business, you can use Freedom Pay to manage your accounts. And with the help of Rikasa, it is easy to issue fiscal checks. Perhaps while you were watching this ad, you got hungry. No problem. Order products through our online supermarket, arbuz.kz, in just a couple of clicks. Oh, a flat tire? And here, too, we can help. With the Freedom Drive service, you can easily order tires and wheels online. And this is only a part of what we can do. Freedom Digital Ecosystem. One brand, 1,000 capabilities.
Waves are off. His clock is ticking. How will you respond to e-commerce first move while raising the weight?
Who's gonna swing across the channel with a weather? I'm a strong swimmer. Who's gonna swim across the channel? Why did you wonder? You say a lighthouse. Am I right, boy? Am I right? Why did you wonder?
Make your move. The 45th FIDE Chess Olympiad, Budapest 2024, where the story becomes history.